conference on the management of MSMEs, hosted by the Indian Institute of Management, Amritsar, in collaboration with the Dingman Center for Entrepreneurship, Robert H. Smith School of Business, University of Maryland. This conference brings together an exceptional community of thinkers and doers, those who study enterprises, build enterprises, and shape the ecosystems within the enterprises group. Over the next 3 days, this campus became a space for rigorous dialogue, fresh perspectives, and meaningful collaboration around one of the most critical pillars of our economy, micro, small, and medium enterprises. MSMEs are not just economic units, they are engines of employment, innovation, and inclusive growth. At a time when technology, policy, and markets are evolving rapidly, this conference invites us to reimagine MSMEs, their possibilities, pathways, and future trajectories. We encourage you not only to listen, but to question, reflect, and engage. The conversations that here have the potential to travel far beyond these walls. Thank you for being part of ICMM 2026. We look forward for 3 days of rich intellectual exchange.
Before we begin the formal proceedings, we invite you to join us in a moment of reflection and auspicious beginnings. Udyamah sahasam dhairyam, buddhiha saktiha parakramah, sadeti yatra vartante, tatra devah sahayakrat. Where effort, courage, patience, intellect, strength, and determination reside, success naturally follows. May this ceremonial lighting symbolize the illumination of knowledge, the spirit of inquiry, and the collective wisdom we gather here today. With this, I respectfully invite Professor Sameer K. Srivastava, Director IIM Amritsar, our distinguished keynote speakers, Professor Balaji Padmanabhan and Professor Sugata Ray, Professor Riya Singla, Chairperson ICMM 2026, Professor Jagrati Srivastava, Chairperson Doctoral Programs, esteemed faculty members and dignitaries to kindly join us for the lamp lighting ceremony. It is now my privilege to invite Professor Sameer K. Srivastava, Director IIM Amritsar, to deliver the welcome address. Professor Srivastava is a distinguished academician and industry leader with over 3 decades of experience across research, teaching, consulting, and senior leadership roles. With academic roots at IIT BHU and IIM Lucknow, and an impressive portfolio of scholarly contributions and industry engagement, he brings to IIM Amritsar a rare blend of academic rigor and practical insight. Under his leadership, the Institute continues to strengthen its national and international academic footprint. May I now invite Professor Sameer K. Srivastava to kindly address the gathering.
Good morning, everyone. It's my privilege and honor to welcome everyone, distinguished guests, industry leaders. I think due to fog they are yet to arrive, but they'll be there, part of our contribution. The two eminent speakers, Professor Bala Padmanabhan from Robert S. School of Business, University of Maryland, US, is already online. Welcome, Prof. He shall be delivering a keynote address soon. And Professor Sogasare from Indian School of Business, again with a rich academic background at IIM Calcutta and elsewhere, and a very renowned figure. Welcome, Professor A. And my faculty colleagues, staff members, doctoral and postdoctoral students, other guests, if any, I don't see in a foggy morning, but hopefully during these 3 days they'll be around. So welcome to this 5th edition of ICMM conference. This conference is being held now for the 5th time in collaboration with Dingman Center for Entrepreneurship, Robert S. School of Business, University of Maryland. This is a 3-day event. Should be very interesting, engaging, exciting, and the title is very apt. Maybe I'll discuss about it a bit later. Let me talk a little bit, very briefly, about IIM Amritsar, because this is supposedly, I see most of the faces from Amritsar. So this is an institute of national importance set up by Government of India, 15th IIM, set up in 2015, and only in November 2024 we shifted to the campus, and we are trying to emerge into a vibrant academic community. IIM Amritsar offers a lot of academic programs, particularly postgraduate programs in management, and a 5-year integrated undergraduate plus postgraduate program, industry trainings to business enterprises and participants, and of course research is one of the major contributions of our faculty. We are interacting with a lot of stakeholders and taking the institute forward. Our tagline is igniting possibilities, so we are trying to ignite all the possibilities as a new and young and emergent and vibrant IIM. Coming back to the conference now, the theme is very apt. The theme is Reimagining MSMEs and Pathways to Growth and Innovation. So, very apt in the sense that we are in the beginning of the first few weeks of 2026. There's huge opportunity for MSMEs in India. MSME is a term which is used in India, not necessarily elsewhere. It has been defined in terms of the turnover and the capital investments. It has been revised so as to include even smaller industries. They are the bulwark or the drivers of our economic growth, in the sense more than 30% of the GDP is contributed by them directly, and indirectly, of course, a lot of it comes. And we have a portal, government portal Udyam, where more than 70 million of them have been registered, and they employ more than 300 million people. So in terms of numbers, it's huge. So there's a lot of potential. And as you know, India has become the 4th largest economy. So they are actually one of the big drivers, where the government is also focusing on, we as management schools, we as academic thinkers, we as industry leaders, MSME is also participating. As policy makers, everyone has to come together to actually take it forward. So the topic is very, very apt. The government and all of us are, at least people in India, and I wish to take it across, I don't know whether it is being transmitted live or not. Ideally it should have been. India is marching ahead, as you know. It has become the 4th largest economy, and one of the visions of the government or the activity of the government is centered about Viksit Bharat 2047. It's not just a dream of the government or something where it comes only from the government. We as stakeholders, and particularly this conference, could be one of those. It gives lot of intellectual input, lot of ideas to take it forward. So that is where it becomes important. The government has been facilitating this through various initiatives and policies. So, say that credit limit for collateral, the organization for credit, CGTMSE, which the trust, and that trust gives now 100 crores, up to 100 crores, that is 1,000 millions worth of Indian currency as collateral free credit. So that is a facilitation. There is a tax called GST. So MSMEs had some problem with paperwork and the type of digital capability that is required. That also government is simplifying so that this can become easier for them to concentrate on their product and services rather than paperwork. And of course, to promote MSMEs, there are public procurement policies which support procurement from MSMEs. So these are some of the things that are being taken care of by the government. So as of now, when we talk of the reimagining MSMEs, we should talk. Right now we are observing, actually we are standing at a very crucial time, the pivot time where we can see the ascendance of MSMEs as drivers of India's global ambitions. So that way this conference becomes very, very important. What else I need to give you a few indicative pathways to audience here. So let me cite a few examples related to management in particular. Maybe they will relate to policy as well. Where this is a food for thought. Of course, people have come prepared. Their participants are going to present papers. They are specialists here. I am not a specialist. I just am giving my own ideas. So there could be some pathways. Let us talk of business. People talk of innovation. So a simple management student probably developing an app is or a new app is an innovation. Let's take it a bit further from the practical example perspective. Think of glassware manufacturers in clusters like Moradabad. So historically, how were they selling their products globally? It was a lot of brokers who charge. I am a supply chain person, so maybe some of the examples would be related to supply chain. So there would be two intermediaries where they would lose as much as 30% to those. And then gradually some firms, supply chain market makers like Lee and Sons, their efficiency become better. But now you have ONDC. A lot of them have joined or are selling their products to ONDC, Open Network. Are you aware of ONDC? What is it?
Open network for digital commerce.
Yeah, so digital commerce has come up, and this is a very favorable ecosystem where many of them have joined. What has happened behind it is when they do it, they are leaving a digital footprint. So now one of the great ideas which is taking shape is now they can be funded or bank loans be given rather than based on collateral, based on the cash flows that these firms actually generate through their businesses. So now they are actually the data owners. They can choose their own logistic partners to supply their products and services. This was a case of products to global partners. So this has led to a lot of scope for enhancement, improvement, scalability is there. So this is one example of digital democratization. So digital democratization could be one of the pathways where India is sometimes leading the world, and they are not using ONDC in isolation, they are using UPI as well. So that's one. Do I have time? Maybe one or two quick pathways I will share more. So another thing we talked in classroom is about ESG. So one of the aspects of ESG in classrooms, what we have been discussing is sustainability or the green paradigm. So again, I had some discussions yesterday afternoon actually during the convocation in one of the universities here, and some of the textile units in and around Ludhiana city, which is less than 100, more than 100 kilometers from Amritsar, where they are now into lot of green activities in terms of they are using solar power looms, they are into water recycling. So what drives that? There are two primary drivers. One, of course, is cost saving facilitated by government policies and availability of those type of facilities as well as technology pieces. The second one is their buyers, firms like Zara or firms like maybe Walmart also and others. They are also demanding from their upstream supply chain partners these type of inputs. So this is again leading to a type of circular economy which is in alignment with sustainable production and consumption SDG goals. So the green mandate or the green pathway could be another pathway. Maybe one more pathway could be inclusivity. We get into inclusiveness of all the stakeholders. In classrooms again we talk of inclusivity, but a practical example could be that MSMEs, within the MSMEs, SHGs are becoming very, very prominent. Own initiatives as well as facilitation from the government. So I was reading a case study of some Odisha self-help women groups who are now selling huge volumes to the government market forces. So such type of things are coming up. So inclusivity doesn't generally, in classroom settings often we talk of or think of CSR as inclusivity. Of course it aids that, but inclusivity also includes a lot of other stakeholders, the marginal producers, the marginal stakeholders into the mainstream. So those products and services come into the mainstream and it revitalizes or enhances the economic activity. So inclusivity could be another driver or pathway. And one more pathway I can think of, let me take up a few examples from where deep tech has been used as a pathway for reimagining MSMEs. So good examples could be the type of supplies to our space programs or railways. For that matter, only a few days back, Railway Minister made a statement about the hydrogen train. So he talks that it's like a data center. But then that data center, the back end, many of the inputs come from these type of MSMEs. I was doing a consulting for DRDO, and at the back end I saw a lot of these innovations being facilitated by those MSMEs. The challenge or the point to think or reimagine is how do we facilitate those processes. I think I have run out of time, so these could be some of the possible pathways. Of course, these 3 days give you a lot of opportunities to brainstorm, think, engage, get into partnerships, get into collaborations, generate ideas. A piece of advice to students, management students in particular, that when you are thinking of jobs or placements, probably a better option would be joining or setting up MSMEs because they are huge opportunities and you generate jobs rather than you look for jobs. So I wish to conclude. All the best to everyone. Let us reimagine, let us innovate, let us lead. Jai Hind. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Srivastava, for setting a thoughtful and inspiring tone for the conference. I now have the honor of introducing Professor Riya Singla, Chairperson of ICMM 2026. Professor Singla is an Assistant Professor in Finance at IIM Amritsar, with a PhD from IIM Lucknow and academic training from the University of Delhi. Her research interests span behavioral finance and market efficiency, and her work has been presented and published across leading academic platforms. As the conference chairperson, she has played a pivotal role in shaping the intellectual vision and the structure of ICMM 2026. I now invite Professor Riya Singla to present an overview of the conference.
A very good morning to all present, our esteemed guests, Director Sir, our participants, my faculty colleagues and our students. A very good morning to you all, and I warmly welcome you all to ICMM 2026. As Sir just mentioned that this is the 5th edition of ICMM, that is International Conference on Management of MSMEs, that is being hosted by IIM Amritsar. The conference started in the year 2022, where the world was still navigating the aftermaths of COVID-19, and we have come a long way with ICMM talking about how MSMEs can manage disruption to now talking about how MSMEs can grow and innovate and thus rethink of their transformative ways for growth further. Over the next 3 days, we have a lot of intellectual discussions planned where I hope different paper presentations, we have about 62 paper presentations here, different topics being discussed about concerning MSMEs and other management disciplines as well, where we're trying to sort of stimulate the discussion where the work can be taken forward. Just to get into specifics a little bit, day 1 we have Professor Balaji Padmanabhan and Professor Saudata Ray to deliver eminent keynote speeches with us on the idea of MSMEs and how their journey can be taken forward. I am very thankful to Professor Balaji and Professor Ray to be here, who are here with us joining. And followed by the keynote speeches, we will be having a panel discussion where we will have ministry participation, we will have participation from the experts, and where we will also have participation from academia to talk about the intellectual discussion about how MSMEs can be taken forward in terms of finance, in terms of technology, and in terms of policy. Followed by that, I hope all of us academicians agree with the fact that we all are plagued by 2 issues, that how do we bring our research work to classrooms and how do we create a consistent work line which we call as research pipelines. So our discussions or our sessions that are planned for these 3 days span around those areas only, where on day 1 we will have a discussion on how classroom teaching and research can sort of interplay with each other, and on day 3 we will have a discussion of what is the art of creating a research pipeline. I hope all of you get a lot of benefit out of these sessions as well. And as they say that any visit to Amritsar and any visit to Punjab per se is incomplete without visiting 2 places, which is Golden Temple and the Atari Wagah border. And I am very happy to announce that about 80 of our participants along with their family and friends are visiting Atari Wagah border with us on day 2. And in addition to that, it is also our privilege to host you for our gala dinner at Sadapin, where I hope you can all immerse into the cultural, local experience of Punjab and Amritsar, and I hope all of you have a good time. Before I conclude, this ICMM would not have been possible without the contribution or without the support of 3 of our sponsors, who are Punjab National Bank, Bank of Baroda and Sage Publications. They are here with us for ICMM. And on behalf of ICMM 2026 Organizing Committee, I once again welcome you all to the conference, and I hope you cherish these 3 days a lot. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor Singla, for that clear and comprehensive overview. Your remarks beautifully frame the intellectual journey ahead. One of the defining features of ICMM is its strong commitment to nurturing early-stage scholarship. We now turn to the doctoral colloquium, an initiative introduced last year to provide doctoral scholars with a rigorous, constructive, and mentoring-oriented academic platform. To introduce this, I invite Professor Jagrati Srivastava, Chairperson of Doctoral Program at IIM Amritsar. Professor Srivastava's research spans corporate finance, investment decisions, and sustainable finance, and her work has been featured in leading journals and international conferences. Ma'am, we look forward to it.
A very warm good morning to all present here. Respected Director Sir, distinguished guests, all the participants, faculty members, I welcome you again on behalf of the ICMM 2026 and Doctoral Colloquium. So, this Doctoral Colloquium is a part of ICMM conference. This initiative was started this last year, and this is the second edition of Doctoral Colloquium. So, why is it important for the doctoral scholars? So, it will provide you a platform to exchange your research ideas, get constructive feedback, and the most important skill, which is enabling the communication skill when it comes to academia, because tomorrow you are going to be on the other side of the table. So, this will serve as a very good platform for you to enhance your skill. Apart from what Professor Ria has just covered, so specifically for the doctoral participants, we have 2 sessions planned. So first one is conducting experiments research in management by Professor Sanjeev Tripathi, so which will be held today. And the second workshop is how to do quantitative, so it's a workshop on quantitative research methods by Professor Joshi Jacob from Ahmedabad, so which will be held tomorrow. And of course, I encourage all the participants to attend those 2 sessions, as it is going to be really fruitful. Now, when it comes to the context of the conference, which is MSME, specifically to the doctoral scholars, it will provide us a very good opportunity in understanding how MSMEs can help further fuel the innovation and growth in a country like India. Because we need to understand that it is not the case that MSMEs are just a smaller version of large firms. It is not the case, because they are very unique when it comes to their structure, their size, their financial constraints. So the way they lead the economy, they run in the economy, it is very different, and it provides us a unique and contemporaneous research topic to explore this. So as doctoral scholars, I strongly encourage you to utilize these 3 days to the fullest and get some really good research ideas. Lastly, I would strongly suggest the doctoral scholars to utilize these 3 days in exchanging the research ideas, get constructive feedback, valuable feedback of course, listen to the other presenters, build network, so that tomorrow you have something good in your plate when you leave this institute after the 3 days. So that is it from my side. I would thank again the conference chair, director sir, our faculty members, and of course the organizing team for putting up all the hard work in initiating this event. I wish you all the best, and it's very cold, so please take care. Thank you. Thank you, Professor Jagrati Srivastava, for highlighting the vision and academic significance of the doctoral colloquium. We now arrive at one of the most anticipated segments of the morning, the keynote addresses. It is our great privilege to introduce our first keynote speaker, Professor Balaji Padmanabhan, Professor at the Robert H. Smith School of Business, University of Maryland. Through his keynote titled Artificial Intelligence and Small Businesses, Opportunities and Challenges, Professor Padmanabhan will explore how emerging technologies are reshaping small businesses while also addressing the strategic, ethical, and operational questions that accompany this transformation. May I now invite Professor Balaji Padmanabhan to deliver his keynote address.
Thank you everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes. Yes, sir.
hope you all can hear me. And before I start, I wanted to thank Director Srivastava, Professor Ria, Professor Jagrati for this opportunity. I wish I could be with you all in person there. Today actually 9 degrees Celsius sounds very good to me because it's -6 degrees here. And I was also hearing about your trips to all the wonderful places, the Golden Temple, the Wagah border, and the banquet. And I'm missing all of this, so I hope someday I can be there in person. Thank you everyone. It's wonderful to do this, even virtually this time. And I wanted to kick off by, the talk will be about AI and small business. And in a sense, the talk has two parts, and they are obviously related. But I do want to take about 10 minutes on the AI side and give you a sense of where we are today and why this might be a unique opportunity for small businesses particularly. So, I always start with broad questions that I want to give you my perspective. I've been involved in this field now for a little close to almost 3 decades, 25 years or so. And whenever we talk about AI, the thing that jumps out is the intelligence piece. Right? So the field of artificial intelligence has always been about how we can build intelligence. And if you sort of look at the history of this over the years, in this slide I picked 3 examples of what you might call old AI. There's one example of a chatbot in the 1960s. There's one example of a tool that was used in medical diagnosis. This was a system built in the 80s. And then at the bottom there's actually a paper about how you can program a computer to play chess that was written 75 years ago. Right? Now fast forward several decades and look at what's been happening in the last few years, and we have the same examples. We have AI chatbots, we have AI doing medical diagnosis, and we have AI playing games, beating some of the world's best players at different games. Now, if you look at this across all these years and ask yourself, artificial intelligence then and now, the use cases look very, very similar, like chatbots, diagnosis, sports, playing games, and so on. But under the hood, as many of you know, under the hood it's truly night and day. Right? Now, there are lots of things that have happened. The big difference that I point out many times is that the earlier AI systems, in a sense, were learning from pre-programmed logic, which is our knowledge, right? So they are only as intelligent as we can code them to be. The modern AI systems that we've seen in the last 10 years definitely are substantially different because they learn from continuous and massive data that we provide and new learning paradigms like reinforcement learning, where these systems can learn through trial and error, just like humans learn from trial and error. And because now we have the ability to feed continuous massive data and train these systems on new learning paradigms, we are at a time when potentially the AI systems of today can not only beat human intelligence, but do have the capacity to exceed human intelligence in some fields. Now, that said, I've been involved in technology for a very long time. And one of the things that I have seen over the years, over the decades, is that whenever you have exciting technology or powerful technology, it often seems like the bad guys use it better than the good guys. Right? Now, if you step back a little bit and think about it, it's not really the bad guys using it better than the good guys. Whenever you have powerful technology, it will get used in places where there is substantial return on investment. And oftentimes, return on investment for bad guys is very different. and they do get ROI by leveraging technology to do very bad things, right? Now, the reason I bring this up is that there's lots of interest in AI for all the good things it can do. But as many of you know, if you look at the media or follow the news, there are examples of many reasons to be concerned, both like in terms of the bad as well as ugly. And we are in a very unique time where we have this amazing technology that can be harnessed for good, but the same tools that can be used for good can also cause harm. And it's up to us as individuals, as academics, as leaders, business leaders, as people who govern countries and the world to get together and figure out how you can harness this so that we get the good while mitigating the bad and the ugly. The goal of this presentation is not necessarily to get into those three dimensions, but I wanted to pivot slowly so that it takes us into a discussion of how these things can help small businesses. But I'm not yet there, right? I'm still in this first part where I want to take you to a couple of things to think about before we go in that direction. Now, where are we today when it comes to AI systems being deployed? Now, this was a figure from a paper 4 years back, that just before ChatGPT. But that time we had BERT and other types of AI foundation models that were very good at text processing. Now, what this picture showed then, and this is excluded now, is that there are, like if you look at it from the left, there's lots of data available, public data, and these public data and sometimes licensed data are used by the big tech companies to train AI foundation models. Now, AI foundation models could be GPTs by OpenAI, Gemini by Google, and many others, as many of you know. So this is a space where we've seen a lot of innovation, particularly in the last 2 years, worldwide. Now, as this has played out, and the big tech platforms are building these massive foundation models that have intelligence trained on a wide variety of data, there's also the second part where these foundation models are now built upon, which is the adaptation stage, to create customized use cases in many, many different contexts. So, for example, there could be specific AI products that are exceptionally good at human resources. Now, who did that? Probably a startup, probably a large tech company in the HR space that took these foundation models and modified them, adapted them by custom training on human resource data to solve very specific HR use cases that can be used in companies. Why am I bringing this up? Because as this right-hand side, the adaptation is increasing, we are very, very soon going to see what I even mentioned this as potentially trillions of AIs. Right? We're building a world in which very soon we're going to have intelligence factories or hundreds of billions of AIs. That if you go back and look at this picture, they share many commonalities in the sense that they will be built on similar foundation models built by some of the major tech companies, but once they are adapted, they will be very different from each other, right? So in a sense, today if we think of the world having about 7 or 8 billion humans, a lot of similarity, right, between humans, but again, no two humans are exactly the same, right? So that's the world we are getting to even on the AI space. We're building a world where we're going to have hundreds of billions of AIs. No two AIs will be the same, but they all share some commonality. Now, as we go into that space, and we're moving into that space very, very rapidly, questions arise as to humans and AI. And there are lots of issues here. I'll touch upon two broad issues. And the second issue will move us into our discussion on small businesses. But before then, the first issue that comes up a lot is this broad statement that AI will be better than humans at most tasks and will replace humans at these, right? So we're building hundreds of millions of AIs that are hyper-specialized. Where will that let us as humans, like what role would each of us have world that we're building? This is a very important question. I don't think anybody has clear answers. But when I talk to people about this, I highlight two things. Right? AI's capabilities are amazing. A lot of what these hundreds of billions of AIs can do right now overlap with what humans can do. But humans, in my view, there are two aspects that stand out that I want to highlight here, which I call edge cases and perceptual dexterity. Give you an example of each of this, and I'll move on. Now, many of you may have gone to doctors for various reasons, and if you look at what a doctor does when you go and visit the doctor, you might walk out thinking, I could have done the same thing. Right? This was not rocket science, I would have done the same test, I might have prescribed the same medicine and so on. Now, if you and I feel that way, think of an AI trained on healthcare data, right? An AI trained on lots of data that's there in hospitals. How good can it be? And in fact, if some of you have followed the news in the last week, OpenAI released this tool called ChatGPT Health, and Anthropic followed suit by releasing a specific Anthropic Claude tool specifically for health. Now, these things are going to be very good at doing what doctors today are doing, right? Will replace doctors. Now, even though these systems that can be exceptionally good at doing mostly what doctors are doing today, many of the good doctors, like 20 minutes a week or 20 minutes a week, when they look at a patient or look at a case, they make a call that is very important, and that 20 minutes of time can make a difference between life and death in that particular case. Those unusual cases are what I call as edge cases here. Right now, in my view, the information processing world that we're living in, most of us, I believe, are really being paid for our expertise in edge cases and not routine information processing, even though 99% of the time we are probably doing routine information processing. But it's the edge cases, right? So it's when we pay the doctor, whatever we pay the doctor, in a sense, one way of looking at it is we're really paying the doctor for that 20 minutes of time that's coming up in the week, right? And if you know exactly when the 20 minutes comes, you can fire the doctor for the remaining whatever time in the week and hire that person just for 20 minutes a week. But that is impossible, right? You never know when these edge cases and will come, right? Now, the second thing I will highlight that humans are exceptionally good at is perceptual dexterity. You all are sitting in a room, right? And you're all, I cannot see your faces, but let's assume that you're disgusted with this whole talk and you're looking at what is this guy talking about, right? Now, a human who just walks into the room and looks at all your faces, right, within a second, right, they'll know that something is wrong and modify, right, maybe tell a joke, right, or take this conversation in a different direction. Now, that's what I call perceptual dexterity, right? Humans are very good at pivoting, and we take lots of information in real time and we make decisions. No AI today has the same perceptual dexterity that humans have. So these are two skills that we need to hone as humans in an AI world, because this is how, when we build human AI systems, this is essentially how I feel in a lot of cases we will be adding value. So I'm going to skip these two and go to the second point on AI and humans. And this is a very powerful concept. Mustafa Sulaiman, who is the AI Chief AI Officer at Microsoft, he was co-founder of Google DeepMind. DeepMind, before Google bought it, one of the world's most well-known AI people. And I'm sure many of you know of him. So he has a very wonderful metaphor called superpower in our pockets. Right? And he strongly believes that AI can be used to be in such a way, AI cannot be used, but AI can be built in such a way so that it's not competing with humans, it's not trying to replace humans, but it's being built by people who want it to be a superpower in each one of our pockets. And his vision, and it's something that I completely agree with, and it's something that I feel is a very positive vision for builders, for big companies building AI solutions, is that when we try to build these AI solutions for any use case, the metaphor that should guide us is how do we build these things so that these AI solutions will act as superpowers in the pockets of the people who use it. And that is where the potential for small business really comes from. Now in the US, broadly we call these as small businesses, but even though we understand that there is a segmentation amongst different types of small businesses, and the way I think you address these in your conference as micro, small, medium makes perfect sense. In this talk, I'm just going to keep it broad as small businesses and assume that it touches upon all of these. Before we get to giving them superpowers, this is not a very scientific graph. And the reason it's not a very scientific graph is that I just made this up. Right? I've been working with a lot of big companies, have people I know very well in the big tech firms. Last 2 years we worked with a lot of small businesses and then lots of employees and humans as well regards to AI. So whenever I talk to different groups of people about AI, this picture reflects what I'm saying. Right? So there is this optimism and concern, and what you see when you talk to big tech, and last month in DC we had NVIDIA at their annual tech conference, before that Anthropic with their big tech conference here. And you go, and I'm sure you have similar conferences there where you have big AI companies coming, and if many of you attend these, you're going to hear tremendous amounts of optimism. Right? I'm not going to use the word hype, but sometimes it goes in that direction as well. Now, I also work closely with several large businesses in the US. They are very optimistic about AI, but think it's not easy. When they try to implement it internally, the kinds of promises that they hear don't easily translate into returns. And there is concern about cost. There's concern about where this would take them. So it is optimistic, but there's concern too. In the last 2 years, when we worked with a lot of small business, I saw some optimism, and this is increasing now, so maybe it's higher than what it is in this graph, but there is significant concern. And there was significant concern because initially, when AI was being built and developed and marketed, it was not really marketed to them. It was marketed to people who had exceptionally large investments to make, because these technologies were not cheap. Right? And so they felt left out, and more than left out. There was a potential that this whole group now might get replaced by larger firms that use AI to do essentially what they're doing. Then if we follow the conversation about the people, I think we see the same thing, that most humans worry about losing their jobs, and optimism is very low, I feel, when it comes to AI and people. Now, it doesn't have to be this way, but it sort of shows you that the conversation about AI is very different, I feel, based on who you talk to. Now, on the small business side, and I think Director Srivastava mentioned this earlier, small businesses drive a very large portion of GDP, right, as economic value creators. And in the US, this is about 40% of GDP, 70% of net jobs, $10+ billion in economic activity, massive numbers. But there are big challenges now. There are challenges, and some of these challenges are specific to the US, some worldwide, right? It's the same in India as well. Access to capital, problem with inflation, competition, industry consolidation. And I mentioned platforms as well as a challenge, because sometimes when platforms come in, platforms end up taking over a lot of small businesses, like what a platform like, for instance, Uber or so could do to taxi drivers in the US. But the case for AI is very much there for small businesses. Technology has always been a big driver of productivity and innovation. And there are lots of surveys here that have shown that at least 60% of small businesses believe that AI can help, but there are hurdles. And I'll tell you my own experiences. In fact, the very last point on the slide, 2 years back at the University of Maryland, we worked with our county here, Prince George's County, on AI for small businesses. And the first time we ran a program with small businesses in AI 2 years back, Our experiences was that most of them were being left out by the big AI firms, that they were not necessarily building solutions for them, even though they are these massive value creators. And that has changed when we did that recently. But I want to give you these examples, these pictures, to give you a sense of how extensive the opportunities are. The left, the picture of the plumber is real, the other one is AI. Right? But when you think of small businesses, there are lots of different types of small businesses. Right? So this might be a plumber, right, working on something in a person's house. It could be a mechanic working on an AC repair at some person's house. Many of them, when I talk to like these small businesses, sometimes in the US they call them mom and pop businesses, right? But my experience is that it's not even mom and pop, it's sometimes only mom or only pop. There's just one person, like, running the whole show. They're doing all of these things, running around like crazy. Let's say in the middle of this repair, this person is getting a call, right, from somebody who wants plumbing services, right? It's very difficult for him to stop doing what he's doing and to take the call. Sometimes they do that and they're not able to answer the call properly. And when this happens, this person loses a customer, right? On the same thing with restaurants. We have one or two people running restaurants who are serving food for people there. They're taking to-go orders, they're processing calls coming in, online orders, all at the same time. And they're not able to manage that and they lose customers. Today we have AI technology that can solve their problems. As this plumber is fixing this doing the specific job, if he's getting calls from others, we have AI tools that can take the call for him, right, and make appointments by checking his calendar so that he doesn't have to interrupt what he's doing, but he has not lost a customer, right? So we do have that technology today, but go and look at any small business world today, it's not common yet, right? These solutions have not penetrated their ecosystem, and the question is why? Well, now, as I mentioned, last 2 years we ran AI for small business workshops at Maryland. We have an online program that a lot of them take, and then we have in-person 2-day workshops where we bring them to campus and we connect them with students, and at the end the students and build simple prototypes of how they can use AI for their own small businesses, and we're continuing to do that every year. We also have a free Coursera course that we had launched a year ago on AI for small business. And as we talk to a lot of these small businesses in the last 2 years, we are seeing that there are lots of use cases for modern generative AI. Obviously, talking to customers, right? The example I gave you with the pictures, AI chatbots. Also, many of them in the US are dealing with complicated regulatory requirements. Sometimes these small businesses are involved in exports, and there are new tariff regimes that have come out, and it's very hard for them to keep track of how much they, where, and whether they're complying with the latest regulations. There are AI tools that can help there. Same thing with processing invoices, managing emails, and all of the other examples that we've seen here. The difference between 2 years back when we did the workshop and the big tech platforms were not even focused on small business versus this year is that this year there has been an explosion in AI tools that are specific for small businesses. So if there are small businesses that don't have apps, that just have websites, but most commerce is done mobile, now using 1 or 2 clicks, products like Bubble exist where these small businesses can create entire apps, right, with just talking to it in language, and this is amazing. Similarly, you have social media bots like Jasper and Sprout Social and others in the US, and some of these are global. India has many other companies that offer similar platforms, and this will help small businesses to essentially manage social media, right? They don't have time to sit and look at who's saying what on Instagram, but these tools monitor it for them, and if somebody is saying something negative, these tools can actually counter, right, in real time to protect their business. All of this has happened in the last year, and this is amazing to see the number of AI startups that are specific for small businesses. Again, at the University of Maryland, in order to foster these ecosystems, we've done competitions by working closely with companies. In this particular example, we ran, and the reason I bring this up was if I and Amritsar wanted to do similar things, you can do similar things there as well. So here we brought in small businesses, built cases from them, and then launched as a competition so students can build AI solutions for the small businesses. This particular slide is talking about food insecurity. We worked with a food bank, but we had another competition where we did something very similar. We brought small businesses, got problem statements from them, and had in the competition students are building AI solutions. So these are things we can do to help the ecosystem, right? Help the small businesses. Now you can look at it and say, look, there are 35 million small businesses. Can we run workshops for them? Obviously, no. But we don't necessarily need to run workshops for all of them, right? The small business owners and the people who run these are some of the smartest and most creative people, and they find out a way to solve problems. As long as we can seed that ecosystem with good ideas, it will spread, right? If they get to see that certain tools exist, even if they are not in one of the workshops, they hear about it and start using it, right? So I feel our job on the academic space and on the university space is to facilitate that process so that the ecosystem gets stronger. The national press here had written an article about what we were doing last couple of years, and I really like the fact that they used the secret superpower terminology, that AI can be a small business secret superpower. So our vision, and I'm close to the end now, so I hope I didn't take too much time here, but our vision here as we are going forward is we are partnering with some of the other big agencies in Maryland, for instance, here, and we want to try to facilitate or build this one-stop digital platform for AI solutions tailored to small businesses, so that they can just come to one place and talk about what problems they have, and we are able to identify AI solutions, connect them to people who can build it for them, and so on. So that's a work in progress on our side, and we're continuing the journey that we started 2 years ago. So I want to end by having you think about these questions and ask yourself what the answers are and what each and every one of you can do to be part of the solution, to facilitate this process. Right? So the question that I have here is, can we help small businesses through AI by giving them their own superpower in their pockets? Mr. Suleiman's metaphor. And I believe the answer to that absolutely is a big and resounding yes, right? Can. The questions though that we all need to ask carefully in each of our ecosystems, the worlds that we live in, is what kind of superpowers should we start building for them? And how can we give them those? And the answers to these are going to be very local, very small business specific. And I think once you ask these questions, I think it will take us in a direction that can help that ecosystem learn and adapt and think of how AI solutions can lift their boat. Right? So I will stop there, and it was a pleasure. I hope I didn't exceed the 30 minutes, but it was a pleasure to talk to all of you today. This morning.
Thank you, Professor Padmanabhan, for that deeply insightful and thought-provoking keynote. I now open the platform for any questions.
A very good morning, Professor. It was an insightful talk. I actually got deep insight to talk about how AI can help small businesses, because I have also been working on digital technologies adoption for SMEs. So particularly my question is, which I found while talking to many SME owners also, they are not able to capitalize the digital technologies yet. So how they will be accelerating to use the AI in their businesses, and also at the same time they are facing the challenges of training the personnel. So how do you think we can help them with this? AI. Still, they are finding challenges. So,
And that is a problem, right? So I think, I'm glad I didn't get your name, but
my name
it
is
was-
Dr. Jaspreet Kaur from the Albag Education Institute, Agra.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Jaspreet. That's a very thoughtful question, and we had the exact same experience here. Right now, if you look at some of those examples I gave and some of the pictures, it's obvious to us that if they had access to AI tools, their work will be significantly easier and they can focus on what they do. Question becomes, how do we give it to them, right? Can we create systems where these are available for use, etc.? There is the access and cost aspect, the training aspect, and then the human aspect, right? So that's what, my platform that we're trying to build, hopefully will bridge that gap a little bit. But this is where I feel government and universities and the ecosystem can step up to help facilitate the process. They do need support, right? So this is not going to happen in a free market world where suddenly they find these tools. But instead, I think they need a lot of support from governments that can help subsidize the costs of some of these platforms for them. And it could be, universities building these open tools for them that they can start using free, right, without paying for it. And when things like this happen, I think adoption will be quicker. Without it, it's not easy. There are barriers, and I think part of what your work and my work is to figure out how we can reduce the barriers because we see the potential.
True. So it is all about how we produce people who can work better with AI.
And also cost and technology. How do we build the technology, make it accessible and so on.
Yeah. Thank you so much.
So we move forward. Now it is my honor to introduce our second keynote speaker, Professor Subhata Ray. Professor Ray is an internationally recognized scholar in strategy, entrepreneurship and family enterprise research, currently serving as the Thomas Medhine Chair Professor of Practice and Executive Director at the Indian School of Business. His work seamlessly bridges academic rigor and real-world enterprise leadership. We eagerly look forward to his reflections on MSMEs at a critical inflection point. Please join me in welcoming Professor Subhata Ray.
Good morning, Professor Samir Srivastava and Professors Riya Shmula, Dr. Srivastava, and many other distinguished colleagues, Professor Balaji Padmanabhan, and very, I'll say, dear many doctor students and young scholars who have been attending this conference. It is my absolute pleasure and privilege to be coming first time to Amritsar, one of the youngest, and I consider myself as being one of the fortunate persons who have been kind of bred into an IIM system, starting from IIM Ahmedabad, and then foundational years of IIM Indore. I was the second faculty to join IIM Indore, and also served as the chair of all the programs that we have. In those days, we didn't have anything called dean positions. Practically, I was academic dean, holding the position, being the youngest faculty. And then, of course, many years at IIM Calcutta, I always considered myself a beneficiary of IIM education. And seeing a young IIM coming up the way it is, I'm very delighted and happy to be here. And hopefully, in the next time I visit, I will have a full-blown campus with many more faculty and the students that we would like to interact. So, thank you very much to all of you particularly Srivastava to invite me to give a keynote speech on something which is very close to my heart, and I'll explain to you what and how that happens. First, I have almost 35 years of professional experience in the business. A part of it is as an executive entrepreneur, but a larger part is as academics, as a researcher, as a student, and also as an educator, and many times as a consultant and board member. So that has two clear distinctions. One is first 20 years were primarily interacting with large corporations. Fortune 500 companies, both at the executive level as well as the board level. And then at some point in time came that I had a realization that our IIM education, particularly those days when we have been having the education, we hardly had an opportunity to understand what family businesses are. But as I was working as a trainer, consultant, educator in the boards, there is something called an invisible hand of the family, which was coming on the way, and not that invisible bands are not visible all the time. It primarily when it comes to taking the most critical decision, and as a student of strategy, as a scholar of strategy, that's what I've been engaging with. But all the year of work will go in a toss, when suddenly an invisible mind or hand will tap the shoulder of the consultant or the CEO, professional CEO, that this is not going to work. And that kind of defined my next phase of work for the last 15 years. And that's coincided with ISB setting up a Center for Family Enterprise, where I was in a part-time capacity, was heading their research, and then last 5 years I permanently full-time moved to ISB to head that sector. And what I discovered that the family businesses are the driving force behind it. But then in the last 10-12 years, when I got engaged with the family business, I realized that it is just not about family businesses per se. The large majority of the family businesses in India, not only India, globally, are actually SMEs. So that's why the connection comes in, and that's why I have mutually educated myself in the last 10-12 years in terms of identifying that how significant the SMEs are in the development of any economy, and particularly being 95% of plus SMEs being family SMEs, family-owned SMEs, and sometimes family-managed SMEs. But what is connection between the two? And that's been my last 10 years in major emphasis. And I'm fortunate that I've been working in a center and working with lots of students who come from such kind of families. And having all these issues that I'm going to talk about, and an opportunity that will become, I have an opportunity to interact with them and shape them and their families in certain ways. So I'll start with, because the topic that we will talk about is Indian SME as an inflection point, and basically reigniting the entrepreneurial passions, sparking innovation, and refocusing family capital. And I'll come to the concept of family capital in detail later on, because that's the core argument of the thesis that I'm building up. This is just, the pandemic is getting over a bit, and I've been working with a family for quite some time in Tirupur. It was 2023, so the senior leader in the family business invited me to visit because they were going through that during the pandemic, some trouble, and they wanted to have some conversation. So I went there, and very interesting, this Tirupur, that the business is a textile business, started by the father of this gentleman who called me, and in 1978 started with 2 power mills. And this gentleman built it up to be a 400 big, strong power mills and a global corporation, in the sense that 40% or 50% of their revenue was coming from exports, and primarily European market. And he also sent his son for an education abroad. He did his undergrad and MBA in Europe, and then came back. So what my interaction with that young gentleman was kind of a reckoning moment for me. That when I saw him, I asked him that, okay, what are the things that you are doing, what your fathers do, and how you are taking that over for yourself. So then he said that I am supposed to do a lot of checkings in terms of the quality of products, etc., etc. That's my primary responsibility. But to be honest, Professor, I'm more into the social media and LinkedIn, figuring out whether staying in this job and replacing my father or succeeding my father will be a better thing to do, or I should go back to London and get a job. I was surprised to hear from this because it's a reasonably large, wealthy family. It has graduated from a small to a medium enterprise. So they have not gone for listing yet, but that thought process was there in the family. So that's since then, of course, I have met more than a few hundred such kind of families across different, particularly the Gujarat, Maharashtra, and Punjab. This is the same issues are coming up. That the next generation, even for a fairly successful SMEs, don't want to continue with this. Okay? And why is it so? That's why when we dig deeper, we realize that the SMEs, why I'm calling it an inflection point? Because SMEs and family SMEs, being the backbone of an economy, and the kind of opportunity that exists are not really articulated and understood by a large number of them. Because if you look at the history of human civilization and particularly industrialization, starting from Europe, moving into Asia, America, everywhere, you just see that it has been on basically the backbone was the SMEs and the families. Till today, in the continental Europe, all the big faces that you see, the big brands that you see, underlying that are the family. They might have become very large businesses, but for every one large European or Japanese family business, what we have are several thousand SMEs. They are called in different names. In Germany, it will be Mittelstand, say sometimes Babons. In Japan, it will be called Kiretsus. At the end of the day, they are the family SMEs who are the real backbone of the economy. Now, just take a look at the future, the past in India when the SMEs actually really progressed was in the post-independence, at the time when India was trying to build the industrial base. At that time, lots of technology manufacturing SMEs that came up, and they did fairly well. And they are the people who are in the second and third generation. That's why the next generation is about to come, but the next generation is having this kind of doubts will be there. And therefore, as an academic institution and academicians and scholars who are part of this conversation, we have a responsibility to actually articulate, because we are talking about India in 2047, 100 years after independence, being a developed country, and in any kind of estimation that we talk about, it will be between 25 to 35 trillion economy. If you look at this 25 to 35 trillion economy, whatever your estimation is, today 30% of the GDP is contributed by SMEs. And if any developed economy or the economy I am mentioning, just look at it, that will be 50%. So just a simple arithmetic will tell us that the SME's contribution to Indian economy in another 20 years, if India has to be a developed economy, that's what we are working towards, it has to be anywhere between 12 to 15 million, trillion dollars. That's the contribution of it. Now we have about 65 million SMEs. That number should go to at least 100 million SMEs. Okay. So therefore, this, and which means that the opportunities that the SMEs have in terms of being part of that journey is just enormous. But if you look at the conversation that happens everywhere, where is the conversation? Conversation is mostly in terms of how foreign investments are important for us, okay, how maybe private equity, venture capital, these are the startups. So, just look at the total capital inflow in the country in the last 10 years. 10 years ago, India's contribution of state capital was about 14% in the overall industrial GDP. The multinational capital was about 15-16%, both FI and FDI put together. Now look at progressively what has happened in the last 10 years. And family capital was about, and my meaning of family capital is just not the money, but I'm just going to come over that conversation soon. But it is about overall conception of family capital other than money as well. So the money part, if I take it, it was about 65% of the total industrial capital. Now progressively it has become 73%. And the foreign capital has come down to about 11.5%. State capital has also come down around the same level. So the only capital which is actually progressing in terms of whatever development activity, that industrial activity that we are taking in India, and it is an upward curve, is the family capital. And unfortunately, a large part of those family capital are locked in the SMEs, not in large, because the conversations are always about Tata's, Birla's, Ambani's and Adani's. But the reality is that behind every Tata, behind every Adani, behind every Ambani, there are thousands and thousands SMEs who are the real value creators. And that's why the needle has to shift in terms of focus. And that's where that it has to be a concentrated effort in terms of how we make this happen. So recently I had a conversation with one of the ministers in the government of India, looks after some of the important ministries. So when I told him some of these statistics, he was surprised. He said, and I said that look, if this is where you have the major capital coming in, how many ministries are looking at something called family capital? So I don't know. So how many ministries are looking at state capital? There are 5-7 ministries. How many ministries are looking after the foreign capital? At least 3 or 4. And one of the major part of that thing will be the finance ministry and associate commerce ministry. There is absolutely no ministry which has anything to do with family capital. And in that context, then the minister said that, but we have something for SMEs. I said, yes. How do you see SMEs? SMEs are seen as just an organization mechanism which needs only support. That's the perception. But SMEs are not only need support. SMEs are also a huge potential for that locked-in capital. And that capital has 3 dimensions. Okay? I'll just quickly mention you what the 3 dimensions. What we call patient capital. One is financial and temporal dimension. And in this context, again, another family that I am closely involved, a pharmaceutical company, they started in the early 80s. The founder is still kind of going strong, but of course the third generation also has joined the business. The private equity player came last year and they offered a 15x multiple to buy some portion of it. And you know what is the founder's response? Founder's response, and it was not a small sum, it was about 500 crore equity investment. So the founder's response was, thank you very much, I don't need your money. So, and of course the PE was taken aback. I said, why? I'm giving 15x multiple. He said, look, you have a horizon of 5 to 7 years as a PE. And my grandson is 7 years old. I have a view about grandson's generation. So I don't see things in 5 years, 7 years business. My business logic and the way I do business will be generation. And that's why the difference comes in. That it is not about the quantum of money that we are talking about a family capital. It's the patient capital that which is willing to stake claim and put weight and constantly deliver over a longer period of time. So that's why when you're talking about building a developed economy by 20 years from now, it's a 20-25 years run. And that means that we need such kind of capital who will be staying put, which used to be the case in the state capital in the formative years of our independence, post-independence, which has kind of taken a backseat. So we need that kind of patient capital, a capital which has a very different kind of relationship with the time and the view of the time. And that's one aspect of it. Second is the element of social capital. It's not just the family capital by money. A large part of the family's capital is built with decades or generations of relationship that we built over with suppliers, with customers, with the community, with the regulators, with the bankers. And those capitals are something that puts the family SMEs in a real position to take big risks, do innovation. So that's the point. It is not about India. As I was mentioning, look at Germany, look at Italy, look at Switzerland, look all our Japan, Korea. Why those families have been able to be focusing a lot on innovation, lot on this? Because they have been able to leverage this social capital along with the financial capital, patient capital, far better than any other family. Because they don't have a shorter horizon and also that deeply embedded into the context. And another question that keeps on coming about in terms of India's lopsided development, development getting concentrated in a few locations. And this is the solution for state because Indian SMEs are actually distributed across every part of it. You just look at, because this is something that we have, as an ISB, we are working closely with the CI and others in Punjab. Punjab is being one of the biggest centers of manufacturing in India. 2 decades ago. The kind of quality of technology, technical people who are there in the place is amazing. But what is happening? This generational gap and the future not being right. As a result, many of those manufacturing or units are not investing enough and leveraging those possibilities to do that. So we have a responsibility in terms of this. The third element of this is the knowledge capital. Tacit knowledge. Knowledge about embeddedness within the ecosystem and doing that. So I was met a jewelry family again in Jaipur, and they deal with say, thousands of gems. So I was asking him that how do you kind of, and this is the 4th generation business, is that how do you identify which is the proper gems or not? So he said that when I was an 8-year-old, I used to come to shop, and my grandfather had put my hands over the jewels of thousands of such things over the years. And if you ask me how do I identify which jewel is good or bad, I cannot be able to articulate it. But my fingers can feel it. Okay? That's, my dear friend, that's the tacit knowledge. That cannot be codified by any AI, cannot be codified by any other kinds of. So there is me and one of my postdoc scholars doing the research, looking at the such kind of family businesses or family enterprises, like this entire system of gharanas, or the temple pujaris, generations. You see, there's so much of tacit knowledge which are flowing from one generation to the other. There is a bone carver in Lucknow. There are 450 years of bone carving. One of the pieces that they create that costs, they sell at 8 to 10 lakhs rupees. One particular artifact that they create. It's a 400 plus years of enterprise. Everything is within the family. And the skill, everything is transferring from one generation to the other. So these are some of those knowledge capital, knowledge things which are embedded in this family system, which makes this, and that's the reason. If you look at Germany, there are about 1,500 SMEs who contribute more than 50% of the German GDP, and they are the leaders in each of. They don't do many. They do only one thing, but they will be the global leaders in that specific area. And it is time that India understand this and nurture some of those skills, those talents that are there for generations. and provide them with the opportunity to actually come into the force and really make a difference. So in that context, there are many issues in terms of, I don't want to get into the just for another talk, in terms of what are the real challenges which family SMEs are facing, etc. I'm sure during the conference you will be doing that. But what I would like to leave as a final set of thoughts in terms of what we can do as different roles that we are playing, whether it is say as an academic institution or any other somebody who is doing scholarly work, or somebody who is doing consulting, or as an owner of such businesses. We should have a vision for ourselves that when we are talking about family SMEs, as I started with the story, one of the major challenges is succession challenge. And I've been telling my family owning friends, don't see it as a succession challenge. Please understand, go to the psyche of, because I have interacted with many of my such students who actually been in Wall Street. And one of the major breakthrough that I will say that 2 years ago, somebody who has been having a mansion, and is an IIM Calcutta student of mine many years ago, having a multi-million-dollar mansion in Wall Street, left everything and came back and joined the family business. Because the post-pandemic, suddenly he got that feeling that he might be a very rich person or quite well-off person being in Manhattan, but he is in a vacuum. And whereas his call was like, there is a, sir, when I get into the Bhopal airport, from there to my home, every nook and corner, I will be greeted with somebody. Because I have a family which is 4th generation family, known as somebody who has made a contribution to the state. So, at some point, he was the eldest in the next generation. And I met his father and mother. They were very, very sad that his son is not with them. But that was the great moment of reckoning for him. He decided to leave the job and came and joined the family. So, there are many such things happening. So, I'm saying that, look, don't see it as a succession problem. It's a reimagination problem. Unless this generation, and this is a generation which is, just look at it, most talented generation, it's the educated generation, with India in terms of education, technology, etc., we are in the cusp of kind of leading the world. So this generation has a lot of aspiration. But then unless we redefine the path in terms of making this as a not a succession, but it's a redefinition, reimagination in terms of in that we are not going to be able to attract it. And that's why we have a significant role in terms of how do you reimagine this. Second is creating hidden champions, like Japanese have done, the Italians have done, the Swiss have done, the Japanese have done. So we need to focus on creating hidden champions. And these hidden champions don't emerge just like that. If you just look at the last 30 years post-economic liberalization in India, there are many so-called small enterprises. Look at pharmaceutical, look at component, automobile, there are so-called small enterprises. They have become 2,000 crore, 5,000 crore businesses riding on the wave of economic liberalization, connect to the global supply chain. Same moment of reckoning is there with many thousands of such so-called small businesses or smaller businesses to become a medium enterprise. We need to make those kind of hidden champions and focus on that, which means a lot of collaboration between, say, technology institutions and management institutions, helping them to focus on innovation. So that's what will make the champions. And then, of course, just think of it in a country like a continent like Europe, there are more than 300 family business schools, institutions, and centers. And a country like India, with as many or a little more number of SMEs, family SMEs, we have only 3 or 4 centers of SMEs in family. Too few. So every other top business schools in this country, I would say that it is very important for us to take this particular segment, because all these whiles IIMs and ISBs have produced only employees, and no country has been built on employees. Countries have been built on the shoulder and of the entrepreneurs and the business people. And I think there is a need for refocus or some of the schools and concentrate on that. And we'll be very happy as some of the institute which has been doing this for 20 years in India will collaborate with institutes like that and pass on some of those knowledge and do it, because we need many more institutions to do that. So one thing that I can take away from the European colleagues of mine whenever I interact with them is the amazing amount of infrastructure they have created to work with the family enterprises and provide them this opportunity to really play a big role. The other point, I think Professor Balaji has already mentioned, the importance of using digital technology, AI, in making this happen. So that is something that we have to talk about. And at the end of the day, of course, creating an SME innovation ecosystem. That I've worked closely at some point in time with IIT Ropar, and we have actually mentioned that this innovation ecosystem is something that IIT Ropar has been doing quite well. I would say that in Punjab, places like Punjab and many other similar states, which is a fundamental DNA of doing high quality manufacturing at some point in time, building such an ecosystem, being faster, revamping that, with bringing in modern AI kind of things, institutes like ours of this can play very significant role. So finally, that's what I've already taken a bit of time. So I would say that ask this question for you: that if you are an SME owner, stop apologizing for being a family-owned or a small enterprise, or whether because the time has come. It's an economy. So it's an inflection point. Whether you go down or go up depends on how they will be. Of course, if you are a next gen, don't reject your legacy out of hand. The opportunity becomes the legacy provides you the platform to really soar high. And of course, for the policymakers, it has to be prioritized the family capital, SME enterprise as the fulcrum of innovation and engine of India development. And then, of course, as an academic, as a scholar, as a student of this subject, that we should not teach family business as just another business. Do not teach SME business as another business. Let's refocus and understand the capital dimension of it, the family dimension of it, and business dimension, and have more center of excellence, build those kind of things in our school. And as you said, that ultimately this patient capital, if you can nurture that, it can really be our foundation of that 100 years India becoming a developed country. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Ray and Professor Padmanabhan, for the keynote addresses that were both intellectually rich and deeply relevant. Your insights have provided us with valuable perspectives and have significantly enriched the academic discourse of this conference. To mark our appreciation, I request Professor Sameer K. Srivastava, Director at Amritsar, to kindly felicitate Professor Sugata Ray. sir. We now invite all of you to take a short tea break and engage in informal networking. We will reconvene at 11:25 p.m. for the panel discussion on future-ready MSMEs, integrating policy, finance, and technology for sustainable growth in CRG business. Thank you. उसमें है स्क्रिप्ट मेरा सर कहीं चेक करना तो पड़ेगा मन किया ना और I guess this if you have to
Welcome back, distinguished guests, scholars, practitioners, and participants. We hope you had a refreshing period and some engaging conversation. We now move to a session that lies at the very heart of this conference. A panel discussion that brings together policy, finance, academia, and practice to explore how MSMEs can become future-ready in an increasingly complex and competitive environment. Our panel today will deliberate on the themes Future-Ready MSMEs, Integrated Policy, Finance, and Technology for Sustainable Growth. This discussion promises to offer grounded insights, strategic perspectives, and actionable pathways for strengthening the MSMEs ecosystem.
It is my privilege to introduce our esteemed panelists. Our first panelist is Shri Vinamra Mishra. Shri Vinamra Mishra currently serves as Joint Secretary, Ministry of MSME, Government of India, an officer of the Indian Railway Service of Mechanical Engineers. He brings with him rich experience in public policy, systems implementation, and stakeholder engagement. Throughout his career, he has been instrumental in advancing initiatives that strengthen MSME competitiveness, foster innovation, and translate policy intent into on-ground impact. We are truly honored to have him with us today. Our next panelist is Mr. Gurpreet Nagpal. Mr. Nagpal is Senior Vice President at HDFC Bank, where he plays a key role in driving business banking strategies. With extensive experience across leading institutions such as Citibank and ICICI Bank, he brings a practitioner's perspective on credit ecosystems, financial inclusion, and scalable banking solutions for MSMEs.
We are privileged to have with us Professor Sandeep Kapoor. Professor Kapoor is a professor of business management at the School of Business Studies, Punjab Agricultural University. With rich academia and industry engagement, his work spans business strategy, enterprise development, and management education with a strong focus on MSME and agri-business ecosystem. His he brings a unique blend of scholarly insight and practical wisdom to our discussion.
This distinguished panel will be ably moderated by Professor Sunil Reddy Kundur, Assistant Professor at IIM Amritsar, whose research and teaching intersect information systems, digital transformation, and emerging technologies. We are confident that under his moderation, this discussion will be both engaging and insightful. Before we begin the discussion, we would like to formally felicitate our esteemed panelists as a token of our appreciation for their time and valuable contributions. May I now invite Professor Aswati Ashokan Ajatha to kindly come on stage to present the mementos to our panelists. Without further ado, I now invite Professor Sunil along with our distinguished panelists to take the discussion forward. Over to you, Professor.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Yeah, it's a wonderful day to be in Amritsar, a very authentic fog-filled experience. I hope we'll have a very spirited discussion today, and officially this is where the intellectual engagement, starts becoming two ways, right? So it's no longer one-way communication. We want you to participate. My personal experience has been that in one of these talks, I asked a question, which I got a very good answer. That it turned into a research paper, and I hope some of you will be able to pick up something from this wonderful panel we have here with very deep expertise on the topic of MSMEs. Right, so I don't need to reintroduce the panel for you. I mean, the organizers have done a wonderful job. So without any further ado, let me get into the discussion. We'll open. See, basically the theme of the conference is to reimagine MSMEs and understand the pathways for growth and innovation. So we'll do an exercise in reimagining MSMEs first. We'll ask simple questions and we'll see from where it goes. Right. So let's start. Thank you for being here. So I would like to start with understanding if there is one thing the MSMEs should stop doing, assuming that we are trying to reimagine because there is something not so correct. What would one thing you think that MSMEs should stop doing now correctly?
That's a pretty good way to start, a very direct way to start the discussion. I think that they should, the first thing and the first and foremost thing, first of all, thank you very much for having me. I keep coming back. The year before last I was here, so it is very, very good to be ideating and discussing a lot of things here, and going back there is a lot of takeaways also, which ultimately go into policy and support to the MSMEs. MSMEs traditionally are the ones who don't look beyond maybe a certain timeline. So this is something that they should stop doing, because when we are thinking in terms of their access to technology and sustainability, because they are working on a very small profit of margins, and so for them every day is a new challenge, and they are not looking at a lot of capital expenditure and investment into technology, and have an eye on the sustainability. So perhaps that is the one most important thing that I think that the MSMEs need to change. They should actually be forward. Many MSMEs are that ways, but I'm talking about the ones which are say within a turnover of say 2 crores. They are the ones who are forming about 93% of the total MSMEs. And so they are actually just looking at their day-to-day operations, and not at actually ideating or having an outlook of a modern-looking or a forward-looking kind of thing. So that is something that I would like them to change.
Thank you.
You just correctly said this is more of a policy framework, what you said. But as a banker, no, these MSMEs do not do their financial reporting the way they should be doing. The financial reporting should be more of accurate and not just ad hoc. They formally do not they do away with compliances. Their cash flows are not visible. See, banks will not, those are the earlier times, no, we would say that, say 10 years back, and we had a statutory requirement to fund MSMEs. So we would say we will have to do that funding, maybe we have a good collateral hoga to chalega, kar denge. But now, see, the collaterals will not fall sufficient. Now we require more of cash flow. They need to shift to more of a digital platform, more consistent with their financials, more using digital frameworks, so that the banks can find it easily to fund them as cash flows. So the collateral is now being replaced by a cash flow funding. A lot of things they have to, even if they have adopted digital, they should adopt digital in a complete way, not an ad hoc. Probably they might come on digital payments at digital collection, but they might not do the invoicing correctly. They might not use an ERP. Because until and they have an integrated process of digitalization and a formal system of reporting, the banks and the financials, we as banks would not be able to help them there. So I think they should stop being casual about their financial reporting and completely shift on a digital and a continuous integrated financial reporting system.
Hello. Thank you, sir. Thank you, first of all, for inviting us here. My take on this is, I'll go a step little backward from what he said. I'll say, पहले तो 2 number बंद होना चाहिए. I don't know how many of you understand 2 number 2. Most of the SMEs, my experience is limited to SMEs of Punjab, and within that, I have worked with around 14-15 clusters, Punjab, Haryana, Chandigarh. So my experience is, like he said, ERP needs to be there, reporting needs to be there. They will do that only if they have the formal system in place. Number 2 means black mein kaam karna. So they, unless and until this, they should immediately stop doing it. But the problem is, the moment I ask them to do that, and my experience has been that my success rate is only about 60%. Most of them are unable to do it because of n number of reasons we'll discuss during the course of time. But one thing, if you ask me, what they should be stopped doing tomorrow, and that one thing is, do not go in for any informal kind of a system of just simply passing away, because he wants to save on the taxes. He wants to save on other things. Okay? And it is like, a kind of a compulsion for him. So I would like that needs to be stopped. Single one thing is that needs to be stopped. Then the next thing will come. Is the reporting correct? ERP there and all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning everyone. I am an entrepreneur turned academician. 27 years of my own micro enterprise, turning to small and then coming to academics for last a decade plus into academics. Little different, what they said are absolutely correct. I would like to add on Dr. Kapoor's version. Perhaps for last 7-8 years, Indian businesses are more structured. If I talk about even micro, small and medium enterprise, something close to around 7 crore and 45% of exports and 14 crores of employment and 20 and 30% to GDP. Since inception of GST, perhaps the thing that we are calling that we are arranging funds on hundi have come down drastically now. But what MSME should stop? What I feel is, let's stop telling that we are perfectionists. When a gentleman or gentlewoman starts his or her own business and walks through the life for a decade or more, perhaps he or she thinks, I am in a micro and business where I am the perfect, doesn't open up the eyes and never tries to build network. That is one thing. That is one thing why we could not build an international brand in Ludhiana itself. Though there are a couple, but very few. Second, let's not start comparing. Life is not about comparing, it's about creating yourself. Being into micro, I should not compare that my fellow colleague is also in micro. He is doing good in his own segment and sector, and my sector is not working. That should not be there. Let's try to find a new avenue. World will never change. It's going to be volatile. It's going to be uncertain. It's going to be complex and ambiguous, 100%. These wars will carry on. But these wars should not hinder your MSME. That's what Drucker has also said. Customer, creativity and technology. Always adapt to it. Always. Keep open your eyes. Do networking. Don't compare. Don't think you are in perfection. Move ahead with the world. That is what the way forward to micro. If you do this, you will cherish, or else you will perish.
Yeah, thank you panel. I think we got very good insights here. So if I may summarize what is discussed, we have, they should start thinking long term, no short term thinking, formalize and digitize their financial reporting. While doing it, of course, as a step back, if you want to do formalize and digitize, you have to stop the 2 number. I think it's a term which is colloquial, but what is being said is that don't try to avoid tax and keep everything in the white. And of course, don't be perfectionist. Be an entrepreneur. Right? Keep taking chances, experimenting. Don't compare yourself. Have your own journey. Right, excellent. I think we have a very good start here. I have a few follow-up questions. So you can give us an update on the formalization process. How is the registration going on? Is it slowing or fasting?
Yes, so as I said, when I came here in 2024, I churned out a few data sets. I mean, I will now like to compare that today. When I was there in 2024 in January, we were at so there is this Udyam registration where you have to register as an MSME, and MSME for us is an MSME if it's on Udyam. And so Udyam registration is the first step towards formalization. It kind of opens you the door to all the policies and the programs and the schemes that the ministry and the government runs. So we identify an MSME. That's the first process of formalization, as my colleague was also telling, that the formalization starts with us identifying them as an MSME. So in January 2024, if I remember correctly, we were at around 1.7 or 1.8 crores of MSMEs who had registered. And then we introduced a system of Udyam Assist also, where the very small and tiny one-person enterprises can also register. And we engaged SIDBI and a few other agencies to handhold them. And this massive formalization drive was launched. And currently, even as I speak, I think we've crossed 7.5 crores.
So, this is around 3.5 in Udyam and around
around 3.7 or 8 on Udyam and
Udyam Assist. Sorry.
So Udyam Assist is traditionally those traders, or they are there they cannot take the advantages of the schemes and the programs, but they are there so that they can have the PSL, priority sector lending. So that's what they are there for, but a few other supports there also for them. So that's the formalization drive, and we've also in the meanwhile supported a lot of state governments and the UTs with the World Bank's program, which is the RAM program, and where all these states were told to move around and get the MSMEs to go on to the formalization part. So it was a combined kind of an effort from the central and the state government through federal spirit, and we've really been able to do this formalization. And after this is done is when there was this in 2018 there was this study or a survey which was done by MSMEs, Ministry of Statistics and Program Implementation, which predicted the number of MSMEs at 6.33 crores.
Okay.
So for the fact that the definition of MSME also got changed in 2020, and again in 2025 we have now included the medium enterprises up to 500 crores of turnover, up from 250 to 500, and for the smaller enterprise to be able to continue getting the PPP, the public policy procurement policy benefits. We have upped the turnover for smaller from 50 to 100 crores. So that's so we have increased the ambit, and the formalization is happening fast.
Right. So in the banking system, I think it's very interesting that you're substituting collateral with cash flow statements. How does it work? I mean,
Just to say, no, all one banking system has also gained a lot of influx since the MSME registration or Udyan registration has happened. Now we have a clear-cut data of about 6.5 crores, 7 crores of MSMEs onboarded. Now they're just not just another business; they are an important business for the bank. So for example, they about 30 lakh crores of financing happened to these MSMEs, and they're supporting all these data which is said that they have 30% of the GDP and 45% of the exports, and about 1/3 of the employable population is employed in MSME. Now, what has happened is you can't go back and lend them on collateral basis. Everybody would not have all this collateral. And now, since they are on this Udyan portal and government knows this data completely, the government has come out with multiple schemes which helps the banks to finance them. For example, there is a scheme called CGTMSE. So we can lend up to 10 crores without collateral. There is a scheme for Startup India, Stand Up India. There are schemes like CLSS where these when you do an innovational technological development, these companies would get up 15% subsidy. So there's a lot of formalization because they are now a big chunk. A lot of formalization has happened. And second, what banks have also done, if they can't reach, see, banks are not everywhere. This is a hard nook and corner of the country. So banks have developed formats of co-lending, wherein we tie up with NBFCs or fintechs to do the last mile funding. See, if you see adoptability of technology for these companies, there 90% of these MSMEs would get a UPI payment. They would get digital payments, but only 18% are still covered for banking credit. Now, when these schemes are there and banks adverse, and these are all SLBC committees, we also go back and report to the DM and everybody that the CD ratio of every district is being improved. So there we are forced, and that is how we are finding out ways to lend them. But the banks find it is no more an obligation but an opportunity. Business, we find business opportunity.
But isn't the risk a little higher?
The risk is covered by the government. No, the government is supporting them when under the CGTMS scheme. The government covers 75% of the debt. If the collateral is not available, the government is giving the guarantee.
So this is 18% of the MSMEs now
on credit. Only the 18% of what data available in the is about 18% are getting formal credit. Formal credit means the rate of lending to them would be 8, 9, 10%. Otherwise, they could be borrowing as high as 30-60%.
In the informal system.
Informal system. If not more.
So do you say that the credit gap is kind of now narrowing?
The banks are trying hard. But still it is 18%.
Isn't still widening?
This is the 72% still to be reached. And even 18% are completely banked or not, nobody can say. They still, what space of about 35 lakh crores, which can still be done.
Okay. So why do you say that, despite all these developments, credit gap is not?
This is one side of the story. Now come to the other side. My own experience is sitting with the entrepreneur and sit with the meeting between the entrepreneur and the bank. I have been doing that. No bank comes forward to tell you that this is a collateral-free loan scheme is available. Should I name the banks?
No, this.
So I have experienced that. The moment, very politely sitting at the corner when I say, sir, is there anything like collateral-free loan? No, our targets are over, boss. Okay? For SME. What they do, what I found later on, maybe I need to be corrected, this is not a fact. I understood that the targets are met from the medium industry.
Okay.
Not from the small and the medium, which require the real credit, which is collateral free.
So medium covers around 0.3% of all.
You know the numbers.
Yeah.
So my contention is that the kind of the schemes the government launches, it does not reach the correct beneficiary where it should reach. Like sir mentioned, about 93% of the SMEs are below 2 crores. I think the missing part is the matrix need to be known and put on the website. That this is the matrix, these many units below 2 crores turnover got so much of money which is collateral free. We don't get that information.
Just let me also put in here. I mean, is this a fit case at the moment that we should also have a within micro we can have a tiny kind of a category where we can have some policies specifically for
wonderful sir. This is what I was about.
Can you give the number? What would be the
so maybe when we say that less than 2 crores of turnover, we have 93% of the MSMEs. So it would augur well if we have a special category of these small ones where we can have directed policies and we can actually look at collateral-free loans. While we say that CGTMSE up to I think 20 lakhs we can lend collateral-free, and the 10 crores the limit was increased from 5 crores to 10. That's the overall lending. But obviously you're correct that there is little of almost nil collateral-free lending which is happening. So we can have, this is a good point actually. This is why we are all here to kind of understand the ground situation. Maybe this is a fit case for having a tiny within.
Wonderful, sir. Wonderful. I think we need claps for him for initiating that kind of thing. Yeah, you want to say?
Yeah, definitely. I would say that Sishu, Kishore, and Tarun under the Mudra Yojana, where you're getting 20 lakh rupees and some subsidy for women entrepreneurs in special category. That is moving fast, but I will definitely accept with Dr. Kapoor's what he's telling. A real case in my college, been teaching entrepreneurship for the last 12 years, and the student comes to me for CGTMSE, which I know that they take 0.35 to 1.125 more depending upon the loan category. It's in hybrid also. Now gone to 10 crore, you can have hybrid collateral, hybrid for CGTMSE also. But processing that application, to be very frank, besides I'm not going to tell the branch name in Ludhiana, I have to go to RBI to table it out that this is my student running MSME, these are his credentials, he's being applied under a loan for collateral. It took 1 year and 3 months to formalize that and then process the application. So that is very correct. This is one thing which has to be corrected. People need money at the starting of your adventure. When 1 year, 1.5 years is passed, perhaps the life is so changing fast, I don't know my product is going to be accepted by the time or not. So that should be there. That is also true what sir is telling from ministry, that now you apply Udyam card or that number that comes within 45 minutes on your email. At my time, they used to have E1, EM1, EM2, वो बनाने के लिए हमें 6 महीने लगते थे. आज it takes 45-50 minutes, 1 hour only to get the Udyam card. That is very correct. That is true. But needs to be worked upon finances. So artificial intelligence is there. Come on, process it, yeah. My whole data is with you, the bank card. How many times I have taken loan, how many times I have defaulted, सब कुछ आपके पास है. उसको क्यों नहीं process करके आप घंटे 2 घंटे 10 दिन में बोलते हो your loan is there, come. That is what China is doing. They process within 1 hour and tell you that this is what your loan category is. Why can't we do it? That's what I request.
So yeah. So on that note, so let me set it up a little more. So you said that 80% of the payments are still coming through the UPI. Is that the number
Can
right?
we add that MSMEs, right? If they are on some platform and they accept payments through a digital platform, it could be 90% of the MSME receiving
Money.
But that means they are touching digital.
They're touching digital.
They are touching digital somehow. They know digital, but they are not complete. They are credit card. So credit is not registered.
Yes, we'll come to credit in a while, but I'll go back to the point of black, doing business in the black. When they move to digital payments, how are they still doing business in the dark?
See, like we mentioned that there are a large number of MSMEs. So it's not the case with everyone.
Yes.
But what you will find is there are pockets. For example, B2B businesses.
So, if I may interject here, do you think it is more a medium enterprise phenomenon or even micro?
No, it is micro and small both. It is common all through. I tell you the practical case. Take B2B. I have taken loan from sir, right? I am not able to match the turnover numbers because he is after my life. I need your numbers. What will I do? I'll issue bogus bill to show my turnover. Right? I know how to manage my profits. That's the only play of working on the closing stock and the opening stock. That I can always do. So what I'll do is A will bill to B, B will bill to C, C will bill to D, D will bill to E, and E will bill to A.
You want them to stop doing that?
No, the point is, that's what I said. Why is he doing that? There is some compulsion. One is the bank part of it. That's what the bogus billing starts.
So, but doesn't that justify the bank taking so long to process the loan?
No. I'm not saying this is justification of one justification to the other. The point what I'm trying to make is that in the formalization process, this is what we want, we do not want. That's why I would find, if you ask me, first and the foremost thing is training of those entrepreneurs. My strong belief is, I've been dealing with them, I've been coaching them. If you simply ask how's your day throughout, you will find barely they spend 4 hours in business. Barely. Taking some decisions. Rest, he works 16 hours a day. 12 hours are chatting, and out of that, 8 hours goes abusing the government. Whatever. State or the center. With reason, without reason, good, bad, ugly, let's not talk about that. Because I found most of the time is wasted. So when I guide those people, I tell them first time, before you enter into your office, do let me know what all tasks you are going to complete, otherwise don't enter into the office. And tell me once you come back, how you are.
Let me take a cue from. Yes, sure. So after this, we'll open questions. Okay? We'll come back.
Initially, I told that 75% are now structured. Getting 12 years back, still it is under invoicing what the booths are selling. We used to give 50 rupees a note from the pocket and used to tell that number to the guy who I'm selling to, Calcutta, Bombay, etc. Yeah. That's what I'm doing to the replacement market. And he used to tell me, fine, Jalandhar, visit the office, show that 50 rupees note and take 50 lakh rupees. That was 10, 12 years back. Now, things are structured, but under invoicing is there. I give you X price, but I'll give you X minus 1. That leftover of 25-30% is still on Hawala. Why? Because we are being deprived of the loans which we need for short term in a very quick turnover from the banks at a reasonable rate could be without collateral. Where would the entrepreneur go? Because he needs the money at the time there. Henceforth, he is being compelled to do under-invoicing because now the GST regime is there, which the lorry will not pass from the tolls. Henceforth, what he does, he does some under-invoicing. And some part is left, which is being done, called as hawala. But that is very true. You just give that note number, go there within 2-3 hours, you take cash and come back home. बैंक वाला तो मेरा चेक भी इतनी जल्दी आजकल वो नहीं करता. Except now the time has come, they are doing the same day clearance. They have given an issue to be cleared the check within 2 hours. At my time it was 1 month. The whole story is there, but very right. Still under invoicing, bogus invoicing is still happening, which has to be checked.
Yeah. Sir,
Which has to be checked.
Just see, what they take is a general thing. Financials are not credible.
Yeah.
Financials are not credible.
I mean, basically that's what we are.
That's the point directly from all that discussion.
Yes.
And now when banks go out and lend,
Yeah.
even under the CGTMSE scheme,
Yeah.
they are responsible to the trust.
Sir, is there any plan to bring financial?
So that's what I am taking. I mean, we are now discussing the working capital aspect, and there was this International Finance Commission report in 2018 which pegged the credit gap at around 26.4 lakh crores. We are now about 8 years into this, over and above 2018, around 5% if you add on an annual basis. I think we are around 50 lakh crores or more. And out of that, 10 lakh crores, as we speak, 10 lakh crores is basically locked under delayed payments. An MSME has supplied it to a larger corporate or any other body, or maybe a larger MSME. The buyer has bought the items from the MSME, and the payment is getting delayed, and the delayed payment is ultimately kind of having an effect on its liquidity and further able to fulfill the commitment of future orders. So that's a very, very big, and then all these comes. I mean, with bogus invoicing, lending, borrowing money from at 60, 70, 80%, and because MSME is basically looking at fulfilling the commitment minus the cycle of payment which is liable to be given to him, but it is not given. So I would take this opportunity to, also as a part of awareness, there will be betting at awareness. We've just launched about 6 months ago a scheme which is the online dispute resolution. So we're looking at unlocking this 10 lakh crores through a very easy, this is ODR, you can always type and see odr.msme.gov.in. You can file your case and online basis, and the hearing can be through BC. People going to the MSEFCs, the facilitation councils, it really takes a lot of time to actually go there, have the hearing dates, and then the buyer would not come and things like that. There is a pre-MSEFC stage also there in the ODR. This is a forward-looking thing which has come up. You can actually file a dispute on the mobile and get the hearing done, and the settlement can also be done pre-MSEFC stages also.
Typically, what is the timeline? How long is it?
Typically, we've just started, so we are still to kind of learn, but I think the pre-MSE things are getting over in less than 30 days. Yes.
Based on the threads platform.
Threads is something, yes.
Almost the same thing. In a better way, so the credit cycle for these MSME states.
Can we not have a formal financial reporting just like we have in the stock market?
In fact, in the last year budget, there was this paragraph in the budget where the FM madam has already indicated that we are not looking at just the credit history of an MSME to be lending it to him. We are also going to find and include the primary data points like the electricity bill and the other, because once a credit rating is kind of disturbed for an MSME, it is disturbed for life, and then the borrowing really takes a. But if the MSME is running at the moment, it might have defaulted in the past. But if it is running and the primary data points are actually showing it that the machines are running and it is actually paying those electricity bills and it is in fine fettle. So if those data points are actually included in the assessment and due diligence of that MSME, it would lead to better lending practices. So
let me see.
Let me add the last line, just to put into this. Other point is, 10 lakh crores is a very big amount. 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 10 lakh crores is a very big amou You talked about billing to the large corporates or the medium or to the large enterprise. Sir, my experience is these people do the business with SMEs only with one condition, that you take your number back.
25% reservation doesn't work for them. Very good. Very good.
They say you take your number back, only then I'll pick up your goods. Will you do business with me? And on paper, they'll say no, your quality is not good, therefore we are rejecting you. Now it has
happened to me with defense supply. It has happened to me. Happened to me itself. My father was an Air Force officer. Besides that, I was being rejected to get supplies to what you call a gun carriage factory, Jabalpur. Because what Kapoor sir said, small industry doesn't have all those paraphernalia to be done. He doesn't have all those control parameters. But I never failed. I said I'm going to do it. Next year, 1.5 years after, I did that Hindi, Punjabi, everywhere, what to call Kanban. ये bearing है, ये मेरा motor है, ये मेरी wire है, ये मेरा तेल है. I used to write every month and the same, not the same, some other inspector came. मुझे license तो मिल गया defense के लिए. फिर बात वही कपूर सर की आ गई. 25% का जो हमारा या 15% का criteria है, when you supply, the question comes for the quality. ये ठीक नहीं है वो. That is very bad. We are being deprived.
If you may ask the audience, any questions at this stage? Yeah. Please. Oh, we have 2 questions. Yeah.
Morning, everyone. So I do have this particular part with Dr. Sandeep has to say. I understand he has a very good experience from Ludhiana's MSMEs market. I do have experience from Jalandhar MSME. The state of MSME, as we say, what he said is formalization, about 93% of formalization has been done. But the question is, how many of those 93% are actually aware of the beneficiaries of the kind of benefits they are getting? To be very honest, with the data that I have involved, I have not got about 1% of the people who are actually aware that they could actually get those kinds of benefits. And this is actually the gap. Whether it is the state government or the central government, people are not aware. And this is why a lot of other people who is saying that if there should be a tiny kind of a establishment done, whether or not if these people who are saying that they could adopt, if in case their neighbors or their relatives who are adopting this scheme, if they get to know about it, then of course there will be more people who will be looking into registering.
Sure. Before you answer, a quick follow-up, because it's an academic audience, can you quickly tell us the method you used to?
So my question is, about 93% of what he's saying is formalized.
Yeah. Your research, how did you ask the entrepreneurs that they are aware of it?
I did a qualitative research. I have been to the people.
Okay.
I have asked about 1,000 MSMEs, though the small and the tiny ones, and they say that they are not aware of those.
Right.
Absolutely, I completely agree. I mean, in 2020, UK Sena Committee's report also says this, that amongst the various challenges the MSMEs face, like finance, like technology, grievance redressal, and infrastructure, lack of awareness is one of the single most important challenge or something that we really need to plug. I am giving you an example. We have the zero defect, zero effect scheme, around Z scheme, which is into quality of process and zero effect on the environment. There, the MSMEs register, they have got the certification. I visited at least 20-25 of them in various corners of the country. I asked them, do you go to your dashboard, Z dashboard, to understand what all privileges over and above the Z certification which has intrinsically given you? Do you understand that about 18 banks have collaborated with us for zero processing fee, about 1.5% or 1% interest subvention? So, मेरे को तो पता ही नहीं sir. You can say that around 5 lakh MSMEs are Z certified, and it's like you check your email, you just go on the dashboard of Z, you have a specific dashboard for yourself because through that you had applied and then you got the certificate, and then it never goes back to the dashboard again. To realize that there are so many schemes, so many benefits that the Z certified MSMEs are, and it is true for so these are the MSMEs who have taken one scheme, yet they are not aware about the various benefits that
how do we increase the awareness?
So this has to be I think that it can start from academia. It can start from the entrepreneurship education that we are giving. A lot of and it can also, we have to, the government alone cannot do it. It has to be, I mean, the industrial association, the MSME and industrial association, I consider them as big brothers of MSMEs. A group of MSMEs combined together to form an industrial association. These industrial association must make a point that all these MSMEs must at least know what is there for them. And we are in the last thing, we are in the process of having a portal of portals. Like if an MSME is in a manufacturing sector, and within the through the Udyam we can understand and know that what's the subsector of the manufacturing and where is it located. So what this single sign-on in this portal of portals would be on the basis the Udyam registration. At the back end, the API would be integrated to understand the geographical location and the subsector, and then once he registers and goes into his dashboard in that portal of portal, he will be nudged or made aware of the various schemes geographically which is there. If it is Punjab state government, so there would be many state government schemes and the government of India schemes which will be applicable to him.
And similar to Obamacare website.
Yes. So he would not be required to go to different various websites. So for us also, we are running about 25, 27 different small big schemes. And the MSMEs, they actually don't know, I mean, if whether, say, if it is in a manufacturing sector, 13 or 14 actually applies to him. So if he registers in the portal of portal, I think it will be launched within a month's time. We are all set, and we are actually taking about 7-8 states also. So then he would be made aware. So like after formalization, he will be then automatically getting registered into this portal, and then he would be knowing that these all schemes are there, and he can actually go ahead and take that.
No, I would just like to.
Because there is much of a difference in the opinion of the state government and the central government. I have carried myself the pamphlets, making sure the people would be aware of these benefits, what they are going to be getting from the government. But I tell you very honestly, those middlemen who are involved in the process of getting those businesses from the industry to the MSME, you would be shocked to know that they would not allow us to get those benefits to the people.
So, but I think the information is given to you now.
So once you digitalize the access to these schemes, these middlemen will obviously vanish in a while. Like for example, railway ticketing also earlier when it was when the PRS came, before that it was all middlemen and people doing a lot of sham business. But now we are also looking at a lot of digitalization and transparency through access to of these schemes through the online portals.
So there's one question.
Thank you so much for discussing the importance of MSME. As we know, the government of India also emphasized the importance of MSME to becoming a developed nation in 2047. However, MSME in India is still facing the problem of low productivity and resource utilization. Also, economic survey emphasized the importance of enhancing the productivity, and therefore they also talked about the term infant firm and job firm. So just could you focus on this thing to become how it will play the role in becoming a developed nation in 2047?
Professor, we can take this. Productivity, how do we increase the productivity?
Now I'll tell you, there are 3 parts to it. The question is not that simple. Looks like a very simple question, but very, very complicated. So I'll take it in 2-3 stages. One thing which I want to share with this August House is, we do not know, as of now, at least I do not know, what is the right matrix to understand the success or a failure of a cluster. We have failed miserably, as I would say. When I go to foreign country and see that 2 big pavilions are given to Chinese, and somewhere at the corner there is some Indian kind of a thing. Be it automotive, be it textile, be it any other. So first thing is, we need to understand and match with the global levels of your productivity is the concept of what we call as induced clusters, which I would like all the youngsters to actually look into the induced clusters, how Chinese developed this induced cluster. India tried, but we have not been able to do that kind of a success. So what this is a little bit beyond your question, but I'll come to the second point. When it says what we call as induced clusters, the methodology of developing these clusters is entirely different. We have not developed our own methodology. Research institutions, people like us, we have failed in our duty to deliver to the government or to say with evidence or research based that this is the right methodology to be followed for induced clusters, where productivity is right at the center stage. Second is, how do you develop the natural clusters? For example, Ludhiana is house for 14 different clusters. But how do we develop the competitiveness of this cluster? One of the important components, now I tell you the ground reality. First you need to understand the ground reality. An entrepreneur is getting fixed up in a particular cluster. I'm going to give you the example. Between state government and the central government. 20% of the industry today, I would say roughly, is in the focal points. Right? And focal point is one such area where you have to run every day for a very small kind of a thing. Entrepreneur is not free to do anything with his land. Right? The entrepreneur's base issue is, sir, do I need to fix up my productivity and the technology challenges, or should I fix up or run after the government to get one approval and the second approval and the third approval? Right? Ease of doing business. Sir, with humility I say, this is only and only for SMEs. Only a word. It has got no meaning. Absolutely zero. मेरे को काम करके दिखा दो. How many focal points have been developed in the last 25 years in Punjab? Where will the entrepreneur go to establish? Once he establishes the unit outside focal point, then you run after my life. Why have you done this? First you give the permissions. Should I show you what happened to the Buddha Nala? All permissions are in place. I know those entrepreneurs who had to shut down their units despite having all the clearances. One fine morning somebody comes and tells me, oh, this you cannot do. Where should I go for productivity? So last part we need to see is I need money for that. Schemes which were of SIDBI about 30 years back, 1 crore, वो आज भी limit 1 crore. How will I improve?
Sorry. Being a part of the faster cluster in Ludhiana, being the vice president of the Faster Manufacturer Association when I was running my industry, we set up a cluster. We had a DPR also, detailed project report also. So then we tried to fix up a land also. We tried that, the kind is that we have to make a SPV, that is special purpose vehicle, wherein the government gives you a land, you collect some money, 10-15 industries, could be 25 kilometers of area, and then you build that cluster, and henceforth all members will come and take the facility of the modern technology you have equipped there, and you take some charge. The question here was, those people who are putting money, if it has to be sustainable, will be needing some profit because they have put in money to bring that technology and henceforth being transferred to all those people who could not get that. So, वो जब question आता है ना, वो जो कपूर सर कह रहे हैं, we are not in a double engine government. तो जब double engine government नहीं ना होती, तो ये सब problems आती है. जगह देने में भी प्रॉब्लम आती है. SPP बना भी दिया, बैंक में पैसे भी डाल दिए, कंस्ट्रक्शन के लिए भी सब कुछ हो गया, क्लाइंट भी बन गया, सब कुछ हो गया, मशीनरी की कोटेशन भी आ गई. But the point is, that file doesn't move that quickly.
नहीं सर, उसके पास है ही
So
वैसे
beyond
गवर्नमेंट.
control, I think the question is more about the
Productivity enhancement will answer with the common facilities.
That's right. So इसमें मैं just from the government point of view, productivity के लिए पहले तो PLI schemes अलग-अलग से 14 sectors में है, तो productivity linked incentives अभी हम लोगों ने, there are various sectors, ultimate beneficiaries are MSMEs, although it's not the MSME ministry scheme, but PLI से एक support होता है. Then we have the lean scheme, which is now running pretty well, and where we are looking at a lot of production efficiency and manufacturing efficiency. We'd request the manufacturing MSMEs to actually take up the lean scheme. It's only 90% of the fees is given by the government, only 10% we need to give. That's the second part. The third would be various different governments have their own small productivity linked schemes. So that is there. And specifically talking about the CDP, we are in the process of, the transition from the 15th financial cycle to the 16th financial cycle will be done from the 1st of April 2026. So all these schemes are getting revamped. And as a part of the CDP revamp, we are looking at more increased contribution from the central government. We would not keep anything to the state governments, so that we would request only the land portion from the state government, rest everything to be made by the government.
Sir, वो भी नहीं होगा. मुझसे लिखवा लो.
आप अभी
कुछ नहीं होगा सर, है नहीं कुछ नहीं.
कपूर सर, मैं आपको ना अभी हम लोग बना रहे हैं. आप I would request you to come to Delhi once. आप बताओ कि हमें उसमें क्या changes करने चाहिए. I am promising you because we are at the drawing board at the moment. We can have an offline discussion.
Morning, fellow members and the panelists. So, coming from Jamshedpur, it's a really small city. But I have currently been working as a brand management and consultant with ESG. So ESG is a firm, it's my own firm. But I have been closely working with some of the SMEs, specifically into the Horeca business. Okay. The problem that I have actually seen, there is two major problems. First, they lack the knowledge of financial discipline. Okay. Not every entrepreneur knows how to manage their funds. Okay. But before managing the funds, there is a problem of getting funds. There have been like multiple documentation process, okay, just to get up the funds. Nowadays, most of the startups actually prefer going to either incubation cells or to private equities or to venture capitals to get up funds. Okay, but banks actually don't provide that funds quite easily. Okay, banks have their schemes. Government scheme banati hai, but banks उसे implement नहीं कर पाते.
Ask the question. What is the question?
So my major question is, why are banks not implementing those particular schemes? Like, why are they not suggesting those schemes to the startups?
No, but sir, if I break the question down, so he's talking about documenting the financials, right? So you also mentioned that they're not really.
Actually, that's a problem. You don't now, because at there were point of times, say 10 years back, or we were lending to priority sector lending. MSMEs formed the part of a priority sector lending, and banks have targets to do their priority sector lending. MSMEs ambits have increased over years. Now until the banks need certain financials, a financial footprint or a cash flow to do a financing. And now to the chicken and egg story. Now they have not adopted digitalization. They do not do their transaction in a bank statement. They do transactions on cash. Now how do I get to know are they trade worthiness or not? So because until unless that's what we are speaking. Until unless they completely move to a digital platform, and not only fragmented digital platform. I'll take payments online, but I'll not pay online. I'll not do GST. I'll not until it is completely integrated. I say I am also not digitally. No? I can't go take a physical document and then integrate it into my system. It's become a pain for me.
But my major question is, sir, like the documentation process is so much lengthy. People actually prefer getting up short-term loans from their families and friends rather than going up to banks.
It's lengthy because see, if you have a bank statement,
yes,
you run a bank statement, and you can see your mirror in a bank statement in a year. If you give me a bank statement, I will completely get to know I have sufficient softwares, a sufficient AI in place to give me that bank statement and a calculation are you worthy or not. But if you don't show me that record to look at that, then I will find things, collateral le aao, guarantee le aao, kuch aur le aao. Then because I would find ways and means to do it, then it becomes lengthy.
I guess it helps to understand that a bank is also a business.
So yes, I totally get that point. But my major thing is, why that 30 days? Okay, yeah. Things can happen within 7 days. Okay, when I give my PAN or Aadhaar number, okay, that is linked to everything nowadays. Okay, bank statement is clearly visible. Okay, if I have everything single document.
He's basically talking about your productivity now.
I'll tell you, there are public sector banks, private sector banks that would be much more worthy of it. But public sector bank and SBI promise a 59-minute loan. So what is there? If you correct, there are correct checklist of documents. If these documents are in order, and though being a private sector bank, I can vouch for them, they have done multiple loans in 59 minutes. So now if you complete, that complete set of document is not available. There is a poor civil or a credit record, then it is not possible. No, he might be there for 1 month and then maybe 2 months, so eventually loan nahi hone wala. Yeah, hoga to under some guarantee scheme or some other scheme, wherein banks are liable to fund it.
Good question, thank you. We'll have one more question. We're running out of time, so your last question maybe.
Bankers will only fund what they see. They cannot fund what they cannot see.
My name is Dhruv, and I'm a second year bachelor student. And I feel like I feel like Dr. Sachdev and Dr. Sandeep might appreciate a bit of selfish entrepreneurial pitching, because I'm trying to pursue a startup as a founder, where we're trying to leverage artificial intelligence and machine learning to better evaluate cash flow assessment of any enterprise. So my question is to the bank, basically, is that how open are you to shift to a new credit assessment system where it's only based on cash flow, that it is pure zero collateral loan, that's not backed up by any government policy, just cash.
I get that. He is saying how much an old system of financing has shifted to a new cash flow based funding. So now banks are also running an AI system. They have, we have channel partners who do a bank statement analysis in depth. So probably you give us this bigger bank statement. अब ऐसा नहीं है कि एक आदमी कोई उसको check करता है. We have a statement. We have a software called Pro, who would go back, look at into the statement and give us a detailed analysis of the client. So that bank statement and some GST filing and IT returns are enough for banks like us to fund up to 5 even 10 crore rupees of loans. So we have actually shifted from that old mindset to a new mindset, because see, even public sector banks cannot do it in 59 minutes. If they are doing it 59 minutes, they are looking at your bank statement through a digital AI format. So it is not possible. So what you are asking, this is already a reality.
There are still the banks asking for collateral. So is there a future where there is no collateral?
See, collateral no, banks are a commercial business. So when your cash flows, your statements are good enough. See, if you come to corporates like Tata, then Birla, then Ambani, they don't provide any collaterals to the bank. They are AAA rated or good rated assets. So bank trusts them on their cash flows, on their credibility. As these MSMEs build credibility, you will not ask for collateral. But they are far from that. They are not leaving the digital footprint as of now. अभी भी बात हो रहा है कि मैं कैश लूंगा, मैं बैलेंस शीट बैकवर्ड बनाऊंगा, मैं प्रॉफिट कम से कम दिखाऊंगा. अगर you can't be working on a top line. The top line is a vanity and a bottom line is a reality. No? You don't get realities. If we get realities, we are not good at selling collateral. Bank business is not disposing property. Bank business is lending and earning interest.
Sir, I think that is answered.
Just comes.
Any other question? Okay, there are a couple of questions here. Yeah, please.
Good afternoon, sir. My question is based upon a situation. We had a supplier and we got consignment from them for XYZ product, let's say, and it was for 3 lakh rupees. And we paid them 3 lakh rupees, which included GST. And after getting the consignment, we were asking for GST bill and they were not providing us GST bill. So we have paid them GST, as well as when we are filing our GST, we cannot claim it. And later on we got to know that their GST number is cancelled. So they cannot even file for GST. How we can regulate these kind of situations?
No. I think you are fundamentally doing wrong.
How can we take a material?
So actually the thing is, sometimes when we talk about micro scale or organization, goodwill works a lot. when we talk about people who are not working on,
You are doing exactly, ma'am, the same way what sir mentioned. That
exactly.
you are working on the invisible part rather than the visible part.
Yes, sir.
So I think we
So
need to shift to the visible.
people actually work on goodwill as of now.
No. I think this is very clear. My suggestion to these people here, to you will be, don't pay GST till it is shown in your system.
So sometimes the origin that you can
GST 12 and GST 13, it's very visible. It could be weekly, it could be monthly, it could be 3 months, 6 months. It's very clearly
show
visible.
you there.
It shows you there. Or you check up the GST number, put it onto the GST portal.
So that is why
You'll find
later on
the
you got to know that your GST number is cancelled.
This is again lack of
knowledge. So I think there should be sensitization when, about these kind of things when we talk
I
about.
think this is a part of the training we mentioned about.
Yes, sir.
What the training of the entrepreneur. This is part of this.
See, this is what the customer, you have to look at. So for example, you are buying the material from 1A and he has a GST bogus billing, he is getting from B. It's not the responsibility, it's your responsibility. Why are you buying from the bogus billing people? You have to check it on the portal itself, whether the records are correct, the GST 13s are being filed and you are getting GST amount into your portals. You have to be very vigilant about that.
When we talk about old family businesses, sometimes people still work on goodwill
So
rather
that
than
is what we are
actually
doing. MSME needs to enhance their knowledge to get into digitalization.
So
That's what he's telling.
how we can actually provide this knowledge to
So
elderly people?
this is very basic knowledge which you get on anywhere YouTube.
She is now on to another question which sir mentioned.
Yes.
I will take a small suggestion, sir. I don't know whether will that work for you. I'll give you a case study a little bit. I'll take only a minute. You see, in Punjab, since I'm coming from an agriculture university, I'll give you an example of agriculture. Area under cotton has come down from 750,000 hectares to about 1.3 lakh hectares in the last about 10 years or so. So we are facing a lot of issues in cotton. So we thought that why this area is decreasing, our industry will suffer and blah blah blah. Cut short, we introduced a new program, sir, where we call this as Kheti Dut. We appointed one person for 5 villages of that local person who was thoroughly trained by my university in the technical aspect of basically how to manage the nutrient and how to manage the insects. These are the two basic issues in cotton. Let's not go into the details. The result was that we were able to arrest that downfall. Now my suggestion for this is, because this is coming up in a big way. One is the digital part. Second is, can we create a network of trained, authorized, booths? We call them as, business booths or business agents or business, so that these kind of problems, So both the agent is also there on the website and as well as the beneficiary is there.
So in Maharashtra, the sugar clusters, like the sugar farmers, they have this kind of village level individual who takes care of everything.
We can automate that process.
Cover this kind of thing.
But again, as I said, it's very small. The quantum is huge, and it's very small fry in the entire system. ESDP pretty much there for training and entrepreneurship development.
We do train, like mostly from Amritsar and around. They come to us and we provide training. But this year,
So let me also use this this opportunity to let you all know that there is a champions cell which is working in the ministry for 24 hours, and you can go to champions.msme.gov.in. Just any suggestion or any grievance or anything that you need to know, just type it there. We'll make sure that it is going to your grievance or anything will be attended within 24 or 48 hours. Somebody is going to get back to you and let you know as to where, and maybe connect you also to the correct officer. Champions.msme.gov.in.
Okay, so I think that's all the time we have. We have overshot the 10 minutes. I really thank the panelists for their insightful and passionate comments and insights which they have given to us. If you have any questions, we can take it offline.
Only one liner. Come on. Let's be job givers. Let's get paranoid to do something. If we are paranoid to do something, all these problems we are sorting about will be clear. कुछ नहीं होगा। अगर हम लोग 500 करोड़ रुपया we can sell cow dung and buffalo dung to Saudi Arabia, perhaps we can do anything now. Yeah.
With that, we close the panel discussion. Over to you.
Thank you, Professor Kundi, and thank you to our esteemed panelists for an engaging and insightful discussion. We now invite all our distinguished guests to kindly proceed to the academic block entrance for the conference photograph as we capture this memorable moment together. This will be followed by the lunch break. We request you to reconvene promptly at 1:30 p.m. in CR01 for the next session.
to reignite your intellectual curiosity and invite you to reflect on questions that sits in the mind and heart of every academic institution. What does great teaching become great research, and how do classrooms spark scholarship that matters? It is with great pleasure that we begin the post-lunch session with thought-provoking talk title to Teaching Meets Research, How Classrooms Spark Scholarship. To lead us through this conversation, we are privileged to have with us Professor Ranjit Nambudri. Professor Nambudri is a distinguished academic leader in organizational behavior and human research management, and currently serves as Professor and Dean Faculty at the Indian Institute of Management, Indore. Over the years, he has also held several pivotal leadership roles, including Dean Administration, Dean Programs, and Chair of key academic committees. An alumnus of IIM Ahmedabad, Professor Nambudri brings over 28 years of rich experience across academia and industry, including a faculty stint at Gettysburg College, Pennsylvania, during his sabbatical, a journey that reflects both global exposure and deep pedagogical commitment. He is a widely published scholar with research appearing in leading international journals and business cases, registered with a Richard Ivey School of Business. His contributions have earned him several prestigious recognitions, including nomination to the long list of EIU Business Professor of the Year Award, Best Teacher Award IIM Indore, Outstanding Research Paper Award Emerald Literary Award, Best Paper Award Academy of Management Conference, Copenhagen. Beyond research and teaching, Professor Nambudri had conducted over 600 training programs and workshops for senior bureaucrats, armed forces officers, and corporate leaders. He is also a certified executive coach working closely with CXOs on leadership development, change management, and organizational transformation. His work at the intersection of leadership, diversity and inclusion, psychological capital, and organizational change makes him uniquely positioned to reflect on how classroom becomes site of discovery, dialogue, and impactful scholarship. Please join me in warmly welcoming Professor Ranjit Nambudri.
Okay, very good afternoon to all of you, and thank you very much for the very kind introduction. So of course the photo could have been better, but that's a little old photo. So I was just telling one of the faculty colleagues here that now I have a task on. I mean, we are looking at research, right? So now my next research agenda is to identify all those websites on which this photo exists and delete it from there, right? So I'm going to do some work over there anyway. So let me quickly set out the agenda over here. Okay, we are not going to make this a very research methods oriented class. The idea is just to see whether teaching and research can combine. And while we often talk about our research informing teaching, we want to look whether the other way around is also possible, where your teaching actually informs research. And what are the opportunities that we have for identifying research questions that emerge from our classroom. So that's what the agenda is. I also want to, while we don't want to obviously make it too theoretical, but I want to talk about a model which I think has inspired a lot of researchers and academicians over the past many years. And it's called Van der Waals diamond model, and I'll talk a little bit about the diamond model and see how that can answer this particular question, that does teaching and research align, or can the classrooms inform research, research practice. We'll also try and make it a little interactive. So we did hear your host talk about a good lunch, feeding your kind of enthusiasm. but it could work the other way around also, right? So we want to make sure that you people, kind of are a little energized. So if I ask questions, please feel free to answer, okay? And this is a psychologically safe space. Nobody knows all the answers over here, right? So there's no point in thinking I know the right answer and then I will talk. You can just say whatever you want, okay? When these questions come in. So I want to start with an interesting quote by an anonymous reviewer. I'm sure those of you who have sent out papers for review, and those of you who have, or have defended your thesis would have heard this, right? I have reservations about the contribution of your study, which ultimately impacts the perception of novelty and interestingness, right? How many of us have heard this statement or read this statement in our careers? Multiple number of times. I read it 3 days back, right? When I got a desk reject for a paper which is getting desk rejected. Now, see, I am going to reveal some inside secrets, which doesn't mean you should form a perception about me, okay? So this is a paper which has got desk rejected 8 times in 8 different journals. So there's some problem is there with the paper, but that's okay, right? So the point is, what does this mean? So hence, what do we try as researchers? And of course, I know that there is a mix of academicians as well as PhD scholars over here. For those who are academicians, I would kind of urge you to go back into your PhD days so that we can normalize our experiences as PhD scholars over here. The point is that in the kind of pursuit of novelty and interestingness, are we pursuing a path which may not always be necessary? I'm not saying it's not bad, it's a good path to have novelty, interestingness in your paper. I mean, I do the days when I was a PhD scholar, I had nightmares that am I making a research contribution? Is there a research gap? Now, I had this kind of interesting experience. I used to go to my PhD chair, we used to call it TAC in those days, Thesis Advisory Committee. I used to go to my Thesis Advisory Committee, she would ask me a question and then say that come back to me when you have the answer to this question. So I spent the next 2 months looking for those answers and all, and then I go back and give her the answer, she asked me another question. Right, so this went on for about 2 years. And then I told her that, see, ma'am, all this is great, but please be aware that, my daughter is probably going to graduate from school by the time I graduate from here. So please tell me what is the research gap. She said, why are you so obsessed with this research gap? I said, otherwise, what's my contribution, right? Will you say my thesis is good enough if there is no tangible research gap? This is what she asked. Is it a valid question? Yeah. I mean, some of you might be having your PhD advisor sitting in this classroom with you, so that's okay. You don't need to answer it. But others, I mean, is it a valid question? What's your research gap? Or is there something else also we need to ask? It's a valid question, of course. Okay, so sometimes you know what happens. There's a teacher who has been teaching for many years. I have kind of realized this. The way you ask the question might actually inform the answer. Right? So is it a valid question? People don't want to answer. Right? So isn't it a valid question? People will say yes immediately. Right? So it is a valid question, but is there some other question that needs to be asked other than this? What is that?
Is the research gap important?
Is it important? Okay, sure. Is it important? It's a good word. Okay, I want to talk about important. But shouldn't we also be asking the question, what problem are you solving? Are you solving a problem? Right? So somehow what happens is, in the race for interestingness and novelty, we may not be solving any problem. Right? Where should your research emerge? Where does research start? Think about it as a PhD scholar, okay? I mean, of course, you can think about it as a person who's actually publishing papers also, which is fine. But where does it start? Does it start when I have clarity about my topic? Finally, yes, I got the research gap. Clarity about my topic. Right? There are 6 variables interrelated with each other. I found a 7th. Right? It's a gap. It's definitely a gap, right? But so what? And then supervisor approved. Doesn't matter. Right? Thesis advisor said, great, go ahead. Probably he or she did it out of pity, right? Saying, okay, this fellow is going nowhere. I have pity for him. More importantly, I have pity for his family, which is also suffering. Go ahead and do it. We'll manage somehow. Or I identified the elusive research gap, or I am I know, I'll do this research. Why? Because I have access to data. Right? We are putting the cart before the horse multiple number of times. Research starts when something is not clear. Something is not clear to me. I am going to share with you two examples of where I think something which happened in my classroom informed a research paper that emerged out of it. Some experience that we had in the classroom. Finally, ultimately led us to think, okay, should we think about this? There may be a question. Of course, India is a high power distance country, so students in our classroom don't always ask difficult questions. But PhD programs are not like that. In PhD programs, I have had enough experiences where the student sitting across the table says, sorry, Prof, this is not very clear to me. Why are you saying this? Is there not another way of doing it? That is when research starts. So research, in fact, if this makes you feel good, research does not start with clarity, it starts with confusion. So we should be happy that we are confused about something. That means I have already started doing research on this. Right? If I have clarity about everything, okay, I know this variable for the last 30 years, people have been working on this. This is where this particular variable is today. Very often we say this. The current state of conceptualization of emotional intelligence is this. So everybody knows it. So what is the problem? Right? So there's no point. Right? It's okay to do that, but I'm not saying that's bad. See, please understand. Nowhere in this point I'm saying our traditional way of looking at where research emerges is wrong. It's great. I mean, I myself am a product of that system. But I'm saying there are other ways of looking at where research emerges. And we rarely, if ever, look into our classrooms when research happens. So this is a topic where some of you who are already teaching, my humble suggestion is look at what happens in your classroom to see where research emerges. And some of you are going to become teachers who are doing PhD. Again, this is another way of looking at how your research can emerge over there. So some of these slides we kind of skip. So I'm going to look at two things very quickly. I'll try and look at whether research should be interesting, important or both, and then we look at the Engage Scholarship Model of Van der Ven 2007, or what's called the Van der Ven Diamond, and then I give you two illustrations of papers that have emerged from my classroom in terms of problems that we had in the classroom. So should research, we have already answered this question, right? Should it be interesting or important? But I'll ask it again. So should it be interesting or important? Both, yeah. Management school, IIM. No way you will give a correct answer to this. Right? We never stick our necks out and say yes or no. We always say maybe it depends. Right? We are born with those ideas. And if you allow me, I will say maybe it depends. Let me develop a 2x2 framework for this. Right? One more step. So life is over. Once the 2x2 is made, one step further, I do some 1,000 consulting projects with that 2x2 framework and establish it for myself, which is okay, nothing wrong with that. But basically, there is this guy called Davis. Paper has been cited 5,000 plus times, written in 1971. And Davis has written a paper saying that for research to be important, for research to be meaningful, it should be interesting. And his definition of interesting is very simple. His definition of interesting is counter whatever people already know. If people are saying X, then you say no, not X, Y. If people say X leads to Y, you say no, Y leads to X over there. And he has provided enough evidence of some really path-breaking work, multiple citations, legacy theories, which seem to have followed the approach that he is outlining over here. And hence his argument is, if you want to do meaningful research, you should follow the pursuit of interestingness, which means that you say things which are counterintuitive, and that's what appeals to the audience. In fact, there's something interesting that he says. All interesting theories, or at least all interesting social theories, constitute an attack on the taken for granted world of their audience. If it does not challenge or merely confirms, then they will reject it, but they'll affirm the truth, saying, yeah, okay, this is good. It's a good thing that you say, but so what? Right? So they probably won't take that theory forward. And a lot of, I'm sure many of you who are in some advanced stage of your PhD, or those of you who already done your PhD, somewhere down the line, you would have read this paper. Right? It's one of the most kind of influential papers of its time. And there are some examples. I'll just give you a few quick examples of theories that might be doing exactly what Davis has said over there. We don't want to get into the theory per se. So if you are not aware of this theory that I am talking about, don't worry about it. That's not the objective anyway, right? So for example, if you look at composition, if you look at the phenomenon of composition, I mean, look at this. What seems to be an assorted heterogeneous phenomenon is actually comprising a single element. Look at the Freudian perspective. Freud says that, we say this, right? We are all different. I myself say, when I teach personality in the classroom, I say we are all different. Right? So your personality is not mine. One of the papers that I am going to talk to you about, which emerged from a classroom, looks at personality as a variable. And the assertion is, how many of us actually say this? But Freud says exactly the opposite, saying that the basic instinct is the same. So everything emerges out of something which is monolithic over there. Similar instincts actually do it. The other one also, what seems to be a single phenomenon is actually composed of heterogeneous elements. You look at the Weberian perspective of social stratification. Now Weber said that society is not a single monolith, where you say strata 1, strata 2, strata 3. He says within that you have multiple different complexities that need to be done. And both of these people seem to have taken an approach which is exactly what Davis is saying you should do. Say something which is counterintuitive. So if everybody is saying people are different, say no, it's all right, people are different, but your basic root DNA is the same. Your instincts are the same. Look at another one, abstraction. If I look at the phenomenon of abstraction, what seems like an individual phenomenon is in reality a holistic phenomenon. It looks at sociologizing, whereas what seems to be holistic is actually individual. Now the example here is you look at Emile Durkheim's claim. Emile Durkheim has written a book in 1897 called Suicide. Those of you who are interested in sociology, or even if you are not, it's a fascinating book. Okay, and Emile Durkheim, is suicide an individual choice? I mean, it's a terrible question to ask post lunch. When people are looking at something interesting, I come in and ask morbid questions. Is suicide an individual choice or not? Durkheim says that it's a process characteristic of the society. And that's the reason certain societies experience more suicide rates than others. Because the society is kind of tempering you for it over there. So what seems to be psychological phenomenon is actually a sociological phenomenon. And Emile Durkheim's book is widely cited, widely read. It's an exact, kind of representation of what Davis says should be good research. The entire world has said something, you say something else over there. And it is interesting, and if you can prove it, great. People will say, this is good. This is meaningful research. And we also try to do that, right? When we do our thesis. What theoretical contribution am I going to make? This theory says this, I am saying something else over there. My theory, I am providing counter evidence to this theory over there. Stabilization, another interesting phenomenon. What seems to be a stable, unchanging phenomenon is in reality unstable and changing. Now, if you look at Simmel's work on conflict seems to be episodic, right? Every few months, one country bombs the other, right? Except one particular country which is anyway bombing everybody else in the world. We don't want to talk about them over here. It's getting recorded. My visa may get cancelled, right? I don't want to take a chance over there. But Simmel says that's not true. The conflict never went away. It was always there in steady state. And it became visible in certain other situations. So everybody said that conflict is episodic. You have episodes of conflict. And if you talk about societies, forget societies, this can even be individualized. One of the most common statements I have heard when people have arguments in a faculty committee meeting or any other meeting, one of the most common statements. I was expecting you to say this. That day also you said this. So what is happening? It's not an episode. The steady state conflict is always there. I am already expecting you to say something else. And hence I am already ready with a counter to that. So whatever you say reminds me of that day over there. That's exactly what Simmel is saying. Saying it's not an episode of conflict. It is a steady state over there. And people like this theory. Because he did exactly what Davis said. And make it interesting. Say something different. Say something which is the opposite over there. Correlation. Simple correlations. All of us are PhD scholars. We know correlation. correlation. We live and kind of wake up and sleep with this term in our head. And look at this. What seems to be unrelated is actually related. If you look at the very famous Hawthorne experiments with Roethlisberger did on the Hawthorne plants, they set out to figure out whether your working conditions impact the productivity of employees. They found no correlation between that, but they ended up finding about informal organizations, social systems, the impact of the society on people, the formation of cliques. They weren't even looking at that, and the phenomenon they never thought has something to do with that. So point we are trying to make is that while interesting claims are there, is there a counter to these interesting claims? Fortunately, we had a person called Sang who in 2022 wrote a paper saying it's important to have interesting claims, but that's not the only thing you need to look at. And that's the reason why our classrooms can become very interesting, laboratories for research over there. He wrote an article which says that's interesting, a flawed article which has influenced generations of management researchers. Little ironic though. Can you tell me what's ironic about Sang's article's title? He himself is contradicting an article which has influenced so many people, right? Maybe that's what made it interesting. People picked up Sang and said that, okay, this fellow is saying something which is counter to what Davis has said in 1971. 51 years later, he wrote this, countering what Davis had been saying since then. So, if you see this, he is kind of appealing to the important side of the argument over there. So, one of his basic arguments was, what is the purpose of science? The purpose of science is to measure, explain and predict. And his argument is this measure, explain and predict has got nothing to do with it. It is not remotely connected with interestingness. There is no connection between that. I am trying to explain and solve problems. Especially if I look at managerial, we are in a management conference, I don't want to get into the physical sciences over there, but you can extend the argument over there as well. It's the same argument over there. So why do I do an experiment? I think you will have a session on experiments also. Because it allows me to predict, measure, predict and control. Right? Causation, etc. etc. So he's saying that it doesn't necessarily have anything to do with interestingness. It just reaffirms what you know, and can you adequately explain a phenomenon? That's all that research is all about. So you shouldn't be focusing on some of these things. So the problem with interestingness is several things, and you will see this. You will see all of this happening right in front of your eyes. In today's world, all of this is happening. First of all, I won't kind of pick up all of these points, but look at ignoring all the duties of a researcher because you want to publish something and you kind of very high profile papers getting retracted. Why? Because the data is probably not what it should be. There seems to be evidence that something has happened over there. Why? Because the pursuit is to produce something which is very interesting over there. Really high profile papers. Some which I myself used to cite frequently in my work. And we suddenly find that the entire series of papers has been, you might have also heard about this lady from Harvard, right, who got removed from her tenure. And she was the chair professor for ethics in Harvard. Right, that's interesting, right? It's very interesting. She did exactly what the opposite, maybe she was too obsessed with the interesting part of it. To do exactly what your chair professorship tells you to do. Now that's another way of looking at it. Look at it, it discourages replication studies. When somebody comes, I remember when I went to one of my PhD committee members way back a couple of decades or more than that, and I told him, so he asked me this question, so what's the research gap? So I said that, sir, as of now the research gap seems to be that this model has not been studied in the Indian context. He laughed at me, and he laughed in a very derisive manner. And then he used a word which I have never forgotten. It's more than 25 years, I haven't forgotten his word. He told me, you are not here to do a chai pani thesis. So I said, sir, what does that mean? It means it's a thesis that can be done while you have chai and pani. So, but are replication studies not important? The The moment I say it's interesting, that's my only objective. I'm ruling out every replication study that's possible over there, right? So my initial argument is just to kind of lay the groundwork that research need not always be interesting. If it is, great, but we are not looking at that as a sole objective. Problem happens is when we as PhD scholars or faculty members or researchers believe that I need to make my paper interesting for it to be publishable. That's where we kind of end up with these challenges of a roadblock, saying, okay, I can't go ahead, there's no significant research gap over there. And it's a cyclical problem, okay, let's also not look at only one side of the story. The other side of the story is reviewers also ask for that. You know, I know that friendly reviews, one of the papers that I'm going to talk to you about, where I think something emerged from the classroom over there. One of our earliest friendly reviews with a great journal, I still remember the words of the editor who gave us a friendly review. What's your story? You know, are you giving us some interesting story over here? So, I'm not saying it's not important, but I'm saying that's not the only thing that we need to worry about, right? There are other ways of doing research also. There are other contributions also that we can make, and that's what we should be opening our minds to. Also, I think the fact is the moment I get into it's interesting, we are basically undermining doctoral education, and this is a very, very strong belief that I have. We are basically undermining doctoral education because we don't encourage them to build on existing notions. We tell them, tell me something different. What is it that I don't know? You know, that is what we push our doctoral students to do. And it's not a, kind of healthy pursuit all the time. So we also talk about something called paradigm development. For those of you who are interested, in 1991, there was a gentleman called Jeffrey Pepper. Jeffrey Pepper has been cited 100,000 times, and Jeffrey Pepper gave the keynote address at the Academy of Management. And he introduced this term called paradigm development. And he said management research, and he was basically echoing the opposite of what Davis was saying. He said management education suffers vis-a-vis other sciences because we don't believe in the concept of paradigm development. We go about shooting everybody else in the foot. Paradigm development essentially means that if a phenomenon has been established and accepted, you don't question that anymore, you just build on it. Now, if you look at the physical sciences, that's what they do. If there's something which has already been proven in the theory, they don't go testing that theory, they'll build on that. And what happens? As a result, their productivity is higher, they can turn out more papers because they are not spending time recreating the wheel. They end up getting more funding, they end up producing results which are applicable in the industry, they end up getting tenured faster. So he used this data to prove why management education, by just going around, countering, you said this, I'll say the opposite. We end up having very low levels of paradigm development, so your productivity it's a negative cycle according to him. Your productivity is lower, and because your productivity is lower, your chances of getting promoted or tenured are lower, and your chances of getting funding are also lower, research funding. So the problem is that hence, where does that leave us? Our basic idea is to shift from interesting to important. And important over here means, are you solving somebody's problem? That is what it basically means. And that's what we want to, kind of move you into. So what are the trade-offs and challenges in finding a topic? Now, I'll throw it open, okay? I've been talking for a while, and we need to get you involved over here. And I've been told repeatedly by people who are near and dear to me, into bracket my children, that my voice modulation is not great. So I tend to be very boring when I talk. So I'm taking their feedback not so seriously, but it's okay. So I'll throw this. So what are the challenges in finding a topic? Yeah, go ahead. Some of you who are doing a PhD currently. Any questions? As I told you, this is psychological safe space. We are only asking you to share your experiences. There is no correct or incorrect answer for this. Anybody?
One of the challenges we find is whether we get the data.
Whether you get the data. Fair point. It's a problem. I mean, I come up with a very interesting model, but I know that one has to be aware of this. This is an important thing, okay? I'm not saying we should disregard it, because we assume that because all organizations and all systems allow open and free access to data just like the Western countries do. It's not always true. There could be enough roadblocks over there. One is, should I be too clever as a PhD scholar? The trade-off between how much I should be clever or should I be too safe? Incremental. Where do you fit yourself between these two extremes? Obviously, I mean, as some of your PhD scholars who are PhD scholars would have been told by your advisors, you have to find a sweet spot between this, and depends on how much kind of access to resources you have. Data is one, time is also the other. I'll share again one of my experiences over here. As a PhD scholar, I wanted to be too clever, which means I said, let me do something which is really path-breaking. I'm going to do something which is very, very different. So I kind of spent months putting together that model, and then I went to my committee. And I also was, I don't know why I was foolhardy. In hindsight, I made a lot of wrong decisions in my life. One of them was to have a committee of 4 faculty members. And the other was, out of those, 2 never spoke to each other. So, I mean, these are now, when I think in hindsight, when some of my PhD scholars come, I first tell them that, first you decide, make these things clear in life, right? Then you will move, otherwise you will remain where you are. But anyway, coming back to that. So I went with this model to one of my faculty members, highly published person. This guy never used to publish anything below Journal of Applied Psychology and those kinds of papers. And I showed him the model. He quietly heard me for about 20-25 minutes. And then he stopped me. And then he asked me a single question. Again, I haven't forgotten the tone with which he asked me also. So he told me that, so Nambudri, are you Valmiki? So I said, sir, I don't understand. So he said, Valmiki, you know who Valmiki is? I said, yeah, the person who wrote the Ramayana. And he said, yeah, you know how much time it took him to write the Ramayana? I said, I don't know, I'm told centuries, but 14 years for the first draft. So he said, yes, do you have 14 years with you? So I said, no, sir, I got it. He said, cut this, cut this, cut this, cut this, cut this, and come back with a basic model, right? Otherwise, tell me that you are in here for 14 years and you are willing to spend 14 years to do your PhD over there. So where is your sweet spot in terms of whether you want to be incremental or interesting? The other challenge, of course, is, so the problem, I think this is where I'm going to be focusing all my attention on. Whatever he said right now was only a precursor. If you have been busy with something else also, my humble request is what happens next is what is really important. The problem is not one of intelligence. All of us don't have, none of us have that problem. But it is not knowing where to look for as far as research problems are concerned. And one of the most underused places are our own classrooms and learning experiences. How many times have we thought, I don't understand what's happening over there? It could be a life experience in your classroom, as a teacher, as a faculty, as a student, as an employee working in some organization, as a committee member. It could be anything, right? But we never look at that as a research problem. We just say, okay, I'll handle it. I don't know, does it give me a kind of platform to create a research problem? That is where classroom meets teaching. And that's what we want to talk about. How my classroom can inform my teaching. And what we will do is, I'm going to take a classroom. I'll first give an illustration. This is a classroom problem, that dilemma which led to a problem formulation. This is a paper that we are currently working on as well, and it's reached a fair bit stage of development. And then I'll give you another example as well of something that we used. So one of the problems that we had was, which got us thinking about this, and this is true of most MBA classrooms, 25 to 30% of our grade comes through class participation. There's no exam, right, in many courses. And we find that some students consistently participate more than others. I mean, even if I take a quality into quantity metric, even then there will be some people who will consistently figure in the top right corner over there. And consequently, academic performance varies. 25% of my course comes from CP, a bright young kid. I remember one of the brightest kids in our class, a 2013 or 14 batch. The person never used to speak in the class, but exceedingly well in the exams. And 25% of the grade comes from CP. Whether you like it or not, that person is not going to score. Would never be in the top of the class. Would always be somewhere in the kind of second quartile of the scores. So we thought, why is this happening? Right? So what's the research problem over here? Is it just a teaching problem? What's the research problem over here? What do you think is the research problem? I'm sure all of you experience this, right? If you're from an IM system, you know this. 20-25% you are not. Most B schools use continuous grading, right? If you're in a business management school, you know this. So the question is, the problem is not with the theory over there. We are looking at a classroom problem of fairness and evaluation. So there's something happening in the classroom which is a dilemma, which forces us to think a little bit more, saying that should we do some research on this and figure out what's happening over there. And what might explain this? The second step is the theory. See, look at how we are carefully placing this. The first step is the problem. It's the problem, it's not the theory. The second step is the theory. And what is happening over here? For example, observation to explanation. Ability alone seems to be insufficient. So your ability is not explaining why this is happening. The guy is capable but not performing. Efforts and motivation also don't fully explain it. So what is really happening over there? Is it something beyond this? Is it personality? But the problem with personality is that traits cannot be managed. I can't hire somebody into a PGD program based on that person's personality. It's not correct to do that. Number one, we don't have personality variables that can be measured. It is logistically a nightmare. And the third thing is that personality variables are stable. So we can't change them. So what can that person do? Just because that person doesn't have a particular personality, should I not choose that person, take that person into the program? So there is a problem that none of the existing theories seem to explain why this is happening over there. But each of them partially provides some explanation. What's happening over there. So hence we said that so now this is where the important part is. The objective for us was not to create new knowledge. It was not about being interesting. It was about being important. Taking a research problem which happened immersed in the classroom and solving it using appropriate research methods. It's as simple as that. But we don't ever look for it. That is what I'm trying to get at over here. It was about asking whether the existing knowledge can explain what we were observing. Quick question over here. What do we understand by this term theory building? Don't go with the classical qualitative notions of theory building. That is one way you can build theory. Unfortunately, the understanding of theory building is that you are breaking new ground. What we are saying here is, that is of course theory building, but that's not the only thing which is theory building. Kind of expanding the boundaries of what we already know is also theory building. You're also building some theory over there. So there's absolutely nothing wrong in kind of, choosing your sweet spot, which is closer to being safe, as long as you are solving a problem over there. So this was where we were standing. We saw a problem in the classroom. We saw that existing theories partially explained some of it, but we were still unable to get to where it was. And then we looked at why it mattered. Is this even important for us? Now, why is this important for us? Just think about it. Why is it important to know how academic achievement is influenced in a business school in India? To whom does this matter, this research? Yeah? Students, yes. The teacher, of course, faculty, to be fair. What else? Who does it matter to? Who is it? Management institutes, it's a kind of cycle over there, right? You look at the big consulting firms of India, what do they do when they go to a school? That they do, but the first thing they tell the placement committee is give me the top 50 rankers. Right? Now I am saying that the kid's ability, effort, motivation does not explain why this kid is not in the top 50. But does that not make this person qualified for your job? Unfortunately, no, because you have put a criteria which says that give me the CGPA over there. Right? And look at how this vicious cycle operates. The moment this message goes out that CGPA is important, several things kind of fall in place. First of all, there is a race for CGPA. By do whatever, and of course, and then kind of what happens is that that spirals on to admission. Your admission is also impacted. You've got this, you know that these recruiters come here. So the whole, kind of system starts moving cyclically when that happens over there. So hence this matters because academic institutions in India are basically the ones that help the corporates build human capital as far as the Indian ecosystem is concerned. Probably this research may not have been so important in the Western or American context because they don't have placements as part of their system. They have career counseling as part of their system. We have placements, which is very different from that. The industry comes to us, and why does the industry come? I mean, just imagine this. It's simple common sense. A guy is boarding a plane, or a HR manager is boarding a plane at 8 o'clock in the morning, landing on the campus at 10 o'clock, conducting 150, meeting 150 candidates by 8 in the evening, and giving out 15 offers and going. Do you think they are doing a very serious job of this? Right? I mean, you don't need to answer it because it's on camera, but the fact is that they are depending on us. In terms of our evaluations, which say that it's a pseudo measure of a student's managerial capability. If somebody has a 3.60 CGPA, we know that this is an A category student. So it's a pseudo measure. So that's the root issue that is being addressed over here. And college education, of course, helps you acquire the competencies, which gets you the competencies that are required for the jobs, etc., etc. So these are some complicated diagrams. We'll skip them. Okay. So now the question is, how do we study this? Now, obviously, it sounds all very good. Okay, I have a problem which started in my classroom. I saw that it matters to somebody. Now I have 2 more things to do before I actually, close the story. One is I need to conduct the research. So what's the best way to collect this data? Right? And obviously you need to model this. So our argument was, let me piece this together. We said that ability doesn't fully explain, motivation doesn't fully explain, personality might explain but it's not in our control, and personality doesn't change. So that's when you dig deeper and say, is there something else that explains it? And that's where we came up with this concept called psychological capital. Because we said psychological capital is something which is something which is open to change, and it includes variables that are trait-like. They are not exact traits, but they are trait-like over there. So our model essentially included I haven't put the model over here because the paper is still not published, but typically we looked at academic achievement as the outcome variable, and we looked at a concept called psychological capital as the variable that might mediate or influence the relationship between a student's personality and their academic performance. And psychological capital, those of you who are not from OBHR or psychology probably wouldn't know this, but it includes 4 subconstructs, which are basically called hope, efficacy, resilience and optimism. Now that is something that, now again, why is it important? Because as a program director, PGP chair, I cannot influence the personality of an individual, but I can influence their hope. I can influence their optimism. I can make them resilient through interventions in the institute. I can improve their self-efficacy. So it is a problem that is useful to somebody, which can allow people who may not have the same kind of personality traits which are required to be successful in an academic program like an MBA to still make something for themselves out of that particular program. And obviously for us, the next question obviously was, how do we study it? Our argument was that the appropriate design for us was a longitudinal design because we wanted to measure change. What is the change in your psychological capital from the time you joined the program to the time you are in the second year when you are closer to placements? So hence the longitudinal design, seemed to be appropriate over here. Now the point, that, of course, the outcome was that this paper was nominated for the Caroline Dexter Award in the year 2019. Currently, it's in an advanced stage of, manuscript being done ready and all. So what we are really, this is not the model I want to talk about. If required, I'll come back to it. So what are we talking about, right? Now this, to my mind, is probably if there is one takeaway from this talk, then this should be what it should be. And what does it say actually? It says that there are 4 corners to research. And what are those 4 corners? I start with the bottom left. problem solving. And I start with the bottom right, problem formulation. Then I go to theory, then I go to research design, and then I go to problem solving. Can I really build all of these arguments? So what we will do, and how many of you would probably help me understand what this term epistemic accountability means? Epistemic accountability. We don't want to make it too jargon heavy, okay? I'll simplify it. Epistemic accountability means, are you taking, and this is, let me use my words carefully here and go slow over here. As researchers, budding researchers, or even as experienced researchers, this is probably our most important responsibility. Epistemic accountability. Am I taking responsibility for what I say, what I claim through my research? And the Van der Waals diamond is a classical way of achieving epistemic accountability. It actually makes you, if you follow the Van der Waals model in your research, which means you start with the problem formulation, and I give you another case study to explain how it can be done over there. Then you are actually being responsible, and you are saying that, okay, I am owning responsibility for my claims in this particular paper. That's what epistemic accountability is, and that's what we should aim for as academicians and potential of future academicians over here. So what is problem formulation? Corner 1, right? We'll again go slow. See, this is not a session where I'm supposed to be, I would like to teach Van der Waals model. That's not the objective. It's a discussion, right? So if you have questions, please feel free to just interrupt me. So what is the first corner? First corner is problem formulation. Again, I'll pick up something which emerged from the classroom. Because for me, I think Van der Waals model is a classical way of bringing your classroom into your teaching. Looking at classroom problems and doing research on that. So I'll take another example of where I think we have done it. Of course, the first step is what is the real problem. I will just show you the example of the academic achievement one, and for whom is this a problem, and it's not about what theory I use. That's the first step, is what's the problem and for whom over there. I want to take an example of a theory called servant leadership. Some of you might have heard of this term, servant leadership, right? What does it mean?
The leader is acting as a servant, where he works, being a leader, he works for others.
The motivation, the primary motivation is to serve somebody. It's not to lead somebody. Leadership is not your motivation. You want to provide service to people, right? Now, I'll show you the questions that came in my class. Okay, we were talking of servant leadership, and over the years, couple of years successively, I had similar questions that came from the students on this. But before I show you some of the questions that they asked me in the classroom, which forced us to look at this problem and see whether it really works. What are the questions that arise in your mind? Servant leadership is all about the motivation to provide service to people. It's not about leading people. It's not about authority. It's more about being, generous to people. What are the questions that arise in your mind when you hear this concept? Yeah, go ahead. Yes.
Sometimes, if we are the leaders, we need to get the things done also.
Right, you need to get the things done.
It's not always that, we can say that.
Correct. So, we need to get things done. I'll extend that argument. If there is a crisis on hand, can I be a servant leader? I don't know. Maybe I can, maybe I cannot. Right, any other question that arises in your mind? Yes.
Relating with I think in servant leadership, the servant leader would very, very quickly destroy their own psyche.
Okay, so that might lead to a reduction in their psychological capital. Okay, fair enough. Any other questions? A basic question that comes to my mind, and I'm sure it comes to your mind also, right? If servant leadership is so great, why are we not seeing servant leaders all around us? Right? You do a quick dipstick survey of industry leaders. How many of you think from the outside as servant leadership characteristics? So hence, some of the questions that used to come to us work, will it work in hierarchical organizations? Does it send different signals? The leader is saying, I want to empower. Subordinate may say, but this guy is weak, right? I can bully this person because this person is too pliable. So this person wants to help me over there. Will some of us not want to take advantage of that nature? You know, the 30 years of my career, I have come across people who are very, very nice and pliable, and they can, you know, you go to them and say that, you know, boss, I have a personal problem, I'll not come to office tomorrow. The person says, don't worry, don't come day after also. Right? So, I say, oh great, I'll not come the third day also, right? He didn't tell me that, but I'll not come. It's okay, right? So, there are multiple signals there. Organization is saying who is accountable. So there are questions. People say that servant leadership sounds good on paper. Is it really practically applicable in this particular context? So when people, now this is where I want to spend a minute. When people define the same situation differently, you already have a research problem with you. What does it mean? Research problems emerge out of confusion and disagreement, not out of agreement only. You have already said this, I am adding something to what you said. But you have a problem, you have a disagreement, you have a confusion, you have a lack of clarity, feel good about it. If you have a lack of clarity, you should feel good about it. You are probably already doing research, if you have that with you. So, research problems could come from disagreement and not only from ignorance. We don't know what's happening, that's also an important thing, but I have a disagreement with what is already being said. Servant leadership is being touted as the alternate model to leadership. But what does it not explain? Why are there problems in my mind? Why is it that I am unacceptable? I am not finding it hard to accept servant leadership as a theory over there. Because somebody may say, I don't see it around us. I remember there was one student, he said, sorry sir, I don't see servant leadership around me. So I don't think this is only a concept that exists on paper. I don't think there's something like this which exists in reality. I said it's an important statement that you've made, right? At that point in time, we didn't think about doing research. Ultimately, some research emerged out of it. Right? So again, so the next point is, so I have the problem formulation done. Right? Now my second step, which is the second corner, is theory building. So what do I do in theory? Go back to the example that I gave, the first one, which was about academic achievement. We said abilities, motivation does not explain this. Something else explains it. So what really explains it? That's what is the second step of your research. How do I explain this problem? Right? What really explains this dilemma that I am unable to understand over there? Why is it happening? So theory is needed when common sense explanations are not enough. So common sense explanation doesn't tell me why servant leadership may work, may not work. I still have no idea. But I am finding it difficult to digest over there. So you know what, you will see what I am doing over here. I am telling you what the corner stands for, and then we are explaining it using the servant leadership example so that it becomes slightly simpler for all of you all, right? So why does servant leadership sometimes fail? When followers expect, we just heard some of the answers from some of you in the room over here. Followers expect visible authority, power signals are culturally important. Now think about this, this is also a question, right? In certain organizations which are hierarchy driven, I cannot be a servant leader because power or signaling power is equally important over there. You cannot be perceived to be a weak person. So does that give you a research question? It says, I mean, what is, let me again throw this. Suppose I take the second bullet. Servant leadership fails when power signals are culturally important. So does that give you a potential idea for a research paper? Yeah, okay, sure, fair enough. So how will I test it? How will I test it? Suppose I have to say whether power signals are culturally important and can impact servant leadership. How do I test it? Simple, no? I take two examples where power symbols are there and where power symbols are not there. Right? So we took what we are doing currently, just to give you an example. We have taken a corpus where we have taken the last 50 Nobel Prize winners, and we have looked at their speech, what they are doing over there, and then we are seeing what is it that is common to what the Nobel Peace Prize winners are saying. And then we took the last 18 American presidents and then we are comparing their first congressional address that they gave, and then we are trying to see whether there is something happening over there, right? Now, one can of course question the data set, that's a different issue, right? I'm not getting into it. But all I'm saying is that the moment you found that theory does not necessarily reach till this place, servant leadership theory has got no inclusion of power signals and cultural importance, then I know that there is something that can be explored over there, right? There is something that I can do over there. The problem came from the classroom. Problem came from a simple question that a student asked. And when that student asked, 3 other students asked the same question. I also thought of this, but I didn't think of asking it. Now that she has asked it, I have this question as well. What does it do as a teacher? It takes you back to the boardroom saying that, okay, I thought this would be a 75-minute simple class where I talk about Narayan Murthy and compassionate leadership. That's the case that I use. I said, let me look at Narayan Murthy and compassionate leadership. It works like a charm, but suddenly this kid has thrown a spanner in my works by saying that, well, if it was so great, in fact, I'll tell you exactly what the question is without, undermining Mr. Murthy over here. But she asked me this interesting question. She said that the case which I gave them, which is Narayan Murthy and compassionate leadership, that stops in the year 2004. And till that time, the entire story of Infosys and Mr. Murthy rising together is written. He came back a few years later, and there was this infamous battle for Infosys with Mr. Vishal Sikka, and one of the primary agreements between the 6 co-founders of Infosys was that he will employ non-nepotistic practices, was violated because Mr. Murthy's son came in. So this kid asked me that, Professor, is this case deliberately kept till 2004? Right, because if we are talking of compassionate leadership over here, I don't see too much of compassion in Infosys currently. That's an opinion, we don't need to support it or disagree with it, but that's where the question came. I said that, see, I never had a problem with this case. Now suddenly this kid has asked this question. I need to go and think about it, right? And that was where we started thinking about some of these things. We are not inventing new theory, but we are. Now this is again important, okay? As a PhD scholar, the objective is not to invent new theory, but to check whether your existing explanations are enough or not. That's also good enough in terms of your thesis over there. So clarifying, extending, limiting theory, or identifying the limitations of existing theory is also equally theory building in that particular context, right? The third is research design. So I'll ask the same question, right? Now, how do I study this? How do I study this? Because servant leadership is a concept which is very confusing. So how do I study it? This is the third part, right? Again, question to you people. How would you want to study it? What's the best way to study this? What research design should you employ? Yeah? Good. One could be that I could pick up 2 cases of servant leaders and do it. Sure, fair enough. The other one? I heard qualitative somewhere. Interviews could be one. See, what is it? Yeah. Ethnography could be one, but obviously in the context of data access it will be difficult. You will have to shadow these people and all. But certainly the survey did not seem to be an ideal methodology over there. Because this is a phenomenon which is confusing us. We don't know what is the truth over there. Unlike academic achievement, and I'll compare both. Academic achievement is a developed paradigm. I know what leads to academic achievement. I have no idea about servant leadership, and I'll show you the timeline of servant leadership. The concept was proposed in 1970 by a guy called Greenleaf. Do you know when the next paper was written on servant leadership? 1970, Robert Greenleaf wrote about servant leadership. The next significant work on servant leadership came in 1998, 28 years later. There was nothing in the interim over there. Nobody spoke about this concept. People didn't even regard it as important. And between 1998 and 2011, there were, I think, 1,000 plus papers on it. And there are 10 different conceptualizations. So the question the student asked is absolutely valid. One conceptualization says that you are benevolent, you are an advocate, you have empathy, but other models say something very different. So in that context, the only way to study it was either talk to leaders, followers, do interviews, compare to organizations. analyze what they say most often, text analysis, look for cases where it worked and where it didn't work. So that's the best approach that needs to be done over there. So good research design is not about sophistication, but it's about fit. Does it fit the question that you have in your mind? And lastly, the final thing is, how do I use this information? If this research is done, who benefits from it? Basically, if you look at the servant leadership story, if the servant leadership succeeds, then leadership training could become a little bit more realistic. Students stop treating it as a soft idea. Organization would know where service works and where authority works. It gives you some, kind of hands-on, and this is exactly what we did over there. What we did, so this is, now I'll come back to this slide later, okay? Let me just come back to what we did over here. So, this is what we did actually. This is where our paper was grounded. Leiden in 98 told us how to measure it. But unfortunately, you will see the number of conceptualizations. 70, 98, 99, 99, 2000, 2002. Number of conceptualizations is immense. And they don't always say the same thing. Some things are common, emotional healing, authentic self, altruistic calling. But there are a lot of differences over there. So what we did was, we said, okay, we are going to get out of this. We are going to, while the Leiden framework tells us how to measure it, we will tell them how to use it or develop it. So that's what we came, we explored antecedents of behaviors that a practitioner can actually practice on this. Basis this paper, so we wrote this, saying that if you have these 10 things, you can probably develop it this way, etc., etc. This, of course, paper is published and also kind of, so now if you look at both these things, compare the two cases that I just said. Two outcome variables, academic performance emerged from the classroom, servant leadership emerged from a question that was faced in the classroom over there. Academic performance is micro level variable, servant leadership is normative and interpretive. This is how things should be a nice person, be empathetic. You are a great leader if you are empathetic. It's a normative, prescriptive model that is being given over here. Low controversy, academic performance, there is low controversy, but there is high debate in servant leadership. The students were the subjects. Here we looked at specific leaders. It was quantifiable, so we used statistical methods using longitudinal analysis. This is interpretive. So we use a qualitative research design over there. So to come back to the diamond over there, what I'm trying to say is that the diamond is not a test that you have to pass. I mean, a diamond is a reminder that research grows by paying attention to very simple things. These are my concluding statements here. One is the problem real. Two is the explanation, current explanation available to you sensible and enough. Three is the method appropriate that you are using. And four, does the work matter to someone else? Right? So that is what your PhD is the process of growing into this diamond. Right? So that's how you should probably be treating your PhD over there. So a few final words before we close over here. Just to give a quick conclusion over here, and I'm going to give one more quote. I started with a quote from an anonymous reviewer. I'm going to end with one more quote. So research questions don't arise as elegant theories. I should have used my words a little carefully. Most research questions do not always arrive as elegant theories. They are important, right? But they come in moments of discomfort. So it's absolutely good to be, uncomfortable. I have been doing literature review. I see so many students coming to me. Sir, you keep telling me do this literature review. I mean, there was this PhD student of mine. Later on, I realized he told me all this after he graduated. So somebody told me that, sir. So I called him once after he graduated and he had moved on. I called him for a special session somewhere, and I told him that since your research is in this topic, can you do this one class for them? And then I walked out of the class, and next day, about 2-3 days later, I called that the students and I said that, what did this guy tell you? Was it useful? They said, yeah, it was very useful. In fact, he told us something very interesting. He said that the day Professor Nambudri allows you to sit in his office for more than 15 minutes, he is convinced about your research. But if it's even 14 minutes, it means you are going to go back. I said, okay, this guy has been spreading some tales about me over there. And then I called him. I said, what did you say? He said, no, that's the whole point. You used to always make me uncomfortable. I come to you and you say, no, this is fine, but what about this? So I said, that's the whole idea, right? Your research has to come from discomfort. Your research cannot come from comfort. Why? Because if your research is coming from comfort, you are talking about something which somebody has already spoken about. So what's the whole point, right? Your research has to come through. Okay, this seems to be a little different, right? In the sense that what I'm seeing at the workplace, or what I'm, kind of experiencing somewhere else, does not seem to be this. So is there something else that I can, kind of look at over there? If you look at Peer Go-To, some of you probably know this guy. You've probably read his works. The most important questions are often hidden in what is taken for granted over there. So classrooms are where the taken for granted becomes visible. So this is where the problem is. That's the reason I gave you the servant leadership example. Narayan Murthy case, I've done it 5 years successively. I walked into class with the overconfidence of Narayan Murthy case, it will run the same way. Suddenly one kid disrupted the entire class by saying, no, boss, I think you have deliberately chosen this only till 2004. So I said, what are you trying to say? So, because it was taken for granted. And this taken for granted part is always visible only in the classroom. But we never look at our classroom for research problems. We are always looking at the literature for our research problems, rather than looking at real life problems that emerge through case discussions. So hence, what do you need to pay attention to? What confuses you? What troubles you? What returns during classes, discussions and cases? Think about this. I mean, I know, the tea stall is the most popular place for a PhD student. And chai is the companion that takes you through 5 years of PhD. And you are having a cup of tea and you say, boss, faculty were not able to answer this question. Maza nahi aaya, boss, answer me. And then you forget it and go. 1 year later, you are still at the same question. You will say, what? I don't think he has still answered it, right? He said, I'll get back to you later, but he never got back. And whenever I approach this question, he deflects it. So there's something happening over there. Do we pay attention to that? That's where the research problems might emerge. That's where actually research begins. So thank you very much. I think it's been a pleasure talking to you. I think we have time for some questions. I'm happy to take any questions if there are. The whole objective was to make sure that you don't take anything for granted, right? So please ask some questions. One of the simplest questions could be, so Professor, what is the counter theory to the diamond? We want to make something interesting. You said Van de Ven's diamond is very popular. Please tell us how to contradict it. I'll say you invert it, right? You first give the solution to people and then work around and identify what the problem was that you solved. Any questions? Yeah? None? So no questions can mean only two things, but we don't want to tell what those two things are, right? Also see what is very interesting is there are some people over here whom I know fairly closely because they are either colleagues or they have worked with me in the past and all. So the simplest thing would be to relive my old days and cold call them, but I'm not going to do that. Yes sir. Go ahead.
Sir, my name is Dr. Rakesh Kumar Verma and I came from Balia district, UP. So after completing my PhD, I started my own educational institute.
Right.
So where I see two kind of problems, which is interrelated. My question is, let me ask a question. How to inculcate or develop research mindset in students? The problem I face is students are not interested in learning and teachers are also not interested in teaching. This is the ground reality because there is a state level universities are there and this is the ground reality. Education पे focus कम है. So from this topic, this is the question I generate in mind.
Sure.
कि किस तरीके से स्टूडेंट के अंदर एक रिसर्च की इंटरेस्ट डेवलप की जाती है. Because these are problems, teacher and student. एक चीज और मैं बता देता हूँ. And this is the reality of most of the part of the India. And I think after the NEP implemented, in graduation, students have been provided with the topic for research, and they are not taught how to go with the research, the basic idea, and they are given the topic. So basically in the market there are too many photocopiers and you can make it, I can say. So this is the problem.
Right. So quick question, so what level of students are you talking about?
Inculcates are developed research mind.
Right, right. But at which level, basically? Undergrad, postgrad?
Undergrad level.
Undergrad level, okay. Undergrad level. And what what kind of subjects they are learning?
Graduation BCom students.
BCom students, okay. See, I think you are right, absolutely right. I think this is a relevant question. One of the issues with our education system is that the stratification is very, very wide. Right? You may have people who are expected to use very sophisticated, kind of research tools, but at the same time, the stratification and the amount of rigor is so different across levels, across even universities, across institutions, that it's not always possible to standardize it. In fact, I just before I answer your question, I'll just share one experience. Once I was asking in some conference, I was asking one of these very renowned researchers in the US. I said that why is it that India also has top level institutions, but especially if I look at social sciences like management, and so why is it that we lag so far behind you people, because we know all these methods, what you guys do, we also do. There's nothing new in terms of what we are doing over there. And while you have a head start and you have built in some barriers to entry through your closed networks that you guys have created, but honestly the quality of work that we do is not too different from yours. So he said absolutely, it's not too different. Then he used a very interesting word. He said the problem is that the middle class of institutions in the US is far higher than you would imagine over there. So what is he essentially talking about? Without sounding demeaning over here, institutions that do not have access to the same resources or same access to the same kind of information are yet investing a lot in research. Whereas in India, what happens is you wouldn't find institutions that do not have these kind of accesses focusing so much on research. So it's a systemic issue, and I don't think one institution can solve that problem. But with that being said, I think as an institution, what is it that I can do? One thing that I can do is, given the boundaries of my flexibility, if I am part of a university, the boundaries of my flexibility are also limited. I can't change the curriculum, I can't change the grading, I can't change anything. The only thing I can change is the delivery, if I am the head of that particular institution. So I should probably try to change the delivery to include a little bit more of these kind of simple problems. Give them very, very simple problems to solve. What I have seen is that once you have these simple problems, when they start solving these simple problems, somewhere they start getting interested. Right? So for example, it could be something very, very simple. Right? Why is one coffee shop more popular than the other? There was this kind of interesting argument. We had 2 tea stalls in our Amritsar campus. In one you already find people always there. The other guy is always struggling to make people. So it's a very simple problem. Right? So while I can't change the system, can I at least change the delivery a little bit of what I do? That's what I think as a educator, as a leader I can do. And I am telling you, this is not my answer. IIM Indore is a very fortunate institution because Dr. Kalam was a visiting faculty at our place. 3 years successively he came and he used to teach a course. He used to live on the campus for 1 week, 10 days, and he used to deliver that course. So many of us as faculty members had a chance to talk to him very closely. And I remember a conversation. There were 4 or 5 of us with him, and we were talking to him, and he was talking about his vision for India and all. He had this project called Pura. Pura stands for providing urban facilities to rural areas. So after some time I told him, I said that, sir, all this is great, right? Now, आप जो कह रहे हो, it's very good, and I don't deny any of these things. But you are the ex-president, right? What can I do? I mean, in some ways it's very similar to the question you are asking, right? अब तो IIM वाले आके give me good ideas. What can I do, right? I am sitting in a place where I don't have these resources. I don't have the children who kind of have the same motivation as your children do over there. So I asked the same question. I said that, sir, मैं क्या कर सकता हूँ इधर बैठे-बैठे? So he gave me a very interesting kind of statement. He told me, Professor, define your ecosystem. I said, sir, I didn't understand. He said, what is your ecosystem? I said, my ecosystem is whatever I can affect, whatever I can impact. He said, yes, please tell me, whom can you impact? I said, sir, the first thing I can impact is my family. Right? Second, my students. Third, my colleagues. fourth my staff member. So he said, at least try to bring change there. Right? Don't think about changing the world. You can't change the world. Change your ecosystem. Identify the boundaries of your ecosystem was his word. Identify the boundaries of your ecosystem and see if you can create a positive impact within the constraints that you have. So I think my answer over there is try and see if you can do something with the delivery of those particular things. If there is a constraint on the resources, pedagogy, evaluation, if that can't be changed, at least the delivery can be changed. Right? Thank you for the question. I think it's an important one.
So, due to paucity of time, we won't be able to take any more questions. Thank you so much, Professor Nabudri, for such a deeply insightful and inspiring session. We are grateful for your time, wisdom, and the perspectives you have shared with us today. Now, as a token of appreciation, may I invite Professor Jagriti Srivastava to kindly felicitate Professor Ranjit Nabudri.
You can just keep the desktop at this, or you can switch it off. इससे तो better मेरी thank you for this slide. Now they made it full screen mode. Blackout कर देंगे, no problem. Thank you so much. I'm hoping the photograph in front will be better than the one in the background.
Thank you, Professor Jagriti. I would like to inform all the participants that the paper presentation has commenced. I request the participants and presenters and attendees kindly proceed to their respective tracks.
अभी कितना है?
Distinguished delegates, as we reconvene, we turn to a session that speaks directly to the craft of rigorous research, one that shapes how evidence is built, tested and trusted. It is my pleasure to introduce Professor Sanjeev Tripathi, who will lead a session on conducting experiments in management research. Professor Tripathi is a distinguished faculty member in the marketing area at IIM Indore, where he serves as Professor of Marketing, Pricing and Strategic Marketing. An alumnus of IIM Ahmedabad, where he completed his fellow program in management, Professor Tripathi also brings the experience of having served on the faculty at IIM Ahmedabad, enriching his academic journey with both depth and diversity. His research spans consumer behavior, behavioral pricing, branding, sport marketing, and sports management with publication in leading international journals such as Journal of Consumer Psychology, Journal of Services Research, Journal of Advertising Research, Journal of Business Research. He is also a prolific and globally recognized case writer with over 30 teaching cases registered with IIM Ahmedabad and IIM Indore, many of which are used by business schools around the world. Complementing his academic contribution is his extensive consulting and executive education experience, having worked with organizations such as Ministry of Youth Affairs and Sports, PwC India, PepsiCo, Tata AIA and Ambuja, among others. Professor Tripathi's ability to bridge methodological rigor with the real-world relevance makes this session especially valuable for scholars at all stages of their research journey. Please join me in welcoming Professor Sanjeev Tripathi.
Thank you for your kind words, and it's great to be here. Thank you all for inviting me. It's the last session and typically the toughest session when everybody's energies are a bit drained on. So I still try to make it a bit engaging. So experiment is something that I love. Ever since I started doing my research, I fell in love with experiments. It's always great to share something a little bit that I know. Every day I would consider myself still a learner. Every time that I run experiments, I learn something. So let's talk about experiment, but I think many of you would be a PhD student, right? Okay. Have you ever run any experiment, ever designed experiments? How many of you don't know anything about experiments? So people have a little bit of an idea whether they would have run an experiment or at least read some experimental paper. So let's get started with the session. Now, running experiments is tough. It can be quite sadistic. I feel a bit giving myself some torture, because if you are running experiments, many times you are aiming typically for high quality journals, and these can take their own time. So, for example, I think she mentioned the JCP paper took us about 4 years. There's a JMR paper that took us about 5 years. Now, these are the two FT50 publications, but then there have also been papers in Journal of Services Research that still took about 2.5 years. And I'm talking of the review cycle. I'm not talking of the amount of time that we had invested. There are some papers that we've been working on. They've seen that we have already worked for about 3 years, and I know that they will take another 2-3 years. So, be prepared for a long haul if you're working on experimental papers. But I'm just cautioning a bit. Why this workshop? The idea that I have is that, people might have read some experimental papers, somebody might have an intention to do a session, write a research paper. The experiments, if you have read papers, not done a lot of experiments, they feel very technical, very abstract, can be quite intimidating. The goal of this session is that, I'll try to wrap it in about 75-90 minutes, but the idea is to simplify, try to get you all a bit interested, try to demystify it. At the end, I'll try to also present the secret sauce of how to do experimental research. Why experimental research? So, when we publish in, or those of you who have done a survey research, it has its own complications. And we'll talk about some of those inefficiencies or problems with survey research. They do not present a causal relationship. They'll tell you all kinds of associations. There is no purity in observations. Often it cannot be replicated. From a publication perspective, and I've seen that there is a lot of dilution of standards. Earlier, if you got an about 10 years back, if you got an A paper, your career was already made. Today, if you have got an A paper, what will it be? And therefore, in a few years from now, unless you have a good A star or an FT paper, your career is not going anywhere. And then what is the key to get into an FT paper? A survey, a pure survey doesn't help. You'll have to run through some experiment. So experiment is also possibly when now it is a gold standard. They're still looking to make it a bit tougher. So if you're looking at top quality FT journals and you can do an analysis of all the FT journals, experiments still about 50 to 60% articles would be experimental articles, especially in the marketing area. If you look at the FT articles, about 70% are experimental papers. Goal of session, we'll understand. So I know that there are some faculty members, some people who are experienced, some PhD students who will talk about understanding what's an experiment. Try to understand what are the building blocks. Maybe design a simple defensible experiment. Understand the philosophy, and as I said, we'll try also to look at how do I build theory. When you submit a paper, people are looking at what's the theory. What is it that you are contributing? So I also look at the contribution from an empirical perspective and not just writing a theory. I'll skip some of these things. So experimental design, some people talk about a simple, what is called as a pre-experimental research. What is a pre-experimental research? You might show an ad and then look at whether the attitude has changed. It's called a pre-experimental research and not really a pure experiment. Then we have a pre-test, post-test design. So if I have to teach, I'll say, if I was not using visual ads, so one classroom, I'll go to section A and I'll measure their proficiency. I'll go to section B, measure their proficiency. That is the pre-test. And then section A, I'll teach them without using visual aids. Section B, I might teach with using visual aids, and then I might look at whether their comprehension has improved. That is a simple design. Pre-test, post-test. Nowadays, people are talking more about the post-test only. For example, I do not look at the previous course, I only look at after I give the stimuli. So one section I teach using with visual aids, another section I teach without visual aids, and then I look at what have they learned. And then I'll compare. So most of the experiments in academic research is typically what comes as a post-test, only control group design. So we'll have 2 cells or we'll have 4 cells, but I look at only this part. I don't measure their comprehension, so it's like even if I'm doing an attitude change, I will not measure their attitude before, I'll only look at their attitude after. I hope that there's a bit of randomization. Different types of experiments, again I would not go into detail, but primarily these are 4. Lab experiments, and then field experiments, natural experiments, quasi experiments. Today in today's session, I'll focus on the lab experiment. A little bit on quasi experiment, that is very similar. field experiments, natural experiments, I would typically stay out. Often marketeers, they don't do marketing literature, it doesn't look at natural experiments. Economy, economics, etc., they might look at natural experiments, but I typically stay with the lab experiment and quasi experiment. What is an experiment? Experiments have multiple components. One is, by necessity, it has to have at least two different cells. Or what I mean is two different groups. So there will be two different groups, what we call as experimental group and the control group. The experimenter can create any design, will create conditions, and then we'll also have, so when I say manipulation, I'm talking about giving a stimuli, a control and a Reimagining. Let me explain some of this. So somewhere a few years back we were talking about COVID. How did they design, how did they figure out that we will be using a COVID vaccine? How did they test the vaccine? Any idea? How do I know that a vaccine works? How do I have enough evidence that a vaccine is good for people and it will stop the spread of COVID? And how do I do a clinical testing? Control and so how do I do that?
The control group will be getting vaccination, the other one will be just treated of the preventive measures given by the doctor.
Okay.
And both of them will be observed, and if the vaccine is giving a better result, then we say that vaccination is test approved.
Right. So let me just expand on that. So what I would do is, let's say I get a sample of 1,000 volunteers. Out of those 1,000 volunteers, I choose randomly about 500 people. And these 500 people I inject with a liquid which is placebo. There might be plain saline water. They get a placebo, they don't know it. And then the other 500 people I inject with a vaccine. And then I wait for maybe next 3 months, next 4 months, next 5 months. And I'm looking at, and I tell them that if you ever get, I'm monitoring their health every week for the next 6 months. And I look at what is the chance that they suffer from COVID. So for the control group, which is got injected with the placebo versus the vaccine group, I'm hoping that in the control group, the incidence rate of COVID would come down while come down. So that is whenever we do all these medicine testing, etc., these clinical trials, that is always done on the basis of. There's also a bit of unethicality because 500 people submitted themselves to you in good faith, hoping that they are getting a vaccine, but you didn't give them a vaccine, you gave them a placebo. So there are also some ethical angles, but typically this is the route that we have. So one was a control group, the other was a non-control group or stimuli group. And therefore any experiment will have a control group and a stimuli group. Right? So essentially what we are looking at is, we compare what happened to what might have happened. The control group is what might have happened, and the stimuli group is what happened as compared to that. Let's look at a small example, survey versus experiment. I'll move a little quick, and then we'll discuss things in more detail. Here's the question. I want to understand this.
Higher price leads to a better quality.
So if I was doing this research through a survey, I might ask them this question. And there's nothing but a descriptive research. I'll say that maybe if the score is more than 5, or I look at what percentage of people believe it to be a score of 8, 9 or 10, and the other people, they believe that this is a not so high quality. And that is the analysis that I have. But I might still not have a conclusive evidence because there is no absolute zero here. There is no comparison. What is the alternative? I can ask consumers what wine do they buy. So they give me the brand name. And then I ask them at what price do you buy. And then I ask them what is the quality that you feel this wine has. And then between the second question and the third question, I run some kind of a correlation. And I'll see that maybe if there is a high quality, there is a price and quality that are together. Can I conclude that high price leads to high quality? What's the problem here?
Because we have not checked their perception about low price goods.
So that that works hand in hand. That low price at what, if I've asked them what price did you purchase, if it was high price, I also got a score that they perceive it's of high quality. And when the price was low, the quality perception was also low. But what is the problem here?
Self-selection. So you are buying what you would perceive to be of a reasonable quality. So if you are saying that you buy wine at X rupees and you think that it is of an X perceived quality, then you're kind of deciding what you buy. So it's a self-selection.
It's a self-selection. Any other biases? Any other problems with this?
Some people may feel that they are getting value for money, and even if they buy wine for, say, port wine, 300 rupees, they feel the quality is good enough.
The quality is good. So essentially I'm also adjusting that my quality is a bit of contingent on the price that I paid, so they will still market somewhere. Any other challenges? Yeah.
Just a clarification question, the wine here is the real life wine that you already made.
Yeah, so I'll ask them real life wine. I'm not giving a name. So I'll go to a sample of wine drinkers and I say, which brand of wine did you purchase, what was the price, and what is your perception of the quality of that wine?
Also, it's unaffordable. So what I can possibly buy is
It might have different confounds. There's the income. So I might have income problem. I might have my own brand preference problem. I might also have some kind of a mean score. Right? I look at the value for money in terms of quality. I don't know what is the basis where people are coming from. There's another problem, and that is I am not establishing causality. People believe that this is of high quality and therefore this also comes at a high price. So it could be that quality, a higher quality leads to a higher price rather than a high price leading to a higher quality. My question was different. My question was not about high quality leads to a higher price. That's a simple question. Everybody understands that better ice cream will come at a higher price and a worse ice cream will come at a lower price. But my question was that if for the same ice cream people see a higher price, do they feel that it is of higher quality? So it's not establishing possession, it is establishing more of a correlation. Right? For example, there are some studies where from HR domain, where say, does hard work make people more happy? It might be that people who are more happy, they also work harder. So I establish whenever I'm doing surveys, I only establish a correlation. I'm not establishing a causation. It could be that people who are more happy, they work hard, and people who are hard workers, they are more happy. But I have to establish a causation, which I'm not establishing it. So what should I do? I have another approach through experiment. Let's look at an experimental design. What I have is, I designed two cells. So I went to one group of students, let's say this side. I went to one cohort and I showed them the bottle on the left. And I tell them that this is of rupees 400. And for the other group, for the other wine, I go to another group. Essentially, I got, let's say, about 100 respondents. I randomly allot them either that they see the cell 1 or they see the cell 2. And I ask them, can you rate the quality of this wine on a scale of 1 to 10, where 1 is bad and 10 is awesome or 10 is great. And then what I do is, I compare the scores on them. Makes sense? That is the experiment. And what do I expect? I expect that people who see a wine at 400 rupees, they might rate it on a scale of 1 to 10, maybe about 6 or 7. People who see it at a price of rupees 800, they might rate it on a scale of 8 or 9. And I'll do a t-test and I might get some result. Any problems with this? The brands are different. And maybe a person who prefers Sula, they might say, okay, I have had Sula and therefore it's such a great wine. What should I do?
Fictitious.
Fictitious brand. Right. So essentially what I do is, I first show. So if I'll ideally look at, I'll give them this, and then I'll measure multiple things such as quality perception. What is the quality of wine? I might also ask them questions about wine drinking habits. How often do you drink? Maybe once in a month, once in a week, and so on. I might also ask them about whether they're an expert on wine. I might also capture demographic details because I want to understand whether any of these impact their perception. Now, there was something wrong with this. What could be wrong? there was something wrong, and that was the brand. And how do I handle that? What I will do is I will show them the same wine. So instead of showing two different bottles, half of the people see the left bottle at a price of rupees 400 and half of the people see the right bottle at a price of rupees 800. And therefore the wine brand is also controlled for. And when I compare this course on the quality score, I might get an idea that people proceed because the only thing that changes here is the price. Right? The people who see the wine bottle at a price of rupees 800, they should be giving a higher quality rating than those who see the wine at a price of rupees 400. Makes sense? Any questions? So we'll talk a little bit about design aspects. Every experiment has a independent variable. That is what we control. What varies across. What was the independent variable here? Right. So the price. And therefore, what I was looking at was, my theory was that a high price leads to a perception of higher quality. So my IV was price, which is a low price or a high price. Okay. What was the dependent variable? Perceived quality. So every experiment will have a IV and a DV. Okay. And then we had a control. What was the control here?
The brand.
So I had a low versus high. So low was a control for high. Low many times might not. So when we are talking about control, control can mean multiple things. So often experiments might not have a pure control. So it will get a bit more technical. But essentially what I was looking at was as compared to a price of 400. So the operative word is as compared to. So essentially what I am saying is that as compared to a price of 400, the wine at 800 is seen of much better quality. So 400 is a control for 800. In some cases, a pure control would be I just show a brand of wine without any price. That is, so when I don't show any price, then what is the price? What is the quality? When I show a price of 400, then what is the quality? When I show a price of 800, then what is the quality? So control can mean multiple things. Then we have a random allocation. What do you mean by random allocation? And this is something very important.
Participants in both the cells could be random.
So I might have a cohort of people, 100 people. I choose randomly who goes where. I don't say all men on this side, all women on this side, because then the score would. I don't say okay, all people who are young go on this side and all people who are old on this side. I make sure I give them I might use a random number generator, or I might use a coin toss. Whoever heads, people go in one cell, tails they go in another cell. So we always need to do that. Attention check. What is the attention check? Why am I using attention check? So they might not have seen the stimuli. And what kind of attention check would I use here?
What was the color of the logo or the...
And that's a different question.
What was the price?
So I might ask them what was the price or what was the brand. I might ask them what was the price or what was the brand. And then there are manipulation check. Attention checks are slightly different from manipulation. Attention check is more about whether people are paying attention. So attention checks can be of many kinds. Attention checks could be even about how often do you breathe. Never, always. So that's also an attention check. Where do you live? One is earth, 10 is moon. And that can also be an attention check. Or we can have manipulation check where I might ask them the price for this wine was low as 1 and high as 10. And I'm hoping that when they see a price of 400, they are choosing a number which is close to 1, and when they see a wine of 800, they are choosing a number which is close to 10. So just to again repeat that, we started with survey, which is all about association, archival data, which is about patterns, experimentation, which is about causality. Hypothesis. What's a hypothesis? In any experiment, we'll have a hypothesis. What's a hypothesis?
Presumptions to be tested.
Presumptions to be tested. And this is typically a tentative answer to my research question. So my research question was, what is the impact of price on quality? And my hypothesis was that whenever the price is high, people think that the quality is also high. So that's a hypothesis. What is the independent variable? What we changed? So price was an independent variable. What was the independent variable? Quality perception. That is what we measure. What is the manipulation? It is another way to call the same. The IB, we can call it as a manipulation or a priming. Experimental groups. We had two experimental groups. One was at a 400 or a low price, and another was at 800 or a high price. Control group. In this case, if we had no price situation, that would have been a pure control. In this case, we have only two cells, 800 versus 400. So 400 is the control for 800 group. Right. Empirical realization. And you'll hear all these terms. Empirical realization is nothing but, in my brain, I had this concept called low price. But low price, how do I test it? I have to pick up a number. I say low price will mean 400 and high price will mean 800. And therefore, the empirical realization is that low price I operationalize as 400 and high price I operationalize as 800. Internal validity. Whether 400 as a low price makes sense, 800 as a high price makes sense. If you're thinking of French wine, it would not make sense at all. External validity, whether I can extrapolate the results of my simple experiment to real life. Construct validity, whether the operationalization of the construct makes sense. Let's look at a more complex experiment. So we have this question, experiment, and how should I design the experiment?
In one part you put 100 ml and another branch you put 200 ml.
And what do I do with the seed type?
We can take 4 experiments, like for
Okay.
one seed 100 ml, 100 ml, for another seed 100 ml, 200 ml. Then
Okay.
we can do it.
So what essentially we do is, now we have moved from, so earlier we were talking about a simple design which was a two-cell design, and now I'm talking about a more complex design which is a 2-input. So I've got 2 different types of seeds and I've got 2 different amounts of water. So instead of 2 cells, I've got 4 cells. So I made a 2x2. If I was an agricultural scientist, what I would do is, if I'm looking at a new variety of wheat, I look at 4 acres of agricultural land. In 1 acre, I'll have seed alpha and I'll give them low amount of water. In the other, I have seed beta and low amount of water. Third field, I give seed alpha, high amount of water. Fourth field, I give beta with high amounts of water. And then I look at the agricultural productivity. What is the idea here? Type of seed, that is my first variable. What is the other independent variable? Water. That is the second type. So I'm looking at 2 different IVs. Okay. Often when we are writing experimental papers, we might call them, the first one I might call it as an IV and the second one I might call it as a moderator. And it is important which one I'm calling, because you can't keep on changing the terms. You will typically, in any experimental paper, you will always have one IV and the others will change and we'll call them a moderator. You can't say this is IV, this is the moderator, and second experiment you flip it. Many times even in good papers I have seen people from fairly experienced people that they don't follow this. So you will always have one IV and one DV and you keep on changing the moderator. Make sense? And then we have a third interaction effect, which might be that at 100 ml of low water, whether I am planting seed alpha or a seed beta, it doesn't make a difference. Because water is too low, both alpha and beta give me very low amount of productivity. But when I give them sufficient water, which is high water, then alpha is great and beta is so-so. So this is called a interaction effect. So in some cases, when the water is low, the effect does not manifest, but in beta the effect manifests. Make sense? Let's look at some other building blocks before we come to the whole philosophy. So is this part clear? Any questions on this one? These are simple building blocks. Any questions from people who are new to experiments? Anyone? Shall we move on? So different kind of stimuli can be used. Text-based scenarios or vignettes when you tell people a story. For example, the last paper that we published in Journal of Marketing Research, it was a vignette-based design where we told people that you went to a new city and you are looking for restaurants of which famous restaurant to go to, or which tea shop to go to, etc. And then we told them that okay, you are looking for this, and you realize that this place figures in the top 100 restaurants in US. And then you look for some more information, and you realize that this year the rank of this restaurant was 15 out of the top 100. And last year the rank was 25 in the top 100. Essentially what we are saying is that it has moved from rank 25 to rank 15. So this is the information that we gave, and then we asked people that how do you perceive this restaurant. To the other people we said last year it was rank 5 and this year it is rank 15. So we described that, and that is a text based. We could give them an audio based where we play a certain music and see the impact of that. There are papers that have looked at audio. There are papers that look at visual images, many times logos, icons, etc. There are papers that look at the impact of a certain logo or the impact of a certain image. There are videos UI based. Then there are behavioral tasks where people do a certain thing and then we look at their perception. For PhD students, I would have an advice here that whenever you are running your first experiment, always make sure that many times we are over enthusiastic and we choose complex tasks. But always choose an experiment which can be run on pen and paper. If you are choosing things where they have to wear a gadget and do a certain task, you will never be able to finish that research during your PhD process. Because at any point of time you will be able to collect one data point in about 10 minutes of time. And then the second data point, and you will never, it takes any good experimental research we'll talk about that, the sample sizes. If you need one experiment which means 200 respondents and each of them will take about 15-20 minutes, it will take about 6 months or 1 year to get it. Try and do simple research through a questionnaire, typically distributed online, which you can do that. Because for a JMR paper, we might have collected data from about 4,000 respondents at any point of time, and that's an underestimate. Because I think first submission was 7 experiments. Each experiment would have been about 200 to 200, so 1400. And then next round also we did another 5 new experiments, and third round we did another 2 experiments. So roughly about 20 experiments, each of them with a sample size of 300 to 400. So try to keep your data analysis, data collection, and data analysis part simple. Don't do very complex experiments. Measures can be behavioral, where they do a task. These could be attitudinal or intentional, where I ask them that, okay, what is your attitude towards this place? How do you like the brand? These could be intentional. How likely are you to purchase this stuff? It could be based on eye tracking, that how much time do they give and look at a particular stimuli, or in terms of expression. This could be facial. There are ways in which a camera can measure your facial expression, or these could even be written that, okay, can you please describe what are your thoughts? If you have to talk about this brand, can you type 2 lines that you talk about your feelings towards this brand? So we can have multiple types of these. Next. There are measures that they will even measure your blood pressure, the change in your skin color. They look at how much are you sweating, for different types of skin galvanometers, etc. Multiple types. Any questions? Okay. So we have talked about the IT, we have talked about the DV. So, yeah. Attitude is, let's say when you talk about a brand attitude, so whether the brand is good or not. And the intention is whether you are likely to purchase it or not. So attitude could be about what is your perception towards that brand? Intention is whether you would like to purchase it or not. So yeah, the way I put it, attitudinal or intentional, I have deliberately married it. So it would be like, I would like it, I like it is an attitude. Whether I would buy it is an intention. And then in terms of behavior, whether I click to buy or whether I see how much time they are browsing that page or that how much time they are spending on that. Okay. Any questions there? Typically the behavioral measures are more strong but more difficult to measure. Often referees, reviewers would tell you that you need to move from an intention to a behavior. Can you show that people in real life they behave like this? So many times, even in our JMR paper, we showed them, they said, okay, most of your scales are self-reported scales. So one of our experiments, we actually ran a Google study where half of the people, they saw that there was an app for an educational app for their kids. So half of the people saw that the rankings, so we would advertise that app and say last year this app was rated as, this year its ranking is 15th out of top 100, and last year its ranking was 25 out of top 100. And then we said, okay, we looked at how many people clicked on that app. And for the others, we said last year its rank was 5th, this year its rank was 15th, and our hypothesis was that when it slips, once it climbs up, the click-through rate is going to be very different. So when people are clicking, we are not looking at whether they are indicating that they would go to this app or they would use this app, but essentially how many people are clicking on this app. So click-through rate is an actual behavior. Okay. Any questions here? Shall we move ahead? We also talk about between and within designs. So what's the between design? Earlier I had two groups. I said one group sees cell 1 and the other group sees cell 2. And then I asked them about the perception of, so one group answers about Sula wine and the other group answers about the other wine. Or we see the same wine, one group sees it at a price of ₹400, the other group sees it at a price of 800. It's clean design, simple design, often very popular in PhD research. The other is, people see both. And then I ask them, so people see maybe a Sula wine and the other wine, and then I ask them, which of these do you think is at a higher price? Which of these do you think is at a higher quality? In which case am I going to get a higher proof of my hypothesis or evidence for my hypothesis? Within. So within is often better because people are seeing both, and therefore there is a higher chance that I'll get, because the randomness is not there, people are fully aware. But what's the problem here? There is a bias. People also know that this is the question, this was your entire intention, there is something called a demand effect. Many times, authors also question it that in spite of seeing both, still people choose one. And I'll talk about some examples. For example, let's say I asked you that if I have to sell a soap, the price of the soap is ₹10. I can either give a ₹2 off or 20% off. Which of these is the better deal? 20%. But you know that both mean the same, and still you are saying that 20%, it means that it's a very strong effect. And it is a within design, but still it is a very powerful tool. So we know fully well, many times within can also be used for presenting your research in a more interesting way. So while it causes a bias, but I can use that bias in a more positive way. More powerful, more complex, within designs have its own challenges. Because if I showed people first one and then the second one, then they know what is it that we are asking. They can also become, if it was a complex task, if I was teaching, if I was looking at effect of various pedagogical techniques, I have first taught them something using a visual method, and then I am teaching them something using a non-visual method. It's of no meaning. Because there is something called a carryover effect. They have already been taught using one method, and then I am teaching them using another method, not very effective. So there is a fatigue, there is a bias because of that, there is a carryover and there is a bias because of that. And therefore, often most of the experimental papers that you might read, they will use a between design. The analysis of between design is much simpler. the analysis of within design can become much more complex. So I'll not get into too many details of this, given the limited time that we have. But I also prefer to stay away. But there are more nuances of how to use a within design in a kind of between setup or between design in a within setup. So we'll take that a little later. So this was a between design. Cell 1, where people see 400, and cell 2 where people see 800. Okay. How do I convert it to a within design? But then it's the same bottle and Krishma. How do I show the price at 400 and 800?
Two bottles at the same time? Or
Two
the
bottles
bottle
at the same-
remains the same, and on the anchor you can have 400 and 800.
Packaging.
Or you can talk also.
But the problem is that will not be a true real life representation, because one brand cannot have two prices.
Maybe it is the packaging kind of thing which can add on the price of the product if it is within.
Yeah. No, my question is, currently I use the between design, where your group sees the customer bottle at 400 and their group sees the customer bottle at 800. But if I want to show both the bottles and I ask them one at 400 and the other at 800, and my question would be, which of these bottles, bottle A or bottle B, has a better quality of wine? How should I design that experiment? If I'm showing the same brand, then it can't work.
So it has to be something very similar to this, but then two exercises with that group, and there is some time lag between it probably.
I might do something similar, something simpler.
Yeah.
I've got two different brands. So Selvan sees Sula at 400 and Grove at 800, and this group sees Sula at 400 and Grove at 800, and my question would be, which of these two wine brands is of better quality? What is the answer that I expect? 800. And then to this group, I might show them Grove at 400 and Sula at 800. And then I expect an answer Sula. And therefore, in a way, what I've done is I've done a counterbalance. And if this is the answer that I get, so I say I use both the orders. So what has changed is nothing but the price. And therefore, this is a within design. So it's not a purely within, but in a way, it's a mixed design. A between is the order, and within is the low price of high price. So it's a slightly, and if you can see, the answer is very intuitive. Very simple. Experiments are very simple, very intuitive. Makes sense? Shall I move forward? So we know, yes, sir.
Sir, what if we remove the brand also, and we will put two simple bottles, one is 400, another is 800, and we'll do the experiment.
We can do that. In a case, what we can do is, we can say that there is a brand which wants to test how consumers feel about this, and they have come up with two. They are not declaring their name, so the names have been deliberately written, and we say this is the tentative name brand A and there is a tentative name brand B. The problem with that is that is a strong what we call a demand effect. That as soon as your consumer looks at it, they say यार ये बंदा मेरे से ना यही पूछना चाह रहा है कि मैं प्राइस से क्वालिटी जज करता हूँ क्या? So they immediately know your question, and therefore as soon as the reviewer looks at your result, they will say the consumer knows. And there's even enough research that says that when a person who is a researcher, they are asking questions, consumers would like to tilt in the direction in which the researcher is tilting, because they might feel poor researchers like a kuch kaam hai nahi, थोड़ा सा इनकी help कर देते हैं. They also feel that they also want to look like an expert. They say, okay, let me follow what the expert wants me to follow. And therefore, any demand effect is not a great research. So I could do that. In some cases, we try to remove. In this case, what we did was we created a fictional brand. So you could create a fictional brand. I could create two fictional brands. In some cases, the reviewer might say, okay, which was on the left and which was on the right. So left right का भी issue. Whether the higher price was on the right or higher price was on the left, उसका भी issue. You will have to do all kinds of counterbalances.
Sir, some hypotheses are not as conducive to within subject design. So maybe a price quality judgment becomes very apparent. So it might not be very apt for a within subject experiment.
So in some cases there are experiments where a within works better. There are experiments in which between works better. There are multiple papers where you will only say between design. But often it's a good idea to try and read papers in that domain. A lot of Taylor's paper, Richard Cameron's paper, etc., they have worked with the within design. For example, when they talk about the prospect theory papers, all those prospect theory papers, these are typically as a within design. And this person gets a Nobel Prize. Some cases, so we have to understand context. So one thing that I have learned is that there are so many questions, you will have to find the answers by reading more and more papers. In some cases, the answers you will not get a good answer in a within design. In some cases, you will not get a good answer in a between design. For example, let's say if I asked you, how good is a 43% off on a scale of 1 to 10? 1 is very bad, 10 is very good. How would you rate it? But in any case, if you went to a shop and you saw that they have an ad which says we are offering a 43% off, and I'll frame it in a simpler way. How likely are you to go inside that shop? 1 is definitely not, 10 is definitely yes. How likely? 8 or 10, right? And if I asked you, the discount in the shop is 44%, how likely are you to go in that shop? 8 or 9 or 10 or 7? Again 8. And therefore, if you ran this experiment as a between design, will you get an effect? And if I ran it as a within design, then I'll get an effect. So there I get an effect in a within design because 43% and 44% are comparable. But in a within design, but in a between design, 43% or 44% are not comparable. So this is called an evaluability heuristic. The paper person was written maybe a few papers. So essentially he looked at encyclopedia. If we ask how good is an encyclopedia that has got 1100 pages, and how good is an encyclopedia that has got 1115 pages, which encyclopedia is better? Second one. But then, if you ran it in a between design, you will not get an effect. If you ran it as a within design, you will get an effect. So within and between, these are not as simple questions, but you will always get hammered if you run a lot of within design. So there's another way where I will say, okay, we ran a study. In fact, with a PhD student, where we are looking at how do people evaluate sweets from a store. We said, okay, this is a store that is 50-year-old, and this is a store that is 10-year-old. And we said, okay, you are looking to buy tasty sweets. Which store would you buy it from? 50-year-old or 10-year-old? 50-year-old. But if I asked you on a scale of 1 to 10, half of the people saw only 50-year-old and half of the people saw only 10-year-old, will I get this effect? We didn't get that effect. So what we did, we cheated a bit. We said, okay, there is a store that is 50-year-old and there is another store which is 30-year-old. Which store you will buy the tasty sweets? 50-year-old and not the 30-year-old. And let's say I have another question. Which store would you buy healthy sweets? 10 or 30? 10. And therefore we could demonstrate, so our hypothesis was that when people are buying tasty sweets, they'll prefer an older store, and when people are buying healthy sweets, they'll prefer a this effect you are not getting through in a between design, purely between design, because if you ask them how likely are you to buy sweets from a 50-year-old store, they'll give you a certain answer. And how likely are you to buy a tasty sweet from a 10-year store, again they'll give you 6, 7. Everybody was giving a score of 6, 7, standard deviations were too high, you were not getting anything. So we brought in a control that was a 30-year score, and he said, you want to buy a tasty sweet? Tell me, will you prefer a 50-year-old store or a 30-year-old store? People said, older store. And then he said, healthy sweet, they said, I'll buy it from a 30-year store and not a 50-year store. Hello. And then when we did it for 10 and 30, again, a similar effect. When we said, buy a tasty, they said 30, and buy a healthy, they said 10 years. All kinds of, so there are, the more you run experiment, the more you will learn. So between subjects, cleaner insights, fewer demand effects. People can't guess the hypothesis. Here they could also guess that what we are trying to get into. Yeah.
I have a question. That we are also having an experiment to just evaluate the sustainable investment behavior of investors. So what we did that we gave them an experiment on ESG rated instruments and then compared to their returns. Obviously those are inversely related to each other, and we also recorded their perceptions about, the actual behavior, the stated one on questionnaire that they would behave, they would buy, they would invest that. So we got two sets of responses in the form of stated behavior and the actual behavior. Now what do you suggest, what should we do? This is a between subject or within subject? The investors
No,
are saying.
so you have got one set, but you are always, it's not really an experiment. Because you didn't change the stimuli. Where is the control group? There is no control. So this is not an experiment. Everybody gets the same data. There has to be two different IDs. You have only one set of, and you got two DVs. So it is not an experiment. You can't analyze it from an experimental perspective. Shall we move ahead? We are just building and then we'll talk about the philosophy. We also need to have those attention checks or manipulation checks. So the attention check could be what was the price, what was the brand of the bottle. The manipulation check could be the price of the wine was low versus high. I could have other attention checks. How often you breathe. Anybody who marks more than one, they are out. So anybody who says they have to breathe regularly to survive. And then I say please choose two as the answer. So I've got all the anchors, never, always and so on, but anybody who chooses 1, 3, 4, 5, because there are some people who are not even looking at the question, they are always marking. So anybody who has marked other than 10, other than 2, I'll remove them. Sorry, I think there's something that went off with the formatting. How do I choose the part or how do I choose the sample size? So these days journals are often asking about what was the sample size for your experiment. So earlier we were looking at a sample size of about 30 because that is what CLT told us. Nowadays, so 30 per cell, so if I got a 2-cell design, it would be 30 plus 30. If I had a 4-cell design, then it would be 30 into 4, 120. Nowadays that's not valid. What we do is there is a tool called the G power tool. It will ask you to make assumption whether the effect size is small or large. Effect size is basically the difference between the means of the two experimental cells. And it will ask you whether it is low, moderate or high. When it is low, if you feed it low, that this is what you ex ante think it will be, which means you are thinking that the difference might be, let's say, 3.1 versus 3.3. A small difference. So then it will give you a higher sample size. If you tell it is moderate, then it will give you a slightly lower. If you say it is high, then it will say, आपका थोड़े कम sample size में भी काम चल जाएगा. So you can use that G power 2 freely available app, which you can use to predict sample size. But I don't use that G power 2. I use it for saying that this was the minimum. But in marketing literature, often the reviewers will say, if you have got anything which is less than 50, they will not accept your report. So the sample size typically, or typical sample size is 100 per cell. So if you are collecting data from for one experiment which is 2 cross 2, which is 4 cell, you need a sample size of 400. If it's a 1 cross 3, then 300. So always use that. If you are submitting to a FT journal, then anything below this is not accepted. It can be tough on data collection. It can be tough on your resources, the money that you have to spend in data collection. But if you are aiming for a high quality journal, this will, and for any experiment that you do, my success rate in experiment is for every experiment that I run, there are, at least in the initial cycle, my success rate is about 20%, 25%. Later it becomes about 50 to 70%. Initially I am running a lot of experiments, they are not working. Later I run experiment and there is a higher chance of success. But the average is that if I run 3 experiments, typically I'll have about 1.5. So if a paper has got about 7 experiments reported, which means I would have run about at least 20 experiments in that paper. And look at the sample sizes for each experiment. If I have on an average, some of them are 1 cross 2, some of them are 1 cross 4, a sample size of 300 per cell, which means for a paper I would have about 20 into 300, 6,000 data sets. Thankfully the good part is the data is easily available provided I put money there. So if you've got some funding, if you can put in the money, the data collection is not a problem. Okay. Any questions? Shall we move ahead? Analysis. The good part is, any of you here who hates numbers? Who doesn't like numbers? Who doesn't like dealing with complex models, complex statistics? I think we have company. Even I am quite afraid. In fact, I believe that there are 3 kinds of people. Those who are not comfortable with statistics, and those who tell lies. So I think we all, but the good part here is that at least most of these are the simplest tools. So a t-test is something very simple. ANOVA and OVAs are very simple. Chi-square test is the simplest, that is one statistical test that you can actually run by hand. You don't even need to have a statistical, you need to have a calculator or an Excel sheet or a SPSS. Logistic regression, it is nothing but a more glamorous name to a chi-square test, at least with simpler analysis. If you don't have a continuous variable, but most of these tests are simple to do. Or even a mediation moderation these days, many times I've seen FDPs etc. happening, or many of there are specific doctoral colloquiums on mediation moderation. I have learned most of these by looking at YouTube videos. YouTube videos are a great source. ChatGPT is a great source of learning. You ask it questions, it will give you answers. You go to a YouTube video, it will say, okay, can you help me figure out how to do a mediation, how to do, it will show you a step by step. You just need to have patience. Watching a video for about an hour, 75 minutes, it will show you step by step. बिल्कुल कि यहाँ पे इस बटन पे जाइए, क्लिक करिए, यहाँ पे डेटा डालिए, and that is it. It will also tell you how to interpret that result. In fact, a ChatGPT, if you feed the result and you ask it to interpret it, it will give you an output. What does this mean? So don't be afraid of this. At least the good part with experimental research is that most of these are simple. I'll not get into the details because all the details are available on YouTube and ChatGPT. Okay. So I'll skip this step. There are some things which become important. These are open science practices. So there has been a debate about whether social science is a science or it is not a science. So you need to get an IRB approval. IRB, you need to get an approval from your own institute, or there is an IRB in every institutional review board. In fact, when I joined IIM Indore, I went to the director and I said we should be having an IRB. Then we don't have an IRB. And the director said we never had one, but he initiated. and I submitted the first proposal in that, and I forgot all about it. And after 5 years, I had a acceptance in Journal of Marketing Research, which is among the top 2 journals in marketing. This was after 5 rounds of reviews. You can imagine the pain. So we worked on that paper for about 2 years, and then for 5 years we were kept on. So the first round they said we'll give you 1 year, itna kaam karo. Second round they again said 6 months and itna kaam karo. Third round again 6 months, itna kaam karo. Fourth round they gave us a conditional acceptance, and then they said do this work. And after when we went for fourth round, they said okay, then you will take one round. Fifth round they actually asked us, can you show us the IRB? And then we realized where is the IRB. Thankfully that was the first one that I had written about 5 years back that saved us. You can understand that IRB is today you might feel that it is not important, but somewhere, and they will also look at the date, whether that was IRB approved or not. So it can be pretty useful. We realized that day. We were wondering what to do, and then thankfully I had that IRB approval. We should be doing ethical practices. There's something called p-hacking, which is you work with a sample size of 100, and then if you are not getting the result, you increase it to 150, and then you increase it to 200. That is called p-hacking. What is called harking? Harking is that you first collect the data, and then you hypothesize whatever data, whatever analysis that you do, then you start fitting a hypothesis to that. These two are, and currently there are practices to stop that. And that is where the third one is pre-registration. What is a pre-registration? In a pre-registration, somebody will ask you, what is your hypothesis? What is your measurement? So if you are measuring purchase intention, how will you measure it? You tell us the scale. 7 point का scale रहेगा, 10 point का scale रहेगा, 1 item रहेगा, 3 item रहेगा, because you might have collected data as 3 items, and then you might be showing us only 1 item. So you can't do that. So in a pre-registration, you will go to a website where you will tell them about this is my hypothesis, this is the sample size, this is where I am going to collect data, this is my instrument, these are the different variables that I will measure, this is the scale, all kinds of details. And then, so you collect the data, and when you submit it, they'll ask you, because that data gets timestamped. My declaration gets timestamped, and then after I've collected the data, they'll say, show me the data with the timestamp and also show me the declaration. You can't do p-hacking. क्योंकि ऐसा तो नहीं हो सकता कि I have collected 100 points on Monday and 30 points on Tuesday and another 20 points on Wednesday. So I can't do p-hacking. So any time when you are exploring, it's okay to do. But as soon as you have decided that these are the pattern of results I want, you have to pre-register. These days, when you don't pre-register, people will say, we don't accept these results, you'll have to pre-register and then show us the data. Experimental research has also become much more difficult. Less chances of cheating. For example, a lot of my friends I know in the olden days of SEM, anybody who is familiar with SEM research, SEM PLM, and I know that it was a widespread practice that let me collect data with 400 respondents, and I have got data on 11 different constructs. उसमें से 5 construct निकाल करके, and then for each item I have a sample size of 7 or 7 plus, so total I had 20 items, 20 into 7 is this much, 140, etc. and all my results are significant. उधर से 4 data इधर निकाल, 4 construct का इधर निकाल के, 6 का इधर निकाल के, I get multiple papers. Now that is, in survey research that was still working, some days it will stop working. Because people will ask you, what was your hypothesis, where did you collect that data? Data sharing, people will ask you, so there are different, there's OSF, Open Science Forum, where you share all the data. The reviewer has to have access to your data. Once you have submitted, you can't change because it's hosted by a third party. Immediately a trigger goes who logged in at where. And it's anonymous, so nobody knows that it's your data. Any questions here? So those who are familiar with experimental research have just covered the basics. What is an experiment? What are the building blocks of that experiment? What is an IV? What is a DV? And so on. Let's move a little ahead. So those who understand what's an experiment, how do I conceptualize the research paper? What is my job as a researcher? My job is to propose a theory. I say this is a phenomena or this is a theory, and then my job is to test that theory and also to convince the reviewer and the editor that wow, this is very new, बिल्कुल novel research है, and it addresses substantive questions which is important to a manager. And I also have to present, make it more convincing. I need multiple things, such as it has to have a good theory, a good empirical package, and then how do I write it. I'm not getting into how do I write it, etc. But I need to have an interesting theory and I need to have a good empirical package. So let's look at the empirical package and the theory part. How do I do theory construction? What is really a theory? What's a theory? Anyone? What is a theory?
Foundation to a model.
Foundation to a model. Any theories that you know of?
Theory of planned behavior.
Theory of planned behavior is a theory. Theory of cognitive dissonance is a theory.
Dynamic capabilities.
Dynamic capabilities from strategy. There are multiple theories. Where do you find a theory in a research paper? When you read a research paper, where do you find the theory?
When you're building the conceptual model and between the LR and the conceptual model, we ground our work on the basis of theory. And also when we are discussing that how this theory has helped us or supports us.
So that becomes more of a general discussion part later.
But initially also
Initially. So the theory part you typically find it's more of an argument to kind of buttress your hypothesis. So when I had a research question and when I write a hypothesis, you will find typically the theory is just a preceding paragraph before your hypothesis where you are arguing for it. You might not always use a theory, you might use some of the established theories and then you might base your theory, each one of us might have our own theory. We don't say this is as per theory of planned behavior, then what is my theory? So say this is basis theory of planned behavior, but then I build arguments and that is where my contributions have to make a theoretical contribution. So I use some theories from the past literature and then I build upon that, but the theory lies in the part where I have that hypothesis and just before that. So for me it is nothing else but the explanation between an x and a y. So what is it that explains how x is related to y? So that is the theory. When I say that when I give a 5% off, people are less likely to buy it, but when I am giving a 20% off, then people are more likely to buy it. That is my hypothesis. And then I say that when I give a 10% off, then people's utilities in terms of getting a deal are not satisfied, and when they get a 30% off, there is a transaction utility and so on. I write that becomes my theory. So this is a theory. I am very fond of the role of empirics. So how do I work on that? For me, I'm not when I started doing my PhD and during my PhD, I didn't really understand. I would have studied a full course where people were talking about theory and I never understood that theory. But what I understand is that there is a hypothesis and there is an IV and there is a DV, and then I realized that there is nothing else but how I argue about the relationship between X and Y. So whenever we are working on an experimental paper, I look at how do I develop that theory. So I would have a statement. My statement is that a higher discount gets results in a higher purchase intention. So I have to argue a bit. I have to show that. I have to build replications of this. I have to figure out the mediators and I have to run some field studies. So we have a theory and I have to test it. There is also theory in terms of mediation. how does this effect happen? Move to the next slide. So here you see a effect. What is the effect here? There is a person X who is walking on the street during daytime or night time, and I have a theory that when they are walking in the night time they are going to be more vigilant, and when they are walking during the daytime they are less vigilant. This in a way is an effect. And I have a implicit theory that when people walk during a daytime they are less vigilant, and when people walk during night time they are more vigilant. Makes sense? Is it intuitive? What else? How do I justify this? Uncertainty. So when there is a night time there is more uncertainty, when there is daytime there is less uncertainty. Anything else? So if there was light, then there would be, and therefore what is it that explains the linkage between your X variable to Y variable? Why are people more vigilant when there is, sorry? They are scared, and therefore when I am talking about my theory, it is about maybe fear. That night time people are more fearful because there is more uncertainty. So I could have a series of mediators. X, night time, which leads to less information available in the environment, which leads to higher uncertainty, which leads to more fear, and that more fear leads to a compensating mechanism where I am looking at more vigilance. What you can see is that there is the relationship between X and Y. It is not a direct relationship, but it is an indirect relationship. Night time, less information because there is dark, and therefore more uncertainty, and therefore more fear, and therefore higher vigilance. And that is where I develop a theory. Makes sense? So when I run experiments, I am simply looking at the hypothesis X and Y. In my mind, I would not have articulated that. And I don't even articulate that. I'll simply look at a relationship between X and Y. I don't go and writing a paper. My papers are not written till the time I have done the final experiment. I never write a paper till the time I have done maybe the 6th experiment or the 7th experiment. I never write a paper. Second question is, when does this effect happen? Are there situations when people are fearful, or when they are walking in night time but they are not fearful?
In groups, individual versus groups.
In urban cities versus rural cities.
Aware of the surroundings.
When they are more aware. And therefore what I could have is that normally there is fear and that leads to vigilance, but when they are in the home city, while in my home city I am not fearful. But when I go to another city, then I am more fearful. And that becomes a moderate. Right? Or it could be that when I am alone. So now look at it. I'm not even talking of doing a literature review. I often don't do literature, but I don't advocate that it as a policy because I'm mostly aware of the domain. So I know that this one. So the theory didn't come from reading paper. Where did the theory come from here? My own intuition. This is common sense. So many times our papers result from the people that I work from, that comes from discussion. That why should this effect happen? Why do people in dark they are more vigilant? So the papers are nothing but organized common sense. Any knowledge is nothing but organized common sense. So we said, why do people feel vigilant in dark? Because they are more uncertain, and therefore this is a compensating mechanism. I eat when I'm more hungry. I don't eat when I'm satiated. So when I don't have information, I'll be vigilant. When I have information, I'll not be vigilant. So typically, any experimental paper will have base effect. So if you're writing an experimental paper, you will have to run study 1 as an XY study, IVDV. Your work is not over. You run another experiment, changing something, again IVDV. Second experiment, Third experiment you will have to again run IVD. And I'm talking of a FT paper, at least 3 experiments you will run as a simple IVDB experiment. Then I start running X and M and Y. So I run an experiment where there is a day and night time, fear, and I look at the vigilance. So I'll have at least 1 experiment or 2 experiments with mediators, and then I've got a study 5 which has got a moderator. And then I need to have a 6th experiment where I need to replicate it in the domain of another in a field direction, in a field method, in a field study. Makes sense? Now, early in the PhD career, we look at a deductive approach and a inductive approach. What is a deductive approach?
When we are testing the already established theory, we are testing it.
So we theorize, and after I have written all the theory, I go and test it. What is the inductive approach? It's generated from the data. So you look at the word and then you theorize. Experimental research does not work in any of these paradigms. And I realized that I never realized it when I was doing my PhD. Later I started working with people or interacting with people, and then I realized that because these people, they are not writing the paper. So in my PhD days, I would write the entire theory, and then I would say, now I'm running experiment. They don't do that. They would run 1 experiment, and then they would run 2nd experiment, and then they would run 3rd experiment. If it doesn't work, they kind of let it go. So let me talk about that approach. So this is what we call an objective approach, where you move from theory to theory testing, and after this theory testing, you again go to building theory, and then again theory testing. So you're going back and forth. Many times I had theory X, and I realized, boss, ये तो कुछ और ही हो रहा है. I'll give an example. And then we said, boss, मेरी पहले की theory गलत थी. I'll change my theory. And then I have to test it again. I'll give an example. That's a beautiful example. We never realized that this is how people would behave. So if you read a research paper, any experimental research paper, it reads like a story. It is coherent, no messiness. कभी भी कोई भी hypothesis ऐसे नहीं हो कि जो established नहीं हो रहे हो. In an experimental paper, all your hypotheses are supported. Survey papers का नहीं होता है, but experimental papers, all the hypotheses have to be supported. In any FT journal, you will not find a hypothesis that is unsupported. अगर unsupported है तो paper नहीं छपेगा. Well connected with existing theory, very coherent. One, you have got study 1 that connects to study 2, that connects to study 3, that connects to study 4. There is no study that doesn't work. But when we run experiment, it doesn't work that way. Think of a movie. When you watch a movie, the movie runs in a particular way. Is the movie shot in the same way? एक बार तो पहले क्लाइमेक्स कर लेते हैं, पहले क्लाइमेक्स शूट कर लेते हैं, डिपेंडिंग ऑन कि कब के स्टार का डेट्स अवेलेबल है, and we'll shoot it in tiny pieces, and at the end of the day, some editor will sit and they will connect all the pieces. That is how we do experimental research. So many times I have run one experiment and I have run another experiment, and sometimes I realize, यार this experiment doesn't fit with the whole paper. ऐसे अच्छा किया है, इतने पैसे भी लगे, इस पे इतना टाइम लगा है, but let me discard it. And then I say between study 1 and study 3, there is one piece missing. I need to have one argument. So let me, after I have written the paper, let me run another experiment and then put it as a patchwork. So it is not a chronological reporting. It is never a chronological reporting. I keep on testing and then retesting and running fresh experiment, and at the end of it, I say which study should we go as number 1, which study should go as number 2. We are also working back and forth. We do a lot of exploratory studies. We keep on testing, retesting, hypothesizing. How the research progresses? Many times I have a brain wave. When I am studying, I say, list why, and then talk about an ongoing project. Have some intuition that this research, for example, we did think of one research. We said that we're looking at how do consultants give advice. So there's a PhD student with whom we were working, and we had a research paper where we said, I'll give the context. Let's say you got $300, and if you asked a consultant that how should I invest in 3 different financial instruments, let's call them Fund A, a Fund B, and Fund C. What is the advice that you expect from them? How do you think the advice might be? $300 and 3 funds. What is the simplest advice? Equitable, right? So $100 in A, 100 in B, 100 in C. So if somebody gives you this advice, what would you feel about them? Amateur, right? If somebody said, let's put $80 in Fund A and $125 in B and the remaining amount in the third one, then what would you feel about them? Smart, right? So this was one thought that we have, that people, a nice way of thinking is, सब में बराबर बराबर डाल देते, because that is how we work. But once, if somebody gives you the same advice, that is how you should feel. So we started working on a paper. Our intuition, our hypothesis was that you went, so we gave them a situation, you went to a consultant, and the consultant said, तीनों फंड में $100 डाल दो. And then, so one group we said, तीनों में $100 डाल दो, another group we said, 85 in first, 120 in second, or बाकी 95 in the third one. And we asked them, how good was the advice, how likely are you to follow their advice? And when we ran that experiment, we got ulta result. People felt that the advice of the first one was better. People liked the advice which was 100, 100, 100. इसे लगता है कुछ गलत डेटा आ गया. We ran the study again. फिर से वैसा ही है. It's not the same, but we changed. We said not 100, but it is about, you had $600 and so on. Then we said, यार कुछ और चल रहा है. So we changed our hypothesis. We said that no, maybe it is that people feel the other way around, and then we started digging into different answers. We realized, so we said, what could happen? What could make the other thing happen? It was maybe it is a well-structured advice and not a naive advice. So we looked at whether people are looking at it in terms of well-structured, ordered, and so on, and that is when we started getting those results. So we changed our effect. So the first effect is, think of an interesting question. Our interesting question was about whether the advice comes as an equidistributed or not equidistributed. Then we did a replication, ran it a second time. कि आ भी रहा है कि नहीं आ रहा, हमारा नहीं आया. पहली बार भी उल्टा रिजल्ट आया, सेकंड टाइम उल्टा है, तो हमने कहा डेटा तो नहीं चेंज कर सकते, फिर रीचेंज कर देते. For example, if I am looking at this X, I look at, so I've done 2 experiments, establishing the base effect, X leads to Y, and then establishing X leads to M, and then that leads to Y. So that is how it happens. So for me, the effect is that the effect of X on Y is mediated by M, the mediator. An example is this one. Consumers' consumer level while processing information will mediate the relationship between regulatory focus and purchase bundle consumption. This is the mediation hypothesis, the process X to M to Y. For me, mediators are a challenge. So I always believe that first I get XY and then I start searching for X and M and Y. Many times I don't have a single M, I have maybe 4 different M's. मुझे पता नहीं कौन सा mediator. At least what is the mediator that people have in mind? I might have these 4 mediators. I put in a package X and Y और उसके साथ मैं 4 mediators डाल देता हूँ. And then I look at which one works better. Many times you have worked on one paper. After you have worked on one paper, the reverse is maybe कोई M आपका पसंद नहीं आ रहा है, इसको change करो. Which means you have got 4 experiments with that M variable, all 4 have to be changed. That happens multiple times. This is a simple two different mediators. I've got x m1 m2y, x m1y and x m2, two different paths. The reviewers will say, okay, please tell us which one do you want to show. I can't show both, which means I'll have to show either that x m1y works and x m2y doesn't work. So in that JMR paper, we showed a process through one m, x, m, y. I think I don't even remember what was our first mediator. And then when we sent it for publication, there was reviewer 1 who gave us 2 alternative mediators. Reviewer 2 gave us another 3, and reviewer 4 gave us another 2, and then the last one gave us another 2. Ultimately, we had 7 other mediators. What do we do? Then we ran another experiment where we had 7 mediators, and then we said, इसके 7 में से 6 नहीं काम करता, ये 7वां वाला काम करता है. We had to run all mediators, which means our 6 experiments were gone. In the next package, we again submitted 7 new experiments. So I always do first xy and then I do x and m and y. I don't get into moderators. Over a period of time, I have learned that not a good idea to get into moderators. Always a good idea to first do x and then m and then y. Yeah.
So just in one of the slides you were talking about, let's say to begin with, first 3 studies in order to examine x leads to y. So is it, let's say, by changing product category or
by changing product category, by changing brand name in different contexts. Because I'm again not sure because we are working at a p-value of 0.05, essentially there is always a 1 in 20 chance कि हो सकता है management by through का. So I'm looking at it and I also develop the confidence. So if I get a result, I'm not happy with that, but I'm also looking at कि कितना क्या chance आएगा. अगर मैं कुछ और change करता हूँ तो आता है कि नहीं आता. It also tells me कि ये result हर बार आता है, ये result हर बार नहीं आता. So it's for my own confidence, and also it makes your empirical practice more meaningful. Sometimes this happens. Your x works, x m1 m2 y works. Now there is again a problem. So these are 2 serial mediators. The feedback that I have received is never report x m1 m2 y. Because the problem is, if you have looked at the model, whenever I have this model, it will give you x m1 m2 y link, it will give you x m1 y link, and it will also give you x m2 y link. So here we have 3 plus 4 and 6, about 8 different links, 7 different links. X m1 m2 y, 1 link, xy link, second link, and then I'll have a x m1 y link, and then x m2 y link, and plus, so you can also see that there is a link between x m1 and m1 m2 and m2 y. So 4 plus another 3, 7 links. If I ran an experiment 3 times, इसमें से कोई ना कोई link misbehave करेगा, because of data wobble, because of some issues, and therefore reverse को चाहिए कि हर बार बिल्कुल वही replicate हो. अभी मेरा m1y नहीं आया, अगली बार मैं रन करूँगा, पता चला m1y भी significant आने लगा. But if I move from a x m1 m2y to x my, then I have got a simpler, a more parsimonious model. Always use, instead of 2 mediators, always use 1 mediator. We had done a study where we were getting 3 parallel, where we were getting 3 serial mediators. The trick to that is, that's a more advanced thing, but you run an EFA between the 3. And if all of them converge as one characteristic, these are all 3 different things, but essentially as a construct they mean the same. Even if these are different, and I have had situations where all these, there were 2 x m1 m2 y, and we said both are different, but m1 gives me more confidence, or it explains more variance, etc. Or when we run a regression, it gives a better coefficient, and for a more parsimonious model, we are reporting m1 and not m2. But we declare somewhere. But don't run x m1 m2 y. The more complex the model, more challenges you will have. Because your w variable, the moderator, it can impinge between x and m1, or between m1 and m2, or between m2 and y. You don't know. But if you are running with a single mediator, it's always 6. Make sense? So don't run this one, either run xm2y or run xm1y, and you can declare it, choosing which one to drop, whether you want to drop m1 or you want to drop m2. You can write some language for that. You can say that between m1 and m2 we are choosing to drop m1 because it is from a empirical one. This is explaining lesser things. Also m2 is more novel, it has never been explored. But that should also reflect in your writing, in the theory, whatever you are writing, that should also reflect. Now we have the moderator. Typically you will have at least two moderators. So for here we have shown a moderator between x m1 length, and then there is another moderator m2, w2. So two different moderators. Any good paper, FT paper, will have typically two moderators. Any questions, sir? Shall we move ahead? I'll skip this one. So this is a paper that I'm working on right now. This was, we thought that if I'm giving an ad which says washes double the clothes, versus I'm saying that uses half the detergent, both are same. But are they different? When you hear the first one, what does it connote? Huh? Will wash more, and therefore efficient. It is more efficient, more powerful. And when you see the other one uses half the detergent, then more cost effective, and therefore we looked at another situation. We said, where can I apply? So we started thinking, so I could apply it more in terms of saving versus power or efficacy. We said, what works is maybe these days everybody is talking about sustainability. So let me look at it in terms of sustainability and efficacy. So we said that maybe we look at how framing impact eco-friendly perceptions or purchase intentions. So simple problem. And therefore we ran a study where half of the people we said the communication was washes double the clothes, and half of the people we said uses half the detergent, and we asked them to mark on a scale of 1 to 7, where 1 was eco-friendly and 10 was powerful detergent. What happened? When we said washes double the clothes, people said it is a more powerful one, and when we said it is using half the detergent, then people said it's more eco-friendly. So that's the first one. And then we ran another one, and then we ran another one. So in 3 different studies we got the same. So now I've got a effect where we see that by changing there are multiple ads where this happens. And then we said, let's make sure that whether what could be a mediator, what could be a moderator, a potential mediator. And now I've got a whole set of potential mediators. It could be input versus, so we are achieving efficiency, but it could come from input efficiency or output efficiency. That is one mediator. I'm still to test this. Any other mediator why this could happen? So when you say we use only half, then you say it is more gentle. It is mild. And when you say it is produces more output, then it is more forceful or intense or heavy duty. So it is more about the resource intensity. It could be perceived externality focused. It could be process versus outcome orientation. Or it could be perceived sustainability versus exploitation. For in minds of consumers, whenever you are using something as less, it looks like less is associated with eco-friendliness and more is associated with indulgence. And then we look at potential moderators. So I don't have one mediator. I've got a whole set of mediators, and when I'm running the next experiment, I'll try, and I don't want to test all 5 of them, but maybe I'll pick top 3 and then I'll run. I'll have to look at the literature and see किसके साथ ज़्यादा अच्छी story बन रही है. So this is where I'll stop. But any questions? So this is, I was just trying to put everything together. We started with some of the building blocks, and then we said that how do we run experiments. The secret of running experiments is not that you write a whole paper and theorize, but you do it step by step. I have 3 experiments, and then I'll run a lot of mediators, a lot of moderators. Ultimately, we have actually run about 6 or 7. उसमें से 3 काम किए हमारा कोई भी अभी तक mediator, moderator. अभी mediator we started thinking first we are running moderator, but these were not working. For example, for our moderator was whether people are doing in-depth thinking or they are doing automatic processing. That was not working. Because ideally for people it should not make any difference. Using half the detergent is same as washing double the clothes. Any questions? Anything? But I understand that it's a more diverse audience. Some people who are new into experiments, some people who are more experienced, but the idea was to cover both the bases. Any thoughts, any questions?
So when you, sir, just to sort of, so when you consider a lot of mediators or moderators, we may run into a situation where there is a construct which is not an established one. So then, how do you design the?
So what I do is I don't, when I think of mediators, I don't look at the established construct like in any. So all these come from my own mind. So I'm talking to maybe my co-author, and they say, क्यों ऐसा होता है? Why do people behave in this way? Why are they marking this? So my co-author might say, when it is I'm achieving efficiency on the input side, people think that I use less resources. And when I am achieving efficiency on the output side, they think it's not about efficiency, but it's more about I'm getting more out of the same. In other words, that typically the word that is associated with less is eco-friendly, and with more is maybe more power, more. So that is how people act. So maybe it is more about the association that get built in our mind. So we look at multiple such things. In fact, so once you discuss, and then I start going to the literature and start looking at academic labels for that. So मेरे दिमाग में academic label नहीं, मेरे दिमाग में common sense का label है. And then I say कि मेरे पास common sense का label है, but किसी ने कहीं उसके साथ कोई more academic label तो डाला होगा. So I start searching. And then I'll go to Google Scholar, look at if I'm looking at this framing, input framing versus output framing, or less resource versus more resource, etc. What could be literature? So somewhere I'll get the name. Okay. My scales are also many times made on the go. So I say I look at the concept. If I have not got a research, so I do not make a scale. I use an index of items. Yes, ma'am.
So how do you back this with theory? I mean, some established theory stands as a foundation to everything.
Not always. So the problem in a research is also about if you are banking it on established theory, then where is your contribution? So you need to have a balance that you talk about that we are looking at this theory, but at the same time there is nobody who has worked on this theory.
Because reviewers always ask about the theory.
So they will say, okay, where is your theoretical underpinning? So you have to cite 1 or 2 papers. But then there are some papers where they have said, okay, this is completely new work. So this is all about how do humans process numbers. Uske I'll cite them. But then it is about when I say uses less, and uses less is associated with.
But this is grounded in some kind of psychological. Maybe.
If I can search for it and put that name, if I can't search for it, then I'll stick my neck out and say this is possibly this is the first research which looks at it.
So it is not always important.
It is if you, after you can get away with the on the reviewers will say theory dalo isme, then you start searching for more. For example, I think I and Sakshi we worked on a paper where we were looking at simple. The idea was that if you are looking at a map, and if the map was from a point A to a simple line point B, and we said how do you expect this resort to be? People said it would be a peaceful resort. And when we showed the map from in a crooked path, like this. We asked people, what do you think of the resort? They said it is going to be a thrilling resort, a more exciting resort. And where is the thrill? We said, okay, the thrilling comes from different domains. So Phuket is associated with these words, simple straight line is associated with these words. So we looked at chaos theory, we looked at literature from diverse domains because कुछ न कुछ theory में डालना था. So often that theory part, I don't worry about the theory. Initially I look at experiment and say कुछ न कुछ तो लिखे गए. Or the reviewers will tell us what to do.
So any books recommendation for
Experiments. I think you can start with any book, but you learn more by reading papers. Not by papers. Or you can always write. Thank you all for your patience. It was great to have such interested audience.
Thank you, Professor Tripathi, for a highly insightful and enriching session. Your clarity in explaining experimental research and its real-world relevance has offered valuable guidance to scholars across disciplines. As a token of our appreciation for his valuable contribution, I now invite Professor Sankit to kindly felicitate Professor Sanjeev Tripathi.
As we come close to the day one, we extend our sincere gratitude to our distinguished speakers, faculty members, organizers, volunteers, and participants for making today intellectually rich and engaging. The conversation we begin today across classrooms, panels, and corridors has set a strong foundation for the days ahead. We look forward to welcoming you back tomorrow for another day of stimulating dialogue, rigorous scholarship, and meaningful exchange. Thank you and have a pleasant evening.